It's time to jump into day 3 of ECS Landskrona here on the European Cricket Network. So, thanks for joining us here on the European Cricket Network for day 3 of ECS Landskrona. And to get us kicked off today, we see the Seaside Cricket Club again today. They've made the trip from Vasta all the way to play the Helsingborg Stars, who are in desperate need of a win. We'll hand over to the Knight of the Orange House, Sir Rob Kemming, for the coin toss.
Yeah.
You're cool, eh?
Yeah. Tails.
Tails are called. It is tails.
Yeah, I like to bat first.
You'd like to bet?
Yeah.
Oh.
So the coin toss has been won by the Helsingborg Stars skipper Madame Prabhu, and he's decided to put his team into bat first. Good attacking decision from a team that desperately needs a win. They currently sit at the bottom of the table, no wins from 4 games, but they've been in almost every single contest this week, and it's just been some lack of composure at really crucial times that's meant that they've stayed winless, and never was that more evident than last night against the Jönköping side. They were in control of the second game yesterday for almost the entire contest, and it was only when Nasir came out and blasted a succession of boundaries in the last 2 overs that he managed to get Jönköping over the line and consigned Helsingborg to their 4th consecutive loss. They will feel they're in with a big chance against Seaside today, though, who showed some weaknesses during their first couple of games against Jönköping the other day, particularly when they got into their middle order. So the skipper of the Stars, Madame Prabhu, he's been an absolute star with the ball, but he was supported brilliantly yesterday by Dina Karan, who joined the side. He was on a hat-trick in both of his first 2 overs and has added a level of consistency and guile to the bowling attack that they've probably lacked throughout the tournament to date. They've also seen Devinder Singh and Suhas Shetty carry on their excellent form from ECS 2021 to continue to develop their games and show a range of shot making that wasn't on display for them last year. They've got to continue to pile on the runs though if the Stars are going to set a big target today. Seaside Cricket Club, we've only seen them for 2 games so far, and they were up and down in their performances against Jönköping on the earlier stages of the tournament. Their captain, Nazir Mohammed, he is going to be relied on for a lot of the runs. He's a sweet striker of the ball, but if the Stars can get him early, then they will feel like they're in a real chance against the Seaside middle order. As far as the bowling goes, Aditya Somvalshi, he was incredibly impressive on the first day, an athletic young man who pushes the ball through at significant pace. He ended up opening the bowling in the second game for Seaside, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him take the new ball again today. This looks like it's going to be an absolutely ripping contest, and you can guarantee that the Stars are desperate for a win. They will be laying it all out at Landskrona Cricket Club today. Take you through the early stages of the game, I'll hand back to Rico Fall in the commentary box.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Sweden. This is Landskrona, and this is what we're seeing in the aerial view coming up to that magnificent blue pitch. That's right, blue is the colour, and Andrew Ryan, well, he's doing it horsey style this morning. Giddy up, and I do love it. Andrew Ryan, the smooth operator, and what a lovely intro, and giving you all the details and the facts about those teams. And, well, we know that the Helsingborg Stars, as you see there, they're 4-0. They need to get going. And I think you heard some of the key players there. But I think, look, that's Devinder Singh. He's got to be key. I think the captain's got to find his form with the bat, Madam Prabha. And I think Suhas Shetty, so far, he's the only one that's been sort of holding them together. Is there somebody else in that lineup that just can give them that little bit of support in the middle with the batting that they need? They're a team that we've seen at least on 2 occasions, certainly against the Royals, and then yesterday in that match against Jönköping. They're the team that find a way to lose matches. Seaside, I think I was very impressed with them, because though they did get blown away in their very first match against Jönköping, they came back in incredible form. In fact, it was the most ludicrous transformation from one match to another that I've ever seen on the ECN network. So I think these two teams are really going to provide us with two entertaining matches today, because I think certainly the Stars, they need to get to winning ways. This is what the bat to ball wall is predicting. It's saying that Seaside are going to win this one 91-83. So we'll see. But it is the Stars that are going to bat first, and they need to get runs on the board. What are they looking at? I think that at least between 95 to 100, that's what they want to be trying to get. I think if they get to that, they've got the bowling to try and defend it. And one change straight away there. You see the captain, Madam Prabhu, he has elevated himself up the order. Now look, not that he'll want reminding of this, but his last two innings have been zeros. So he needs to get started, but he is a good batter. He is a good hitter. Things just haven't gone right for him. And our umpires out there, Ashish Sani and also Rafi Ahmed. So good morning to you, gentlemen. I'm Men in Black. As we get ready to go, and of course, the opportunity for me to say good morning to everybody who's up early on the YouTube chat as well. I think we're going to have a good day, folks, so stay with us, and I know that we'll do our best to keep you entertained, so will the players, and I know that you'll do your best to keep us entertained as well as we get ready to start. And with the ball, it's going to be Anil Gadraya to start. Here we go. First delivery. Takes three, and it's not a bad one. Just angles it in, hits the pitching outside the leg stump, though the bowler not interested in any appeal. It's going to go to miss anyway, so finds his line, or his length well, just needs to work on the line. But first ball, you're given that. It's time to warm up. Here he comes again. Better. Oh, and this one is an inside edge, just racing away there to the man at fine. One hand pickup. Good start from Gadi Raya. Conditions here today certainly feel a lot cooler. No forecast of any rain, plenty of cloud cover. But temperatures right now probably around about 7, 8 degrees. And got it right through the defences. And that is a huge wicket. Oh, well, that is disappointment, because Shetty, if there's one man that they need out there that's provided them with any kind of resistance, it's that man there with the bat. And Shetty's just gone right across this, and he's got a bit of inside edge onto it. Wasn't a good-looking shot. Should have been hitting straight. He's trying to hit this on the onside. Well, Shetty yesterday, he was their main contributor with the bat. He scored 108 runs in the series so far. He's a leading run scorer, but he goes here without troubling the score. He's gone for an early duck, and that's disappointing. Shetty, in the two matches yesterday, look, he scored 35 of 25, and then 32 of 23, and that was to get his team to the scores of sort of the 80s and the 90s, so they're going to miss him. Somebody else has to stand up here now, so Shetty goes for a duck. 2 on the board, a wicket down. Shetty, the big man, the run scorer for the Stars, has gone. He's played away, but one man who has to take all the credit is the bowler. And then Gadaraya has got his radar absolutely tuned in this morning. The left armour. Shot, and this one we go all the way. Balle. Well, what happened there to MSP, Mark Simpson Parker off the ECN crew? I thought he was taking evasive action. He's down there. He's down and out as this one comes flying his way. Well, that's one that hits the back of the buggy as well. Big hit. And MLS Panda. Well, we all like to see a panda, don't we? Well, we've seen the horse jumping from Andrew Ryan this morning. And now it's panda time. Big hit. This one's down the leg side. Bowler just losing his shape slightly. Wide ball. What a shot that was from Avinash Panda. I don't know what happened to MSP. Let me try and find out. MSP, what's that all about? What happened? He just showed me the soles of his feet. So he did fall over. Well, we saw him on the ground. We didn't see the fall. In the air and just over that infielder. And not the most convincing of shots. Gets a single. They've got to hustle, haven't they? I think one of the things that the Helsingborg Stars need to do, and maybe that's why we're seeing this sort of start, and maybe that sort of explains that shot from Shetty, is they need to make better starts. They make slow starts, and then they can't recover. And just having a look at the run rates of the higher scores so far. So you have a look at the teams, and the highest score in the first over, John Copping 21, and you can see there. Look at, and that's actually perfect timing to that chart. The Stars 6. That's what they've been. That's their highest score in their first over at 6. So you can see that's where they've been struggling. Here though, they've got 10. So the intent is there, and maybe well, I'm going to let you on a little secret as well after this delivery. That one's played out on the offside. They will think about the second, will they? No, not this point. Yeah, the little secret is, and you know me, I've been talking about the Stars and been talking to them on it's been two, let's face it, 2 disappointing days for them. And one of the things I said to Devinder Singh is, look, Devinder, you've got to have some paranthas in the morning. Forget the healthy cereals. Have some paranthas, and that'll give you a better start, as this one's up in the air, and Fielder giving it chase. Can't stop it. It's 4 more, and the captain, Prabhu, deciding it's time that he stands up for his team. And talking of teams, so this morning they had a parantha morning. Yes, they did. Some aloo and paneer paranthas to start the day. And maybe that's going to give them the firepower. It didn't help Shetty, but they've certainly made a much better, much promising start to the match and to an innings. This one is played out and missed. Rico Full here. And alongside me is a man who is parked his horse in the stable. It's Andrew Ryan, the smooth operator. Andrew, what was that all about this morning?
Not sure what you're talking about, Rico. Just the way I generally start warming up for every day of commentary. A few laps of the equestrian route here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, and I know you're a big fan of the horses that have been patrolling the deep boundary there at mid-wicket, so it's good to engage in a little bit of horseplay to get the day kicked off.
A bit too wide this time from Sonvanacci. Yeah, well, the news is that the one man that's sort of been giving Helsingborg Stars hope with the bat, Shetty, goes for a duck. But the man who's made 2 ducks in the trot, Prabhu, is up and running, their captain. So it's a positive start. I mean, one thing that I know that Mr. Maximo Vinny says, and he's probably still en route to Australia after his stop over in Dubai, is he says, if you lose a wicket early, it doesn't matter. You'd rather lose one early than have a batter that's out there that's scoring, I don't know, 18 or 24 deliveries. And that's the sort of thing that the Stars have been doing. So though they've lost Shetty, they've made a much more positive start than they have in all the other matches. And this one is hit pretty well as well. It's 4 more. 4 carreras más. Eso es grande. Nice shot. Hits it over the inner circle. Good shot to play in the power play.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this, Rico. I think you know I'm quite a big fan of Avinash Panda. I think he's got a touch of class about the way he goes about things with both the bat and the ball as well, and he just hasn't delivered in this T10 format. I'm not sure it necessarily fits his skill set that well, but he is a man more than capable of really putting together some good scores in this format.
He's giving himself some room. Pelts this one down the ground. And long off does the fielding. Yeah, he's played some good shots here at the moment. There just seems to be a lot more of a positive streak about them, and it's starting to show on the scorecard as well. 22 for 1. Look, They have lost Shetty. That's a big blow for them. But these two are up and running. They've got to. I think one of the things they would have said to themselves, Andrew, is they've got to be a little bit more positive, because if they're not, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, the Stars have been unlucky, Rick. I mentioned in the preview that they've probably been there or thereabouts in every game that they've played so far. And in fact, they could easily be sitting 3-1, 2-2 if a couple of overs had gone their way, but they just haven't executed at key times in games. Some of it's been a little bit of strategic naivety. Some of it's just been players faltering when they were needed most. But I think they're in a big shot today. And to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if they took both of these games against Seaside. Seaside's got a few personnel changes from the first day, and they've also only had the benefit of 2 matches so far, whereas Helsingborg's right into the tournament now.
Oh, this one has been absolutely blasted out of here. What a shot that is. Well, that is supersonic. It's been hit hard. It's been hit long. It's been hit for 6.
Well, the Panda coming out of hibernation to start this contest. We're into the 3rd over. He knows it's the final one of the power play. That's the time to go in elevated fashion, and it wouldn't have mattered where any fielder was in the outfield. That cleared the boundary by some distance.
Well, Eddie Raya, what's he going to do with the other 5 balls? Because that one has been blasted out of here. Panda showing his strength. Gets better delivery. It's right up there. Yorker length. Not too much Panda can do, but he does. Fend it out. That's the key thing.
He's looked pretty good so far, Gadaria, and I like the matchup with him bowling Suhas Shetty in the first over, actually. It's the first time we've seen Shetty have to deal with a left armer bring the ball back into him. I thought that was a good strategic move from the Seaside skipper.
Puts plenty of effort into the shot, doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. Gets the single. So interesting to see what the captain's approach, Madame Prabhu, is here. And I think he will still try and play shots here. I think he's still thinking he was still in the power play. If I can get our team to sort of 36 or so at the end of the 3 overs, that's a good start. And he knows that he's got the batting to come. That can take that score then to sort of say, even if it is the 100, even 100 plus, they're going at the moment at just under 12 and over. That'll take some getting. This is a nice shot. He sort of manoeuvres this short delivery over square leg. That's a good timing, good vision. He's put it away. It's 4 more runs.
Yeah, nice shot from Prabhu. He's pretty strong on the leg side. As you say, just got his body into reasonable position there, and the wrist came through, pulled it behind square. Very nice shot. And the Stars, they are rock and rolling here at the moment. 33 for 1, still 2 balls left in the power play.
Well, Andrew, did you have your perotas this morning?
I wasn't benefiting from being given some perotas this morning. I had a more traditional croissant at the hotel.
Well, this is what perotas do. Aloo perota. Look, if you don't believe me, check it out on social media. It'll be up there soon. And that's the Helsingborg Stars starting the day at the ground with aloo perotas and masala tea. And, well, the proof is in the pudding, as I say. Well, you looked like you had a few perotas when you were jumping over those fences. Do you call them fences? I don't know what you call them in show jumping.
They are actually technically fences.
They are technically fences. You did pretty well. You did okay.
I did practice it once or twice, Rico, to just make sure of 2 things as we see the final ball come in from Gadaroya. It's just punched down for a single. That'll leave the Stars 38 for 1 after 3. But I'll tell you what, Rico, we did do 1 or 2 practice runs to double check 2 things. One, that I could actually get enough height to get over those 3 bars. And the second one was to make sure that my suit trousers didn't collapse in the meantime.
There was a little bit of zebedee about it, I must say, as you were going over those fences. But look, I think that's a good way to start the morning, good little morning routine. And it's certainly warmed you up a bit because it is a bit fresher this morning.
It is a bit chilly, certainly. The only disappointment from that little intro was they didn't take my horse impersonation and included the boys in the production truck were not as convinced as I was that was a great contribution to the start of proceedings. But either way, you're certainly right, Rico. It's certainly the chilliest morning that we've had so far today, and it's once again not a bad element of the decision making from the Stars getting to bat in these early stages. Certainly a lot more fun batting than it is fielding when the temperature's in single digits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned Shetty before the start of the day was the highest run scorer, 108. Devinder Singh, who's yet to come out there, he's on 87, and he's also from the Stars. And you know what the interesting thing here is, right? the Stars have lost all their matches. And I'll continue this after this delivery from Hakeem. It's going to be a wide one. So, yeah, the Stars have lost all their matches. The top two batters, Shetty, 108, Devinder Singh, 87. The top two bowlers, again from the Stars, Prabhu, 7 wickets, and Dina Karan has taken 5. So, you know, they're doing a lot of things right. They just can't get a win.
They've just been able to put it together in the one single game. As Hakeem comes in, good full ball after a wide on his first delivery. Certainly, individually, they've had some very good performances, and it goes to show why they've been in the contest for almost every game throughout the tournament. They just haven't been able to put it together as a playing group on the one occasion to register a win. But I undoubtedly think they're not only very, very likely to qualify from this group, but I would suggest they could actually make a bit of a press to the latter stages of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. We see that one misfielded. It was another shortish delivery, and one that probably doesn't try to hit it too hard. He does try to place the ball. Goes to the fielder. The fielder, it goes through him. Does a bit of MSP on that one as it goes through, and they get a single. Panda will want to keep the momentum going. He want to be tied down. Gets a full toss, and he puts this away. Cuatro carreras más. And this is just a lovely shot. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Finds the gap. 4 more.
Yeah, he looks like a different player this morning, Panda. He got out, remember, one particularly horrendous swipe across the line on the first day when he played the first 2 games before having a rest yesterday, and he looked all out of sorts, whereas today he's actually just playing good quality cricket shots, keeping well balanced, the head's nice and still. Technically very, very composed player, and he's starting to show his best to the rabid ECS fans across the world, which is good to see.
This is down the ground, and this is 1 bounce, 4 runs, cuatro carreras más, and the Panda is going big here. And well, this is what happens when you take away the bamboo sticks and give him a few parontas, because the Panda is running on paronta power this morning, and he's hitting them big. He's finding the boundaries, and he's doing a great job for his side. The Stars are motoring along here.
Does beg the question, Rico, are you going to get recruited as a nutrition consultant for teams on the T10 circus? That's some genius advice, clearly, from the evidence of their performance in these first 4 overs today.
Well bowled. I tell you what, if you don't, do you know, I mean, aloo prontas, you know what aloo prontas are? You know what aloo prontas are. So you would know that any coach will be saying, no way, get them out of here. We don't want to be giving those to our players, but they do work. I mean, they may not be the healthiest option, but they do work. Short and out of it. Oh, this is absolutely huge. That's been sent packing. That goes into the VIP stands. And, well, you can see there, that's Adnan Gurley just checking the ball. He's thinking, oh, there's a chunk come out of that. What a huge monster hit that is.
Yeah, great shot. Absolute pandemonium across the ground. Tell you what, it's not often the ball needs checking after 4 overs, but my word, the way that Panda's been striking it this morning, it's not a bad idea to check if that stitching's still in place.
Oh, Panda power here this morning. He's well, he sent that one almost to the moon. He's absolutely smashed it. He's crunched it. Well, whatever that team talk was yesterday, it certainly worked. Look, they were quite down and out yesterday, weren't they, when we saw them? I mean, I know we tried to G them up, and they're a lovely bunch of lads. That's the other thing about it. Not only do we know that they're a talented side, they're a good bunch of lads, and they just couldn't get things right there. And that loss yesterday when they were defending 37 of the last 2 overs, and it wasn't to be. But they've come out much stronger here. I'm liking the look of what I'm seeing so far.
They have, Rico, and you know what? From an interpersonal perspective, I love that they've forgiven us for actually causing the run out of one of their players.
Don't bring it up.
One of the
I
games
told you,
last
don't
night.
bring it up. This one is going to be a chase, and it's 4 more. Well, at the moment, everything that seems to be coming off the bat is going to the boundary. What a lovely start this is.
It's taken all the pressure off them too, hasn't it, this fast start? Madhan Prabhu, who ended up with a pair of ducks yesterday, all of a sudden can free his arms and play with reckless abandon because Panda is just in such good form at the other end. But for those of you who didn't see it last night, well, yesterday evening, while tuning into the coverage, the boys from Helsingborg, one of their later order pairs, had managed to run 4 courtesy of a few overthrows, and then Rico and I were absolutely enthusiastically bellowing from the commentary box. He's fallen over twice trying to move back. The dew on the ground from the early morning conditions. He's tried to hoof it back. That was poor Mahesh Navale at mid-wicket. He was almost down on all fours at one stage, almost like the horse was about to jump over the equestrian fences, but got nowhere near it in the end.
He just couldn't move. It was like he was stuck to the ground, and the force from somewhere was keeping him there. And this is another one that eludes the fielders. It's well placed in between the man that's inside the circle and the fielder that's patrolling the boundary. So getting a bit of luck as well.
It's a bit of luck that they need too, isn't it, Rico? Those last 2 balls, either of those could have gone to hand and had one of these 2 back in the pavilion. But as it is, they're both still there. They're both on fire with the bat. That swung around backward of square. Lovely elevation. And that's gone for a Maximo. This is a fantastic start from the Stars.
Oh, this is a good shot. I mean, it's the first one he's really, he's been trying to just place him, but this time he says, forget placing, I'm going to hit it hard. And he does, and it stays hit. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 más.
Oh, some questions for the skipper from Seaside, Manoj Jadvest. Basically everything he's tried in terms of the bowling lineup to date hasn't paid off. Malik's come in, he's 12, only 4 balls, so he's still got to get through this over with the last couple, and he's facing a fired up Prabhu.
There he goes for another powerful strike, but this time it will be fielded. Doesn't get the timing right. What a partnership this has been as well. Absolutely amazing. And just to remember back, it was Shetty that went for his second delivery, went for 0, and that wicket fell at 2. So the 50-plus partnership up already. It's the highest partnership I'm sure we've had in this series. And Pandemonium at the moment here at the ground.
Let's hope we can get a dot ball here, Rico, and I'll tell you why in a second. That's incredibly frustrating. As we come to the end of the over, Helsingborg Stars 68 for 1 for fans of mathematics and numbers. At one stage there, we had a perfect mirror image in terms of the runs off each over. So the first one went for 10, then 12, then 16, then 16, and then we were almost at 12 for that last over until the single off the last ball. But as it is, double-figure runs in every single one of the 5 overs to date so far for the Helsingborg Stars. But Prabhu, he's 28 off 13, and Avinash Panda is flying 36 off 15. They are looking good.
Yeah, but look, we talk about this a lot, don't we? That the power play, how key it is. And you'd have to say that the power play that the Stars have had up until this point have not been good. It's not the fact that they've been losing wickets. Sometimes they haven't lost wickets, but, they've been like 12 off 3 overs or so, and we've seen them get to sort of the 7th over mark and the score be sort of 30 for 2 or 3. They valued the wickets too much. In this match they haven't, and I think you've seen that right from the beginning. Even Shetty, the man that's been in really good form, even he went out there with the intent to go big straight away. If he's out, he's out. These two have done the same. And by getting that good power play in, 38 for 1 they were after 3, they've just continued. Now they're on a different level. Now they're on a high. Now they're thinking, okay, we can probably go on to post probably the biggest score in this series so far.
Yeah, they are, but you and I are both relatively superstitious men when it comes to our cricket. They're sitting at 68 for 1 off 5, and they've both decided to change their headwear. I can't accept that this is a sensible thing to do. Prabhu's taken the cap off completely, and Panda batting in his cap instead of the helmet. And tell you what, cricket gods aren't smiling. He's almost holed out first ball after that change of headwear. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they were hot. Well, if they were hot now, Prabhu, he's going to be chilling. He hasn't got any protection up there. He's
You're going at 14 and over, Rico. Don't change the headwear.
Yeah, don't change the headwear. Yeah, I mean, mate, obviously they're not superstitious. There's Jadvest is being put away, and this one will go to the boundary, 4 runs. It wasn't a good delivery, full toss on the leg side. So it's the captain, Manju Jadvest, who comes on to see if he can stop the rot, and he can't. There's another one that gets pelted away.
Uses his wrist really nicely, Madame Prabhu, doesn't he, Rico? There's been a couple of times when he's gotten the body into position with one particular shot and then just manipulated the ball to open areas of the field. He's very, very aware of where the fielding group is, particularly in the outfield. He's played some very, very nice shots.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's the way he's played those shots. It's not the wild swing. He's guided the ball to areas he wants it to go. Jadvest, battle of the two captains. This time he goes straight. This is an opportunity, but he's not going to get there. And this one finds its way into the commentary ice box. As that one goes all the way as well, just getting it over the fielder in front of us here. A good shot, gets plenty of leverage on it. 6 more.
Yeah, nicely struck from Prabhu at one stage. I dare say that Niaz Mohammed, who's down here at long off, thought he was in with a chance for a catch.
And this time he's gone to mid-wicket area, and the fielder gets probably a bit lucky. Well, not so lucky with the throw as he goes down. So that little dew this morning is playing a part. Not only is it knocking the fielders over, it's knocking our crew over as well, as MSP found out earlier as 1-6 came his way. Jadvest, the captain, comes on, but he cannot stop the right. And now, well, Prabhu, he's overtaken the Panda. Both of these men have shared the balls equally. 16 balls apiece. Prabhu on 39, Panda on 37.
I think if there's one team amongst this group who could deal with moisture, it's a team called Seaside, but they're not coping very well at the moment.
At the moment, they're not at all. Oh, well, he's okay. Just had visions of Prabhu here, or Panda that is actually, just slipping and ending up stranded in the middle. But the fielder doesn't collect it cleanly. And enough time for Panda to acknowledge the call from his captain and make his way back. Edge, and it's going to go and keep going, and a great effort. Oh no! Oh my goodness me! He does so well. He makes the stop and then he clunks it over the rope. And I say, hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte, eso mucha suerte. Have a look at this. He makes a stop and then look what happens here. He kicks it with his foot over the rope. Oh my word.
Oh, end of the over, Rico. 84 for 1. And this is the thing, everything going the Helsingborg Stars' way at the moment. They've got a win probability of 78% at the moment. That was a wonderful effort from Gautam Bharti chasing after that ball down to third. Man, I can't believe his trailing foot has unfortunately knocked it for a 4. But when it's your day, it's your day. And the Helsingborg Stars, 84 for 1 after 6. And we had a question from Luke Belgium on the, a rhetorical question somewhat on the YouTube chat earlier, asking whether the Helsingborg Stars were going to be the first team to hit 3 figures in this tournament to date. And, well, if they don't make it 3 figures, 16 runs short with 4 overs to go, this is going to be a pretty ordinary end to their innings.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 3 figures from my stats was when Seaside posted 99 and Yun Shopping got them and got the 100.
Maybe he meant exceeding
yeah,
100.
But yeah, I mean, I was looking at, I mean, that's why I know that, because I was looking at the same. But I just didn't, you know, look, we talk about being superstitious, and you got to say that Helsingborg Stars, they're a team, they've made losing a habit up until now, so I don't want to think too far ahead, because this is only the first innings in this match, and of course, whatever the Stars can do, Seaside probably can do as well, but they're still going to have to, that's the other thing with them. I think one thing that they would have learned from it, if they weren't superstitious, and they're obviously not, because the 2 batters are quite happy to change their headgear when they're in mid-flow. But look, if one thing they'll be saying to themselves, look, whatever happens here, even if we do end up, look, at this point, let's say they end up with 130 on the board, we're not going to think that we won the match, not until that final ball has been bowled, because it's been that sort of series for them at the moment. So it's going to be called another wide, so new bowler coming in, it's Niaz Mohammed. Well, he batted really well. He's the only man so far, and I'm not going to say any more on that at the moment. Looking at the scores the 2 batters are on. Only man so far that's got a half century in this series as well. This one's been hit firmly, and the fielder's made a total hash of this. And that is not good, and he's trying to remove the tape on the back of his shirt, so we think it's a different number, but he's not able to reach it because we know who you are. Yasir Malik messes this up big time.
Yeah, not a great bit of fielding, and we've got the skipper standing right in front of us here at a long off. He is furious. I could hear him admonishing the fielder down there after that fairly ordinary effort. He's back in the game again, but Prabhu's gone even wider. Absolutely no chance. He's almost found the football goals. Consecutive boundaries. Lovely batting from the Stars captain.
Well, look at that. He ends up on both knees, smashes it for 4, and then he's looking at Diana Oros and saying, take me picture, meri photo the kacha there. Jokka Maria. And, well, Diana's happy to be snapping away. Smile, please, says Diana.
Yeah, just having a look at the YouTube chat. Our friend Luke Belgium, he's not a massive fan of that fielding from the previous ball. He's not a man who's afraid to call it out for what it is. And Mohammed, he's under some big pressure here in this over, isn't he? He's just been drifting onto leg stump a touch. Prabhu's really enjoying. He's done it again. Remarkably, Prabhu's missed out on this occasion. Cracked into his pad. A few balls to get out of this over. There's been a succession of wides.
Yeah, I mean, look, the improvement here, we'll probably be able to appreciate the improvement here. After this over, we'll put some of the run rates up. And you're going to see that before today, the Stars have been struggling. This one has been stopped very. We made sure, and, well, Barry, you know what Barry says? He says, use the long barrier. That's what he's shouting out to the fielders. And I don't know if Barty out there heard it, but the man in front of us certainly did. Gets down and make sure this is not going past him. Well, he's back in it again, and well, almost escapes. Makes the stop.
What, after you've just ripped into your square leg fielder, you don't want to then make a mistake with the ball coming into long off. It's a little bit of a wait in proceedings while technical matters clarified before we continue. Don't know whether that's Barry giving some advice to the skipper about the fielding performance. Ahmed just waiting to be given the instructions to bowl. Just a clarification about the player number, but we'll be back underway in a moment. Prabhu lining up. Once again, Mohammed comes in. Oh, and he's cleaned him up. Well, that was unexpected. Maybe the delay in proceedings just put off the skipper a touch. He's found plenty of runs in that square leg area over the last couple of overs. Tries to repeat the dose. Mohammed just changes his line a touch. Starts that one outside off stump and is rewarded with the second wicket of this innings. But that's an outstanding contribution from the skipper. He goes for 40 off 18 deliveries. That's an excellent innings, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it's a superb innings. And, you know, this is one thing that we were looking at, the run rates, that in this series, 2022, they've been much lower than the years before, 2020. You can have a look, it's about 9.5, 9.9, just under 10. And a bit low here. And yesterday's morning, the 2 games in the morning certainly didn't help. And this one today, it could be, depending how the second innings goes, could be getting those ones right up there. And this is also another stat that we sometimes have a look at, the wins. The team bat first when they wins the toss and batting second. And at the moment, they're hoping that here, the Stars, that the stats are going to go their way and not the way that the flow's been so far in the week.
Well,
3 to 5.
Things going their way. We're just waiting for the score update from the last over, but Panda actually reached his 50 in that last over. Oh. And he's almost sent back to the pavilion. Almost had 2 wickets in 2 balls, but poor Niaz Mohammed has gone straight through his fingers. Maybe a little bit of a slippery kookaburra this morning, and he's managed to parry it, I think, over the boundary for a 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good, is it? And the 6 is very welcome. The bowler, he's not very happy about it. And all going completely wrong here for Seaside at the moment. And the switch. Oh, it's time for a bit of sexy cricket. I'm liking this. It's showtime here at the Landskrona cricket ground. What a lovely shot this is. And I'm liking it. The Panda, well, he brings his 50 up, as we know earlier, and now on 50, he says, right, it's time for me to get funky. Lovely shot.
This is amazing, Rico. Panda couldn't make contact with the ball 2 days ago, and now he's out is scoring a half-ton and ripping out reverses over the head of backward point. What a transformation.
This one just played out, and, well, I think he just moves down the leg side and then takes himself out of the position to play that. It ends up being a full toss, but he's not able to work it over the leg side. But he goes for it again, and he, I don't know how this goes over there, and it will go to the boundary. Well, I want to see this again. He goes for the switch. I think this must take an inside edge.
Well, you know it's your day when you get nutmegged by an off-spinner trying to play a reverse sweep and the ball somehow evades the wicket-keeper, evades the man, and finally inside the circle, and you end up with a boundary. It is all going Panda's way.
Short. Oh, he misses out on this one. That's an opportunity to go big.
It's funny, when you do start to play a few of those creative shots, Rico, all of a sudden you do get a Gundy ball, which in the opening overs you'd pulverise to the boundary, and suddenly you miss it. I think that Panda is in such good touch at the moment. He should just focus on thrashing the ball down the ground and heaves that one out to mid-wicket. He's not going to miss out a second time, but finds the fielder at cow corner.
Yeah, that's well fielded there. Somvanashi hit pretty hard. Certainly doesn't hold back when he launches into the shots. And that's a nice little touch there as well. You see that that was Panda and the captain just having a little talk with each other, and I think that's the captain there just congratulating Panda on his innings so far. It has been a really good innings, and apologies just for the moment, just seem to have lost our data at the bottom of your screens, but I know that our scorers, the ECN team, they're working hard to get that back up and running for you. And well, hello to the team this morning: Barry Eaton, MSP, Michael Guntaleka, Mars Baiji, and also Dana Oroz is there as well. Good morning to you all, and good morning to our production staff as well: Andis, Richards, and Karina, who are doing a fantastic job and getting these glorious pictures and images to you. It gives me an opportunity also to say hello to the president here, Dinesh Edikari of the Swedish Cricket Federation, and the tournament manager, Adnan Gill, who's been superb working around the ground, and the president, Sagar Hanif, who's been doing all sorts of jobs. We've seen him do some umpiring. He's also been responsible for getting the crew to the ground as well. And thank you for everything. Thank you so far for all the work you've done for us, for the ECN team. Make us feel very, well, very proud to be here, very proud to be showing this cricket all around the world, coming from what is a wonderful, wonderful location in Landskrona. The setting is beautiful here, Andrew.
Lovely ground, one of the better grounds I think in continental Europe. To be honest, Rico, it's an excellent outfield, very, very flat surface, and pitch plays truly. It's just drilled down the ground by Panda. Couple of overs to go. Helsingborg up to 112 now with 11 balls still in the kit bag. But back to your comments there. I mean, they're fantastic hosts of the Swedish Federation, aren't they? And they're definitely one of the most well-run cricket federations across the continent.
Yeah. And that's a dead ball. And called early. Devinder Singh wasn't quite ready. And look at that. He just
still hit it off the meat of the bat, didn't he?
With one hand, just said, no, not yet. Devinder Singh, be warned.
Well, given the power of Devinder Singh, I'm surprised that thing didn't fly off his bat for a boundary.
Well, Singh, he goes hard, but down to a fielder that's been very good out there, Somvanashi. So gets a single. Yeah, he does crack the ball pretty hard, doesn't he?
I suspect Devinder Singh was a woodchopper in his previous life. He'd get axed down a tree in a few swings.
This should be fielded, and it has been fielded. So no mistake this time from Barty. Just singles so far, the first 2 balls of this over.
Still haven't kept a single over to single figures yet, Rico. This could be the opportunity for Seaside.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through that for you. First over 10, then 12, 16, 16 and 14. That was up into the 5th. And this one hits the pad, and it's going to be a run out. Well, if he had tried to get back to Vinder Singh, maybe he would have been able to. They do get a wicket in the end, but it's not at the end they were asking. They went for the LB appeal, did Niaz Mohammed, and that was not given out. And Devinder Singh had already committed. I mean, how are you appealing with that ball going there? And then I think his feet really was prepared to accelerate to get back. He may have made it, and I think he knows it as well, because there's that little shrug of the shoulder and the grunt as he walks back.
Closest thing you'll see to emotion on the face of Devinder Singh. He trots back to the sheds. And if you had have told me before the game, Rico, that both Suhas Shetty and Devinder Singh would be out after only facing a couple of balls,
yeah,
you would have thought this was not going to be a particularly good morning for the Helsingborg Stars, but actually the complete opposite. Lost their 3rd wicket there, but they have put a quite imposing total on the board already and still have a few balls to go in this 9th over. At least 1 ball to go.
Another single, and normally we say it all happens in the 9th, and it does, but on this occasion, it apart from the wicket game there, hasn't all happened in the 9th, because that's the best over that they've had so far. I got up to 5, didn't I? And the 6th over went for 16, the 7th 12, the 8th 15th, and then that one, it just goes for a modest 5 runs.
Like I say, I'm pretty disappointed, Rico. It's been 8 balls without a boundary. I feel like our buffet of boundaries has been taken away from us. Still 6 balls to go as Sebastian Luchak has joined Avinash Panda at the crease. Some signs that Panda's possibly just tiring a little bit. His timing's gone off in the last over or 2. He's still 60 off 29. It's still been a tremendous innings, but he wants to push through in these last 6 balls. They can take a couple of boundaries from Somvashi. It will give him a bit of pace to work with, and I think he'll actually appreciate this.
Yeah, this is a big moment. It's also a big moment for Luchak that's out there. He is. I was talking yesterday how run the one really looked to. They need to go to here, but this is how is that going over the boundary? What's happened here? The fielder surely has fallen over the boundary rope, because the ball certainly it comes to a stop. There we go. It comes to a stop. Oh well. I say no more. Well, he does collapse to the other side of the boundary. How? Well, the ball had stopped, and he still manages to kick it over.
I think you should have just stopped at how, Rico.
Yeah.
How has that happened?
4 runs, valuable 4 runs. This one is an edge, and the wicket goes. And that is the end of Panda. He goes for a superb 60. And what a good strike rate that's been from Panda. 60 from 31 balls it will be in the end. It's been a terrific innings. It really has. And it's helped his team so far at the moment. Already have posted the highest score in this series. But is it one that they're going to be able to defend? That's the question. What about it to the Panda?
Yeah, Seaside's still a long way from out of this, and they've come back well. I mean, go back to halfway through the 8th over. They were looking at facing potentially a score of 140, 145, but they've reeled it in nicely. Panda just dropped off towards the end, but cracking innings, and after talking up his batting for the better part of the last year and a half of these events in Sweden, it's great to see him finally come through with the goods. That's an outstanding knock from him to get us kicked off here on the 3rd morning at Landskrona Cricket Club, and he's put the Helsingborg Stars in combination with the skipper Madan Prabhu into a very strong position. And now 120 for 4 with 4 balls to go.
Somvanish coming into the attack here and showing that he is one of the better bowlers. I'm surprised they didn't call him back earlier to try and get the breakthrough at sort of maybe the midway through the innings when Prabha and Panda were going strong. And he's coming here to tidy things up. The 120 is on the board, which is a great sign here for the Stars. Can they get a few more? That's certainly one hard here. Yeah, I was talking about this man that's going to face his first delivery. And we were talking about the the under-19 policy, how the Stars, Helsingborg Stars, always make sure they have an under-19, one or two at least playing in their match or in their team, and this is Sebastian Luxak. Just lets this one go.
Boy, that's an alpha move, Rico, coming out, facing your first ball in the last over of a T10, just shouldering arms. I like it.
He's decided, well, I'm not going to be out, and I think this is where Mr. Chandra Shakiriya is just having a chat with him and saying, hey, bud, you know this is the last ball to come. Don't leave this one. And I think Sebastian Luxak says, I just didn't want to be out first ball. Well, he'll get another because this will be a wide, but he's got to run hard if he's going to make it, and I think he may have just made it. The wide is signalled, so will be 2 runs because no decision given from the umpire. This ball just took an age to come back to the bowler. Look at this. It says, Aja, the race is on. And, well, he's fast, isn't he, Sebastian, because he beats the ball back. It's a bit of a fumble there, though, from the bowler.
Good bat slide, though, Rico. Good bat slide.
This one's played away. It does get stopped. They'll take a single. So 124 on the board. And the Helsingborg Stars, one thing they have done is they've batted well. It's been an issue for them. They've got the runs on the board. And they'll be hoping that this time round there'll be enough.
Yeah, but they did well in the last couple of overs there, Seaside. Have just kept themselves in with a glimmer of hope. And the finality of this first innings, 9th over went for 5. The last one went for 8, so they've managed to stem the bleeding a little bit, but they were on top in the first over, sending Suhas Shetty back to the pavilion. A lovely bit of left-arm bowling, just pushing it across the right-hander, and he got an inside edge onto his stumps, and the heads went down for Helsingborg Stars at that point, and Avinash Panda came out to join the skipper, Prabhu, and Panda found his range early. A couple of magnificent shots over mid-wicket. The skipper started joining him in the batting frenzy, hoiking balls behind square. Panda launched a glorious strike straight down the ground.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ball hitting was absolutely phenomenal, not just from the Panda, but the captain, he got going as well, Prabhu. Prabhu started sort of 15 to 20 runs behind the Panda when the Panda fired quickly early on, but how quickly he caught up. And, well, little mistakes like this didn't help, and this was so unfortunate. And it was Barty. Well, Barty was not having a party out there because not only did he make that one, that's another one that was messed up by him. And this time that was, yes, here, Malik. But Malik and Barty, things not going right, and things weren't going right for that man either. That was Niaz Mohammed. And normally we've seen him behind the stumps, but this time he's out there in the field. He does also come on to have a bowl, but this was funky, wasn't it? What a lovely shot that was. And everything was going right for the Panda. And this was the run out of Devinder Singh. And he's going for that funky shot again, the Panda. Didn't get it right, but Devinder Singh wanted to get on strike, and the Panda saying, hey, you just stay there. I'm the man who's going strong with this. Well, there was some shocking fielding, wasn't it? You have to say. And I'm calling it early. I reckon there's probably 16 to 20 runs that have been given away by the Seaside, and if they come close, if they fall short by anything sort of under that, they'll know that their efforts in the field didn't help. I mean, this is another one that should have been run out. On that case, that just cost them 1 run. But they weren't at their best, the Seaside 11, and they'll be hoping that they will be at their best when it comes to the second match, certainly when it comes to the field. But look, they're not out of it. It's only the halfway point, and even though the Helsingborg Stars have put the runs on the board, this match is only halfway through match 9. 124 for 4. I think the main contributions there from the captain, Prabhu. He made a fantastic 48 of just 21 deliveries. Excellent innings from him. But Avinash Panda, 60 from 31. Superb strike rate. And those two, well, when you get two batters that put those sort of scores on the board, you know you're going to get to that 120. And they did that. They probably could have gone on to maybe push on to around about the 130, 140, but it was a good comeback towards the latter overs from the Seaside team, because at halfway point it was 68, so the 130 was on. The bowling figures, there were wickets there for Kadaraya. I think he bowled really well. Don't forget he got the main wicket of Shetty. Sovaneschi, he bowled really well for me. I think they could have used him earlier just to try and get that breakthrough when the two batters, the captain, Prabhu and Panda, were going strong. And Niaz Mohammed, he bowled pretty tardily as well. But they were the fielding that let them down there for Seaside. I think they were all at sea in the field, and a lot of players choosing to use their feet rather than their hands, and it didn't work well. Well, what's our win probability saying? It is saying that at this moment in time that the Stars are 80%. So Stars will be happy with that, but they've got to go out there and show it. They've got to go out there and perform. They're a team that have made losing a habit. They want to change that here today. Well, this morning they had the aloo paronta, swere, ete grande bich, aloo paronta, khade, masala di cha, piti, and now they're going to go out there and defend. And the only thing I say to them is, well, they've had the aloo parontas, normally a lot of butter and ghee is used. Well, make sure you give your hands a good clean, because they're going to have to take their catches. We can't have any buttery fingers out there. Join me, Rika Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back for the conclusion of the very first match here on day 3, match number 9. 125 required for Seaside if they are to win this match and make it 2-1 for them in the series. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto. Hello and welcome back, and you'll know when you see that blue pitch that we can only be in Sweden. Yes, this is the FanCode European Cricket Series from Landskrona. Last year it was known as the series from Malmo, and we are in the same place, and there's that lovely pit. Look, I think it's played fantastically well, and I think it's really easy, especially if you're watching the game, and we're watching it from my position here and probably where the players are, and certainly also the third umpire. I think you can see the ball really clearly on the pitch. I think it's really good. I like it. I know people have got mixed opinions about it, but me, yeah, I love it, and I think it's played really well. I think it gives plenty to the bowlers. We've seen that as well, haven't we, all the way through? That probably shows just why the runs scored in per over, if you like, or per innings are a bit lower than what they were in 2020 and 21. I think the bowling's been really good. The bowlers have used it well. We've got good bounce, good carry through. We've seen movement there as well. But it's also one that the batters can bat confidently on as well. And I think we've seen that there this morning from Avinash Panda. Superb knock from him. 60 of 31 deliveries. And Madan Prabhu, 48 of 21. Unfortunately, the captain of the Stars just falling short of his 50. But what they have done is they put 124 on the board. So the Stars, a team that's 4-0 at the moment, looking for the first victory. They've certainly put the runs on the board. Now they've got to go out there and be positive with their bowling. I mean, they'll be focused maybe a little bit about what happened yesterday against Jönköping, when they literally probably thought they had the game in the bag. They put 96 on the board, 5 wickets down. Shetty was the main man, contributed there with Devinder Singh, 45 of 20. And then Jönköping needed 37 of the last 2 overs, and one of those overs from Prabhu went big in the 9th, and then the bowler right towards the end, Krishna Muri, he went for a few as well, and the victory was done with a ball to go. So it was disappointing, and that'll be on the back of their mind when they go out there as they come to take the field of play and join the umpires. I'm Men in Black, good morning to them. That's Ashish Sani and Rafi Ahmed, led prudently, of course, by Sir Rob Kemin. So they still will be, well, I suppose, a little bit focused on what happened yesterday, but they need to get that out of their mind. I think what they need to be thinking, and it looks like that certainly has been their approach, but today is a different day. They've had a talk about it. They've come back much stronger. I think they've come back really positive, in a good positive frame of mind. And you saw that even though they lost the key batter, who was the top run scorer in this series before the start of today, Shetty, for 0, they still were positive, and they hit the ball freely. They didn't value the wicket so much as we've seen them do in the first 2 days, and as a result of that, they've put themselves in a good position. Seaside, team 1-1. We saw them brilliant in the field against Jönköping the last time they were out there, but this time they let themselves down a little bit, it has to be said. And now it's down to, it's going to be opening up with Umair Shahudru and Niazi Mohammed. Mohammed, we know, is a patient batter, has scored a 50 in the series already. But before today, it was the only 50. First ball just nudged away. Krishnamurthy, the bowler, bowling that last over yesterday. Let's see if he's able to pick himself up and get back to what he does well. And so far he looks at a big swipe there from Chaudhary, trying to send this all away. They'll be aware of the fact that they need to be going already around about 12 and over to get to the target. Rico Full here, and joining me is Andrew Ryan.
Thanks, Rico. And I really like the decision of the skipper, Madan Prabhu, here to give Ganesh the first over as he charges in. Still no run on the board.
Oh, unlucky, gets an edge. It's going to race away to the boundary, 4 runs. And Ganesh will feel he's unlucky there. The batter gets him beat, but has no idea really where this. The batter, he sort of takes his eye off the ball, gets it over the keeper, 4 runs.
Yeah, coming back to that decision, I like it from Madan Prabhu. He got slapped in the second game yesterday. Ganesh actually didn't bowl that badly, just bore the full brunt of Nasir Butcher. Give him the first over here, help him get his confidence up. He's got plenty of runs to play with. It's good skippering. An important bowler in their lineup. It takes at least one of the power play overs. They need him firing if they're going to make a run this latter stages of this ECS Landskrona tournament.
Krishnamurthy once more. And just goes too wide here. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think confidence is a huge thing, isn't it? And if you know as a captain that one of your guys is lacking confidence like Krishnamurthy could be, then you say, well, okay, while we've got plenty of runs to play with, well, why don't I open with him? Because if he gets a good over in here, all of a sudden that changes his series. He can become your star, and I think that's a good captaincy. This is hit pretty well, and this will go to the boundary. 4 more runs. I don't think he's fluent in his run-up, in his approach. You see that one, it was sort of a ginger approach to the wicket, running quite gingerly at the moment. I don't know if he's got a bit of an injury, but doesn't seem to be running in 100%. That seems to be reflected in where he's pitching the ball.
He's a tall man. He's a pretty good athlete, Ganesh. Just occasionally, as you say in that run-up, Rico, the body weight shifts out quite aggressively to the left-hand side as he's pushing in, and he almost decelerates when he gets to the crease, and when that arm just drops down a little bit, I think that's what causes a few directional issues from him. Case in point.
Yeah, you see there. I think he also is bowling from too wide. He's bowling from so wide, he doesn't. Look how the body finishes. If he's bowling from that wide, the angle has to be different. And he needs to get, for me, closer to the umpire. You see here now, he's starting to feel it. And he's probably thinking, oh no, here we go again. But look, if he can finish well, that's what he's going to do. Just finish well, get this ball right up there. And well, it's up there. He could finish really well. It's be taken as a great catch. And Shetty says, "Dark there, Putty." And that's what he needed. Suhas Shetty takes a catch, and all of a sudden, well, Krishnamurthy thinks, yeah, I'm back, baby, I'm back.
Well, he may be back, but it's a game of inches sometimes, T10 cricket, isn't it? He'd already gone for 2 boundaries in the over. Chowdhury got a decent slice of that one. If he had have smoked him for a 6, then all of a sudden Ganesh would have been leaking a 16-run over. As it is, he walks away with figures of 1 for 10, pretty respectable in any T10 innings, and he can generate a little bit of confidence, and good to see the experienced Rohit Sapru giving him a pat on the shoulder. Sometimes all you need is just one ball to go your way, and it can really transform your tournament one way or the other.
Yeah, it certainly can. What a good catch, though, from Suhas Shetty. I mean, you see quite often fielders that are in the deep. It's almost like a sort of automatic reaction. You just start to run in a few steps first, and then you have the back pedal. But not Suhas Shetty. He knew that this one, he had to be right on it to take it, and he literally was right on it. Have a look at this. I mean, no room for margin. He didn't have no room to take a step backwards. He knows where the cameras are. Jak de Fatte, he says, and the first wicket goes. And Chowdhury makes his way back as we look to see Niaz Mohammed take guard. He's the number 2 batter. New batter has come out to join him. So good start here from the Stars. Appeal. Surprised that the batters don't try and take that single there. I mean, Niazi Mohammed just didn't move. And the new batter that's come out there wasn't really applying any pressure on him to try and get down to the other end. And that's Harminder Singh, the wicketkeeper. Into the body, and once more no run. So the other Shetty doing the bowling here now. This is Sachin.
Coming back to our daily bowling analysis, Rico, and I know there's a lot of fans around the world who love to hear this in-depth chat on the technical elements. Ganesh could actually take a lot from watching his opening bowling partner, Sachin Shetty. He's not a particularly tall man, but charges through to the crease and really gets some good power as he goes in to launch the ball and bowls from the same spot, just right next to the stumps on every occasion. And that's why he's able to deliver consistently.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of it is, and you know what? There's one thing that these European Cricket Series and via obviously the ECN putting these events on and streaming them is that these players can go back and look at them, and I think a lot of them do. They'll go back, they'll look. The bowlers will look at their bowling, and Krishnamurthy will go back and say, right, where am I going wrong? And when he does look back at his style, and this one's being picked up beautifully. This is such a good shot. It's not a bad delivery at all. And well, that's the way to do it. When he went for the catch early this morning, MSP, he ended up flat on his front and made himself look a little silly. But this time, this is well done. Look, he's got his coffee in one hand. He said, "Nah, I'm not spilling my coffee." He's done very well there, MSP.
Oh, he's a natural athlete, MSP. Gets down to the ball easily.
Oh, this one's pretty wide, and the batter is chasing it. Doesn't need to be chasing that thing. But that was a classy shot. It wasn't a bad ball. It was pitched right up. Just the flick of the wrist, and off it went. No,
beautiful shot indeed. Sure, that's one he'd like to look at the replay tonight, but it's a great point you make, Rico, as we see Shetty just at the top of his mark, ready to try to close out this over. Nice ball on off stump, and that's just driven out to cover. They'll take the single, but great experience for the players to have the full-scale production here, isn't it? And getting the opportunity to watch themselves in action, getting to a little bit more analysis of their technique. I certainly remember when we played in the ECS Switzerland a couple of years ago. I think we've got an average of about 3,000 views on each of our Costin A highlights packages, and probably about 2,800 of them have come from my YouTube account over the last couple of years.
Got him right through the defences. Niazi Mohammed has to depart, and Sachin Shetty breaks his stumps, knocks him over. The castle has been raided, and that's another wicket. Jak de Fatte style. Here we go. Jak de Fatte. Well bowled, and it's not a good shot from Mohammed. Shot mare ganda. Bapas Agia Banda.
Yeah, nice little in-swinger from Sachin Shetty. He keeps the seam in good position and enables him to move it both ways. But that's a great piece of bowling, and he's been rewarded for another pretty consistent and accurate over. And suddenly, Seaside 17 for 2. They're chasing a target of 125. This was not the start they needed, with both openers dismissed in the first couple of overs. Big pressure on these two.
Yeah, big pressure indeed. But going back to that point, look, I mean, I played cricket, I'm still playing now and again, but when I was playing cricket back in the UK, so I played there for probably, over 20 odd years, played a fair bit here. I've never seen any of my performances captured on the camera, you know, never.
Which is a great disappointment to the rest of us that we don't have Rico footage to pop up.
It's a huge disappointment, and it's only, I think, maybe when I played the last few matches in Spain where, you know, you may have a little bit of something maybe done via a, you know, camcorder. Do they still exist, you know, and a few pictures. But so I've never been able to look back as this one. You don't have to look back at that one. Well, MSP, he might as well put on the jersey because he's doing all the fielding out there. This has been hit big. And MSP still says, hey guys, give me a chance to drink me coffee. Good shot, well hit. And he's looking dangerous out there. Harinder Singh, he certainly is. We didn't see him, I don't think, on the first time we saw Seaside. He's somebody that's come in here, and he's showing quality already. Up in the air. Shetty getting under it, and he's not going to be able to do nothing about it. Goes over the boundary rope. 6 more, and Harinder Singh, well, maybe he sort of squeezed in the Stars' little party this morning and had a few Porontas himself. That's a lovely shot, and he's out there, and he's not thinking about coming second in this one. He wants to win.
Singh showing some sweet timing over the first couple of deliveries of this over, and giving notice to Helsingborg this is not going to be one-way traffic. He's keen to chase this target down. Big pressure on Krishnamurthy.
Chance. Ooh, just gets past him, and 4 more. Well, that just shows you the power of the shot. There was maybe a sniff of a caught and bowled opportunity, but he's hit this really well. This is really good timing. And you see there, Krishnamurthy trying to get to it. He couldn't. The umpire has to get out of the way. 4 more runs. Boundaries coming quick and fast here at the moment from Harinder Singh.
And just nice timing as well, Rico. He's not trying to overhit the ball. Krishnamurthy giving him a rank half volley, and he's just dispatched it with a lovely drive straight down the ground.
This one's going to be called wide. And cleverly just left alone there by Singh, saying, don't need to play at this. Yeah, so just to finalise that, I think if I'd had the advantage, it would have been huge. You know, just to go back and look, not just to look at your performances, but when you've had a bad day, go back and say, right, what was wrong today? Why wasn't it right? You're quite often asking other people anyway. In my days, you were always asking the wicketkeeper, look, what am I doing wrong? And, you know, oh, wow, look at this. That's a peach of a delivery. An absolute corker.
What a seed after he's been slapped for 3 boundaries in this over. That is an absolute nut and a half from Ganesh.
Oh, this is absolute beauty, isn't it? You see what I mean? Like, he's got the ability to go back and have a look at that and say, I just want to see that ball again.
That's one he'll replay and clip to the folks at home.
This time played out for the single. So, the Singh, he's happy to take the single, and he's probably saying to his partner there, Kim, okay, you can have a ball, and then I want to go back to the end where all the action is.
Well, amazing they didn't end up crossing there, Rico, despite actually both running about half the pitch distance before retreating. And Keem stayed up the non-striker's end, and a little bit of hesitancy. It wasn't too far from a run-out opportunity.
No one taken. Amazing. Take the runs when they're there. This one's a little bit short. Doesn't quite time it. And well, it just gets stopped. You can see there. The fielder's trying to get a slide in there, but it actually ends up hitting Lucas's leg and goes a little bit further. And this is the highest power play scores now. And you can see there, after their last power play was practically non-existent from the start. And now, well, they've got 30. They're doing pretty well there. Young Shopping 64. We know that was courtesy of Sami Ibrahim Kul when he went crazy and ballistic. So that's starting to look a bit better. Not so good for Seaside, though. The percentage hasn't changed at all. The Stars are still 80% on to win this match.
Yeah, well, the 2 wickets don't help, but certainly they're on the run rate, scoring 12 and over at the moment, chasing a target of 125, so keeping up with that. And they've got now the superstar bowler from yesterday, Dina Karan, to try to deal with. He was on a hat-trick in both of his first 2 overs. And before we start the next over, Rico, just turn to the YouTube chat. Wonderful to have all of our European cricket fans on there having some exchanges at the moment. I noticed the man was suggesting that you should take your new role as chief nutritional consultant and give the horses some carrots because they haven't been seen enough on the coverage this morning. I think it's a fair suggestion, and Rico is a genuine animal lover. I'm sure he'd be quite happy going and feeding the GGs.
More than happy, yeah. Lovely to be amongst the horses there. I think it's just absolutely beautiful, and what intelligent animals they are as well. As the new bowler gets ready to come in, and it's Dina Karan, and he bowled very well yesterday. And just works this over that fielder. So Hakeem gets off the mark. It's a risky shot, but I suppose he'll say, yeah, I've timed this to perfection. 4 runs. You see, he was a little bit concerned for a moment, but he just manages to get it over that fielder. 4 runs.
Yeah, calculated risk from Kareem, and it's worth taking. And Seaside keeping up with this rate. They're just stroking enough boundaries, and particularly for so long as Singh is there, the Helsingborg Stars can't feel safe with this total whatsoever.
Up in the air, but drops short of the fielder. The batters do cross. Nobody really backing up. Oh, that's poor cricket. It's not good cricket at all. You saw the fielder there. He's got plenty of time to read the situation. He's got to know he's going to be in the play, but he doesn't move from his position until the ball passes the stumps, which allows the batter plenty of time to go through and make it into 2.
Yeah, just because there's stumps there doesn't mean you need to throw at them. An experienced player like Avinash Panda should make better judgment of that situation.
Up in the air, opportunity. Short of the catch, Gaya Thalle, opportunity gay. What a chance, and they'd be disappointed there. Rohit Sapru needs to take this, and that certainly would have eased some of the pressure. and he doesn't even get his hands to it.
Yeah, disappointing catch. Kareem is out there for an opportunity to swing the bat. He's a powerful hitter. They would have loved to see him dismissed and gotten right into the teeth of the middle order. As it is, drop could prove costly. Rohit Sapru, generally a pretty good fielder.
This one's gone high up in the air. Suhas Shetty gets himself set, and he makes no mistake. That is the huge wicket that was required. And Suhas Shetty does his traditional Jagade celebration. They've got the big wicket, and Harinder Singh, he goes with 23 of 9 deliveries, and with that, I think the Stars can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they certainly can. That is a huge wicket. Gutsy stuff from the bowler, Dina Karan, pitching it up to Singh, who'd cracked a couple of boundaries straight down the ground already. Straight off the bat, I thought that was going for 6, but the safe hands of Suhas Shetty taking the catch. And well, Suhas Shetty's now got more catches than runs in this innings, but he's a man who never fails to contribute for the Stars.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken 2 huge catches there, hasn't he? Both of key batters, Umair Chaudhry, the first one, it went up a long way. He timed it perfection. This one, well, he just had to jiggle about a little bit on the ground. He came in first, and then he went back, got himself positioned, takes a catch, and takes a hug from the fielder next to him, and then he says, there you go, Rico, chak de fatte. The Aloo Parantas has certainly worked this morning so far for the Stars, but is not done yet.
Well, it's hard to explain this turnaround in fortunes to anything other than the Parantas, isn't it, Rico?
Cautiously played shot, looked like he was looking to go big over the top, but decides just to play it down defensively. Yeah, I mean, look, I say it all the time, those Aloo Parantas, it does magical things to you. And I know that I start to feel a bit down and low when I haven't had a few. So, look, folks, I did sneak in 1 or 2 this morning as well with the Stars. It has to be done. So I'm set for the week. Don't worry. Oh, he shows all his stumps here. I don't think it's touched the bat. It has come off the pads. But I think what saved him here is the bounce, because the ball is going to continue to go maybe just over that the leg stump there. Good work from the keeper. Good stop.
Yeah, interesting one there, Rico. Not sure whether it came off the pad, not sure whether he decided that it just went over the top of the stumps, but either way, it wasn't too far away from leg stump whatsoever. So, turning back to the YouTube chat now, I've had a great question from Andrew Cooksley on the chat about why is it that we only bowl from one end in ECS T10. So, Rico,
yeah,
take us through it.
It's all about, I think what it is about is a lot of the times where we're always struggling and fighting against time, trying to get 4 matches in on a day, sometimes we're getting 5 matches in. So it's all about trying to find a good way to get the matches in quickly. That's why there's a quick change around as well. And of course, if you're only bowling just from the one end, I mean, the fielders don't have to change around as much. It just means that we can get the game in quicker, faster, and get more cricket in for you.
Yeah, I'll add a couple of things to that too. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to set up the cameras here, so the fact that we can have the main camera set up from one end means that we're always behind the bowler's arm. Very important, so that we can keep everyone watching this entertaining broadcast of the European Cricket Series. And I guess going back to what happens with a traditional cricket pitch too, because we're playing on artificial pitches, we don't have to worry about deterioration at one end from the bowlers just continuously creating footmarks. Actually, it's one of the great advantages of playing on artificial pitches. So the surface is not really changing throughout the day, other than maybe getting a bit of moisture first thing in the morning. So it's a perfectly sensible thing to do, and actually I've seen even occasionally in T10 cricket in Switzerland, we've adapted the same playing conditions, and it actually, as a captain, it saved you a lot of time not having to continually look at where your fielders are placed and making sure people have switched into the right spot.
Nicely played out, yeah, and all of those points I think contribute to it. Just makes sense to me. It makes sense. See Sapro coming into the attack, and we know that he literally puts no pace onto these, that he just literally just floats up. This one has been hit pretty well, but it's been well fielded out there.
It'd be infuriating to face Rohit Sapru, wouldn't he? Particularly when you're into these middle overs, looking to find the boundary as often as possible. just giving absolutely no speed to work with. Not only that, he just seems to get the ball to almost plunge into the pitch surface, and it'll just sit there for a moment.
Yeah, and he's also pretty clever the way he uses the line and where he puts the ball. I mean, he starts normally a little bit outside the off stump, and then you see he gets that one to come through straight as well. That's the flatter one. Doesn't get much bounce on that one, does he? Sort of really just rolls his fingers right over the ball. Maybe just holding it perhaps a little bit cross seam as well.
Big danger when you're going back too, when someone's got the ability to just shoot the occasional delivery through. It's a trickier customer than he looks on the surface, Sabru.
Big swing and a miss. And that rate at the moment is climbing all the time. It's around sort of a 14, and I'm guessing that after that over, he's probably going to get to above 15. Well bowled.
Yeah, he's a tricky customer, right, Sabru. Very, very reliable performer in the middle overs, and Seaside they're now 47 for 3 halfway through. Have a look at the batting card here. Harinder Singh, very, very impressive in his first appearance at the European Cricket Series for this year, but it's actually they at least needed one of those two openers, Amir Chowdhury and Niaz Mohammed, to push on and probably get a 40 or a 50. As it is, I mean, they're still very much in this match, but probably this partnership here is going to have to be the one that really, really puts together a score of substance. And looks like the youngster Sebastian Lushak coming on to bowl from the top end. He's got a good bit of height. He looks like a good young athlete, so it'll be interesting to see what he delivers. Great opportunity for the young man to press the skipper in a high pressure, highly charged environment of European Cricket Series contest.
Yeah, good luck to the youngsters as well, and under 19, and I also do like that from Helsingborg Stars, how they always make sure that they do have at least one under 19 in their team, and that's not a bad start. Just slips a little as he follows through, but yeah, he's got good height, doesn't he? Had a nice little run up there. Looks tidy. What's going through his mind here? He's probably thinking, well, he's probably got a lot of friends around this area that are tuning into him. He's played out on the onside. They look to take two, and they will do it easily in the end. Here comes the throw. The bowler himself.
Lots of nice fundamentals about his action, doesn't he, Rico? He's said he's a tall young man, but he gets nice high front arm, and that right arm really releases from the highest point possible, which enables him to get a fair bit of bounce off the pitch, and see the non-striker coming through. And there's been a fair few players who have ended up on their backside or on all fours so far this morning, indicating there's still a bit of moisture around.
Oh, this has been pumped. It's out of here. Bolle, 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 manos arriba, Vitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Big shot. And they need a few more of these to get them back on track. Absolutely hammer that, has Hakeem.
Oh, geez, Rico, I think we might need to get Bizaway to organise some business class flights back for that ball to get returned. That's been annihilated. That's probably the biggest 6 so far this week. And poor Lucia bowled a pretty good over up until that point, but he's been unceremoniously dispatched by Hakeem.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. I mean, Luzak sort of follows Hakeem as Hakeem tries to make space for himself. And then Hakeem says, well, okay, I'll just play it as I see it. And he's playing it sort of as the ball's coming into his body, and he's cracked it big. Luzak looking for a reply. Probably wants to try and get that ball. He's trying to attack the stumps. I think he just needs to maybe try and get it a yard sort of outside that off stump. See how he goes about it. That's a better reply. And let's come through and take the single.
Well done, young man, actually. That was a great ball.
Yeah.
A little bit of late tail in, almost Yorker length on off stump after you've just been smoked for a mega maximum. Then that's a great, although unfortunately you've seen the umpire's call. He's been done for a no ball, so it somewhat negates the quality of that response, and now he's under pressure, although he'd probably be happy at the fact that Hakeem's not on strike.
Yeah, that's the only blessing in this one. And he's Nice, well bowled. I think he holds this one back. Slightly slower delivery, so he makes amends for the no ball.
He's done well. 2 pressure points there, Rico, coming back after the 6 and then having to bowl in a free hit situation. Promising sides from this young man.
Sebastian Lugzak again. Gets a wicket! And that's got to be out, surely. Yep, he does. So well done to the young man, picking up his first European Cricket Series wicket. And like I say, with these cameras around, courtesy of Spring Productions, that's a moment that he's going to cherish for the rest of his life. And, well, he's going to go places, this young man, I'm sure. But whatever he ends up doing, in years to come, he'll be showing maybe his own kids, and at some point, maybe one day his grandchildren say, you see this? This is me. This is me, an under-19 playing cricket and taking my first wicket in the European Cricket Series.
Oh, what a moment for the young man. Not only getting his first wicket, which he'll have captured for eternity in the ECS, but having the dulcet tones of Rico Full calling it all the way home. It was a nice short ball. He got a fair bit of jump off the pitch and a great response. Good bowling from young Sebastian Lushak. That's a really, really well-deserved wicket, and Pramod makes sure he doesn't let the young man down by cleanly taking the catch. Great result, and always good to see the youngsters coming out and performing.
Plenty of movement around in the crease from the batter. He's trying to get sort of under Lugzak's bowling. So it misses out on it, and unfortunately for the youngster, just a tad too far down the leg side, it's a quarter wide. New man that comes out there is Manju Jadves, the captain. And he's got plenty of this. It's going to get over the fielder. It does. So the captain, Jadves, starting with a 6. He hits this long, hits it strong, hits it hard, and gets the maximo.
It was an eventful over from young Lujak. He's twice pumped over the boundary, but also gets his wicket on debut. And Seaside just keeping themselves in with a small hope. They're up to 65 for 4. Still 4 overs to go. They need 60 runs. It's certainly possible. It's difficult, but there's still plenty of excitement on the YouTube chat, Rico. And big hello to Ninj and James Stewart and Cricket Mania, who have been joining us of late. Liam Day's on the chat. So it's just excellent to see the banter as everyone's enjoying the start of this day 3 here at Landskrona Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's a very warm welcome to everybody on the chat. And I say warm because it just, isn't it lovely when that sun comes out? It was a bit nippy this morning, as we said. It still is. I've got my ECN jacket on, but I'm starting to feel the warmth of the sunshine. And let's hope it stays out there and burns away some of these clouds. Back to the action. Sapro, he could get a wicket here, and Devinder Singh doesn't normally miss him, and he doesn't miss this one either. If there's one man you want back there, is Devinder. And, well, Suresh Shetty and Devinder Singh, they're the two men that patrol these straight boundaries, and their catching has been absolutely superb.
Yeah, Devinder Singh, it's like he's got a pair of Louisville Slugger baseball gloves for hands. He doesn't drop too much, the big man down there in his usual position at long on. And Rohit Sapru, well-deserved wicket. Seaside have now lost their 5th. 65 runs on the board, and the Helsingborg Stars are well on their way to their first victory in this tournament. And Rico, that's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons as far as the group goes, hasn't it? The Stars can win not 1 but 2 matches today, then that puts them in a pretty reasonable position for qualifying out of Group A. If they can take one of the games against Evergreen, I think they've got coming up to finish the tournament, then it really puts some pressure on those other sides that are sort of in the middle of the table.
It certainly does. And Sapro, this one will go out for 1. The batters think about 2. Well, it's a good job that Malik sends his captain back. Says no, it's not on. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The only thing that is, though, I mean, I think I'm going to be like I'm sat in the bench of the Helsingborg Stars, and I'm not even thinking of that victory yet because I'm still thinking what happened to us yesterday when in the same position. We've got a team that ended up, Jon Koppin ended up needed 37 off 2, and they got them. So I don't think they're quite going to call this yet. They're still going to be a bit nervy there. Sapro continues now bowling to Jadves, the captain. And he misses this completely. They're asking the question here. I wonder if they'll have a look at this again. Yeah, I think it's worth looking again because I think he was just a little bit slow getting back unless he was in already. Look, here we go. Here's the take and the foot. Ooh, how close is that? I think they'll look at this a number of times. Maybe the foot just gets back before the bails are dislodged. It's going to be very close.
Almost a simultaneous one, you'd say, Rico. At first instance, admittedly, we're about 70 metres away. I actually thought it might have been out, that his foot was still in the air. Possibly could be the case, but on the frame-by-frame analysis, just not enough evidence, I think, to give him out.
Yeah, it's certainly very close. I think that will be not out, but just by a fraction. The captain.
Vinny Sandu would love that keeping, though. Nice, sharp work from Promoter behind the stumps.
Yeah, the captain there, Jedvet, is having a chat with Malik, saying, hey, come on. You know, I need you there with me. Don't go getting yourself out. And, well, Devinder Singh won't get to the catch. But that is almost like the ball just sticks to his hands.
He's got a big set of mitts, Devinder Singh. The ball almost gets brought into the gravitational pull of them, I think, sometimes. There's not too many things he doesn't snare. Good fielder, good cricketer, full stop.
It's a good shot, but he's not going to be able to spread the field. And well fielded there. They've got some cover there behind as well. Seem to have the fielders in the right place. So the offside has been swept there. 4-man in the circle. It's a good over from Sapro. His bowling figures absolutely amazing again. Just 7 runs come off him and 1 wicket in these 2 overs. As we have a look at these 2 teams, remember, they do it all over again in the next match.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great contest. Obviously, the Helsingborg Stars got off to a rip-roaring start in the power play for this innings, but this can all change when it comes to Game 2. And we saw on the first day, Jönköping splitting the series they had with Seaside. This Seaside team's got some talented batters, and Helsingborg Stars feels like they're in at least the box seat to take the win here as the skipper Madan Prabhu bringing himself on to try to close the game out. Probably bowled 2 of the last 3 overs. He's given some opportunities to the other players, but Seaside won't take this lying down. They are a gutsy cricket side, and I suspect they might be trying to get a bit of nutritional advice from Rico during the intermission between these 2 games, see if they can get themselves pepped up. Some food in between the 2 contests and get back on the winning track.
Prabhu comes in and he starts with a good one. Prabhu was the other bowler other than Krishna Murthu, who got attacked yesterday when those 37 were knocked off in the last 2 overs. He bowled the 9th, and it was an expensive one, so maybe another reason why he's not backed himself earlier. This will go for just a single.
There's one spot on the pitch, Rico, and it's probably, we've seen Krishna Murthy now find it during the course of this game where it just really pops and jumps through to the wicketkeeper, and it's on a very, very good length as well, just outside off stump. So bowlers, if they can find that.
This is being firmly struck, and I think this goes all the way. It does. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, he looks like a pretty decent batsman when he gets into the groove. You see Malik as his partner Jedvest so far in this innings. These 2, if they can get a little bit of a roll, if you maximise this over, it might send some nerves jangling within the Helsingborg Stars squad. As you can see, Madan Prabhu just adjusting the field. He's bringing the man in who was at point on the boundary, sending over cow corner now.
The first one hard. They'll look to see if they come back. Think about it. Devinder Singh gets the ball. No real power in the throw, but the accuracy is good. Gets it to his keeper, Pramod. Just the one.
Prabhu can get through the rest of this over without any other boundaries. This ball will be sitting much more comfortably. That's a nice line to be bowling. Trying to heave him over the leg side at the moment. It's a good show of experience from the skipper.
Prabhu knows that Malik is looking after him. Malik, let's have a look at where he the seat steps outside, and this has been hit pretty well, but there is a fielder out there patrolling. Should get to it. They get 2. Yeah, that was well bowled actually from Prabhu. He sees what the batter is doing, so he bowls this pretty wide. There's some signal here from the umpire. I think that's 1 short. It is. So that will only be 1. Looks like he's called that 1 short. So that will only be a single. That's not what they need here. And
reminds me of say hello to umpire Steve Tripp. If he's watching, man, he's a huge fan of the 1 short call. Steve Tripp from Belgium. Man who has been represented a number of occasions in ECS cricket. As one of our many umpires. Hope you're enjoying the cricket back at home. Trippy, and you'd be loving that call. I think that's the end of the over. Prabhu's done well there after getting smacked for a maximum early on. He's only gone for 10. Couple of overs to go. Seaside still within touching distance, although it's getting harder and harder.
yeah, I mean, this has to be, I mean, it's the 9th, and it has to be a supersonic one, because the score you see there, 46 required in 12.
Just hasn't been the same consistency of scoring in this innings. They've had some big overs, because Krishnamurthy went for 19 early on. Lushak went for 18 after what was a pretty good over before his final ball. But there's been too many that it was single-figure scores. And that meant that Seaside's just probably behind the run rate they need to be at the moment. And they've got Shetty, the opener, to come back on.
Good work from the captain after bowling that pretty tidy over. As he said, just the 1 boundary from it. That's the work there. On the boundary, safe hands. Only a single. So, Helsingborg Stars, do they believe? Do they start believing here now at the start of this? The 9th over, first ball just going for the single, that they're going to register their first victory. This one is okay. The dot delivery, the batter just moving around a little bit too much for their Jed Vest. Has a little look at the umpire. The umpire, his hands stay firmly to his side. That's well bowled, actually. And I think they've managed the bowlers a lot better as well, haven't they, in this match? As they provide the slower delivery. It's a hit down the ground. They'll just get the single, and you can see here that even Seaside, their batters are starting to feel that, yeah, this is beyond us now. That rate is just escalating. Good over here, a good finish here from Sachin Shetty, and it's all over.
Notice yesterday's got a really good disguise on that slower ball, Rico. Very hard to tell from wrist movement that it's coming.
And this will help slightly. It's hit pretty firm and hard. Once again, straight over the bowler's head. Nothing that Sachin Shetty could do about this. Yeah, this one was just a little bit too short, and absolutely crunched back over his head by Malik. 4 runs.
Yeah, even if Seaside go on to lose this game, I think it's going to give them some confidence. They're going to probably end up near or thereabouts 100, which is going to give them a good bit of confidence going into the game too, as Shetty gets underneath what should have been a return catch. He's put it down. At least the bowler's got no one to blame but himself.
Well, I think here that, I mean, you say no one to blame. I think there was a little community. Watches go up. I think Sachin is saying to the keeper, that's yours, and the keeper saying, nah, you go for it. Look, he has a little look, and he sees the keeper's not coming. He said, all right, I better go. That's the keeper's catch, isn't it? I mean,
probably should be, but either way, catch off your own bowling. You never enjoy putting those down.
Well, it's not going to hurt him. The only thing it means is that Shetty just stays on 1 wicket with the ball to go. And that's sort of dragged out onto the onside. It will be fielded by a man who's probably feeling pretty happy at the moment. And that's Madan Prabhu, the captain, and he's going to bowl the last over. And unless he bowls a few extras here, it should be game in the bag. The captain, I think he's going to be absolutely delighted if this goes to plan, because they've deserved this victory. You know that. They've been close. They were close in the very first match in the series, which they lost by 6 runs when they thought it was in the bag. They lost yesterday, conceding 37 runs in the last 2 overs. And the captain, Prabhu's 9th over was an expensive one. About 19 came off it. And here he is now bowling to get their first victory. 39 is required. So as long as he doesn't bowl any extras, they'll get this victory. And that'll do nicely.
I'm going to say this is going to go down as one of the greatest chokes of all time if they lose from here, Rico. But Prabhu, I think he's pretty determined to not only secure the win here, but hopefully get a nice boost to their net run rate. For a team that's lost 4 games, they're not in the worst position as far as net run rate goes. It's still salvageable, so a decent win here will certainly help that column.
Yeah, what a lovely arm there from Sebastian, the youngster, the under-19.
You're a big fan of getting the young guys into the game, aren't you, Rico?
Absolutely. They're the future. They're the future of the sport. And every time you see these youngsters out playing cricket in the middle, it puts a big smile on my face. And also, I'm loving the cricket school package. We saw a lot of that, didn't we, in Cardamom. It was nice to see the kids from 3 schools there in Romania last week coming down on finals day and out there in the middle, in between the end of the qualifier 2 and the final. This is played out. And I think it's also an opportunity for the cricketers off the country that are out there playing. Oh, that's a big mix-up. He will get back. But yeah, it's a good opportunity for them to mingle with the youngsters. Will they get a run out here in the end? Or they're going to go upstairs? It's absolutely crazy. They decide not to take the 2 and there was a chance for a run out. And then the misfield. And let's see how this ends up. Here's the throw, and I think he may be out. Probably, don't know if we got the side. Here we go. This should be better. Yeah, his bat's in the air. He's gone.
Nifty bit of glove work from Brian Chandra Sakaraya. He's been good with the gloves. There's been some up and down wicket keeping, one might say, over the first few days of this ECS Landskrona, but he's looked very, very sharp. The Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah. So another wicket goes. And that one, I guess, sort of was unnecessary. They weren't going to get a win, and turning a 1 into a 2 is not really going to help their cause. But it just means that another batter can come out there and maybe finish with a flurry.
A few extra fantasy fielding points for Rohit Sapru, who's had a pretty good game already with some tight bowling. Picked up a wicket earlier on.
Yeah, just says, okay. Nice throw on the bounce, and Sapro is asking the question straight away. It's the best of first throws to the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper gets a little nudge there, saying, hey, what's that all about? This one gets past Prabhu. They will take 1. And it will stay at the 1. So, what a good comeback this is from the Stars. They needed it to be, losing the first 4 matches. And they're setting themselves up now for a second match against Seaside. As these 2 will go back to back. Well, that one's not being called, so it's a dot ball. Doesn't play at it at all.
In fact, I think that means that we've had someone shoulder arms to a ball in the 10th over of both innings, which must be a first for the European Cricket Series.
I'll tell you now, it's a first. This one been firmly struck, and it's not fielded. And it goes to the boundary. It would have been interesting if this hits the cap as well. But I think it would have been purely X. I don't know how many caps he got on there. He's keeping his head warm. There we go. It's bounce back. The cap comes off. The ball not too far away from it. 4 runs to finish.
It's a great comedy routine. It almost reminds me of taking the sunglasses off and having the second pair sitting underneath. But he's doing the cricket version with a cap. But that's an excellent win from the Helsingborg Stars. Well deserved. The Seaside team finished around 30 runs short of the target. They bravely fought through that chase, and particularly losing a couple of wickets early on, Rico. If one of the openers had have got going, looks like there's a little bit of easier run scoring today. The outfield's playing really quickly in the place, just getting used to this pitch here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. So I suspect we'll see a few more scores in the 100 range as we go ahead. But boy, they are a happy group, the Helsingborg Stars. They don't care whether they've won by 1 or 100. They are just ecstatic to get a win, and It all started so well for Seaside. Top edge over the keeper's head. We thought luck might have gone their way, but as it was, Ganesh, he lived dangerously, was almost pumped for a 6, but Suhas Shetty interjected and took a catch on the boundary.
Yeah, it was a good catch. But look, they didn't let up, did they? Because Harinder Singh came out and he played some fantastic shots. And I think that was a disappointing moment for Seaside. Niazi Mohammed is a much better batter than that. That was a horrible shot he plays to get out. You just think that he was the one that could have stayed out there with Harinder Singh. Things could have been different. You see the big hits were played, and you can hear some celebratory noises from the Stars because they needed this. It's a big moment for them. They've got their first win. But there was still some worries as Harinder Singh was hitting the ball well. That was Supro. That was a chance that goes begging. But look, when you need things to happen, it's Shetty is the man. He wasn't able to do it with the bat today, but in the field, he was on fire. And it's Jagdeep Fateh start from him as he takes a very important catch. And then from there on in, things just got better and better. Nice to see the youngster there, Sebastian Luzak, in the wickets as well. And they just lost the fire at the end. But this match was alive up and point, the halfway point. But I think that's once again, Karan's over was really good. Supro there for me. I mean, taking the pace off the ball, Andrew, and just going for just 7 runs.
Yeah, he's a great change-up option for Madan Prabhu to be able to bring into the attack, and he and Devinder Singh form quite a lethal combination. It's almost the Helsingborg Stars version of Court Marsh Bowl Lily. Supro getting a lot of mistimed shots down to that man who is as safe as houses in the field. They were just good all around the Stars. They were very, very sharp in the field, and the bowlers backed up what was an exceptional effort from the batsmen led by Avinash Panda and Madan Prabhu. Great to see Panda back in some batting form, and despite Shetty being unable to add to his wicket column at the end there, they did manage to effect a run out in the latter stages to put a cherry on top what was an exceptional victory, the first for the Helsingborg Stars in this ECS Landskrona event for 2022. And Rico, that is going to give them a big psychological boost.
Certainly is. I mean, a big boost. The game plan went right today. They didn't hang around. They went big in the power play. And that's what made the difference. And look, 94 is a score that Seaside finished on. 94 is a score that has won many matches in this series. What the Stars did well is they batted well at the beginning. Even though they lost Suhesh Shetty early, the other batters performed. They hit the ball hard, they bat themselves, they got the runs on the board and won their first match. And this second one between these two teams, going to be exciting. And Helsingborg Stars will be hoping that they can continue. If they can get a second win here, they'll feel that they've got every chance to make it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a change-up for this second game. Seaside won the toss and they've elected to bat first, so Helsingborg Stars are going to have to chase. We know when their batting line has been put under a bit of pressure that they haven't responded in the event so far. Let's see what happens in Game 2, which will be coming up in a matter of about just a tick over 10 minutes. It's Andrew Ride for the European Cricket Network here with Rico Full at the beautiful Landskrona Cricket Club ground. We'll be back for the second game between Seaside, who we see their batting scorecard there. They ended up 94 for 6 in pursuit of a target of 125. Top scorer there for them, Harinder Singh, 23 off 9. You see Malik making a nice interjection down the bottom of the order with 19 off 10, but ultimately they probably just needed one batsman to really go on and post a score of greater significance if they were going to chase that hefty target down, but they were reeled in nicely by the Helsingborg Stars bowling unit, who performed consistently for the most part. Ganesh Krishnamurthy still having a few struggles in terms of his economy rate, but he did pick up a wicket with a great catch on the boundary from Suhas Shetty, who's going to have to start wearing an inner thigh pad if he takes too many more catches with his thigh slapping celebration. But Dina Karan, he bowled tightly again, 1 for 8, and Rohit Sapru, his 2 overs for 7, really put the brakes on when Seaside was starting to get a momentum. Momentum coming up for Game 2. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Please join us here on the European Cricket Network for more T10 action.
European cricket fans, it's time for Game 2 here on Day 3 of the ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. And good to see plenty of runs scored in the first game today. We've got the matchup again between Seaside and the Helsingborg Stars. Hand over to the coin toss. It's Sir Rob Kemming.
Heads.
Heads is called. Heads it is.
We'll bat first.
I'll bet first.
Good flight on the coin toss from Rom Kemming. He's landed it in favour of Seaside. They've elected to bat in this second game, and I'm sure they'll be happy having the opportunity to actually post a total after the Helsingborg Stars put on such a big score in the first innings of Game 1 today. This is going to be a cracking contest. Both of these teams really jockeying for positions in Group A. It's time to hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, doing a wonderful job with the introductions there. And well, what about that coin toss? I think the camera went on freeze mode there for a moment. A little bit of a delayed response there from the Seaside captain, but he has decided that he's going to have a bat first, as we leave you to look at a magnificent view there of this ground. And those marquees there, well, you've got the T marquees. That's where the umpires are positioned as well. And we've got a little snack bar there as well, where Andrew Ryan is probably going to get myself and him a coffee, because it is still a little bit chilly as we have a look at these two sides. So Bilal Safi coming into the team for the Seaside team, but they know they've got to get this win under their belt. They won't want to give the Stars an upper hand over them. Both these teams now on the same number of points, so this is a crunch match. One of them will stay planted to the bottom of the table, while the other creates a little bit of breathing space between the two. And I think Seaside did bat well there, but I think the main thing for me was that early wicket gain there of the experienced batter, Niaz Mohammed. He's got to do better in this one. Well, that's a prediction. That's pretty close. So Seaside now, after that performance by the Stars, are looking to become second best in this one, according to the bat versus ball wall. That's a surprise. That's all to do with how that last match went. Remember, that last match, when we were looking at this, it was all in favour of Seaside. So things can change very quickly. And of course, our ECN computer there just thinking that, well, the Stars, they're on fire. Rico said they had the aloo paratha, so surely they're going to make it 2 out of 2. Well, there they are. They are the Helsingborg Stars. And who said that you can't play cricket or any sport once you've had a few paranthas under you? Well, they had some this morning with some masala tea. आज सवेरे हेल्सिंगबर्ग स्टार ने अपने ग्राउंड पे आगे परोंठे खाते 4 मैच खेलने से 4 मैच हार गए आज सवेरे परोंठे खाते मसाला चाय भी पीती पहला मैच जीत गए. Yep, they've won the first match, and they'll be hoping they can do the same again here. They'll have to bowl well, and key bowlers I think will be Sapro again. They weren't able to work him away. I think Karen bowled very well. It's going to be interesting for me if how things go with Krishnamurthy. He's still struggling a little. They've attacked him, but the captain Prabhu, like all good captains does, is sticking with him. You see that he's going to be opening up here, Ganesh. And there's Krishnamurthy. Just needs a bit of confidence, really. For me, the way I look at it, I think he just got to run in harder, run in with just maybe a bit more intent, and really sort of bend his back. Let's see, here's the first ball. Chaudhary, the man that he did get at first time round, called on the boundary brilliantly by a man who's in that same position again. Suhesh Shetty, already shown he's got a great pair of hands the same way as the man to the other side of him. So Shetty is at long off, and long on is Devinder Singh. They're the 2 men that are out. Only 2 allowed out in the power play. This one is going to go towards Singh. But look at that from Shetty. That's so good. I mean, Devinder Singh, you'd always believe he's going to stop it. But still, Shetty runs all the way across to back up just in case. And that's what good cricketers do. Good start for Krishnamurthy so far. Chaudhary does get off the mark. Slight change in the batting order as the opposition captain, Manju Jadvest, after seeing that their start was not what he would have expected in the first match, has prompted himself to go up the order. So he takes charge this time round and decides that to maybe Niaz Muhammad can come down just perhaps a little bit lower. Slices it up in the air and he goes. Well, it makes no difference. He gives himself the chance to open the batting, and he does worse than what Niazi Muhammad did. Muhammad at least got 4. No, sorry, he faced 4 balls and got 1. And Jadvest, the captain, he goes for a one of those. It's a duck, a 2-ball duck. Gets a thick edge and catch taken and well taken. The man has got all smiles on his face because that fielder, I think, earlier today, he had a few issues down there trying to stop the ball. This time, no mistake at all. Gets the catch and gets the wicket that they wanted. So the captain, I think that's all about coming up earlier in the power play to try and accelerate. I have to admit, I am surprised by that decision because the power play actually went well. I mean, they did get 36. It was the 2 wickets that they lost. So it wasn't an issue in terms of the acceleration. So maybe that could be just Niaz Muhammad himself saying, well, look, I'd rather come a bit later. Who comes in now, though? Do you go with Muhammad coming in? It is. They have gone with Niaz Muhammad. Me, personally, I think the way I saw that Harinder Singh bat, I think he's the guy, especially when you're batting first, that you say to him, look, out you go. He hasn't got the pressure of a target, a run chase. It's about going out there and setting a target. I'd have him batting. He looked class to me. But to this man here, Niaz Muhammad, he was the first to score a 50. He scored 52 in their earlier match. This one is way down the leg side. Yeah, scored 52. Give you the details of that match, Seaside. It was against Yon Shopping. Seaside made 99. Niaz Muhammad scored 52 of 37 deliveries. He was supported by Shahid Ali Shafi, who's not playing today. Well, this has gone from one big wide down the leg side to one down the offside, and it's just all to do with, have a look where he is here. Look how he releases that ball. There's no way that only just catches the surface as well. Very close to being a no ball. He's just not getting the the whole position is wrong. He needs to be angling his body towards the stumps, but he's actually angling them away. And that's something that he needs to go back and have a look at. But yeah, so just going back to that match. So they put 99 on the board. It was a good knock from him, 52. He needs to find that form again. And Murthy, just not happening for him. It's those wides again. Got to get closer to the stumps. That's the only advice I would say to him. Get closer to the stumps, and then when he's following through, look to be running towards the imaginary first slip. Just get his whole body right, get his approach right, get the follow through right. See here how quickly he sort of broke away. That one was better. He actually stays on the surface there, and you see straight away it makes a difference. Normally he falls away too early, so keep an eye on this one. See where he is there once he released the ball. He's still on the blue, so to speak. Occasionally he's already off the pitch before he delivers. Let's see if he can keep that ball in that area. And that one's been played away to the man at point. Does well. Nice cut shot though, nicely timed. Niazi was out to an ugly shot in the first match. So despite those issues, despite those wides, it's still a tidy over. Only goes for 4. 4. But they have got that one wicket, and that's what he did in the first match. He got a wicket early, and this time he gets the captain out early. So just have a look at some of the stats here. So what we're looking at here is the highest first over scores. So the Seaside, and that one just get to 4. But you can see there how quickly things change. The Stars 10, That was, of course, in that very previous match. But John Hoppinger out there, that's going to take some beating, isn't it? 21. And Evergreen on 12. Thank you for that. Well, Stats Gun, Rico Full here, joined by Andrew Ryan.
Well, Andrew Ryan's turned up, and I reckon the finger's going straight up. What a start for Sachin Shetty. First ball pins the batsman right on the pads, and that's probably going to be one of the easier LBW decisions for the umpiring group to give this way. The Helsingborg Stars, 2 wickets in the first 7 balls of this contest. Rico, well, they are on fire.
They certainly are. And look at Shetty there. He asked, and the umpire doing the right thing, I think, processing it in his mind, saying, yes, did it do this? Does it do that? Before he puts the finger up and before he gets the chance, Shetty is saying, what do you mean, man? That's out. The umpire eventually puts the finger up. That's well bowled, isn't it? That's where you need to be. So it's both the openers gone. Where Chaudhry, he goes with 1 on the board. We saw that the captain, Jadvesh, went with 0. And finally, I think Harinder Singh comes out. I think he's a man for me when you're batting first in the T10. He got open with him.
Full ball from Shetty, not quite as good at length. It's just turned away. No run there, probably should have been. It was a fumble from the fielder at square leg. He's wringing his hands, has probably copped it in a slightly more sensitive area, but Shetty really pushing it full so far, Rico.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that was interesting. Harinder Singh there, I think he just wanted to just guide this way and get off the mark. Didn't really try and hit it. But, maybe he gets a bit lucky. He could have put it straight in the hands of the fielder.
A decent length ball that's cut back though, and managed to not miss leg stump by too much, but called wide. Shetty clearly trying to bowl a full length here, giving the ball as much chance to swing as possible. It's a good start for him. He's a very reliable pace bowler at the top of the order. Prabhu regularly turns to him to get the innings kicked off with the first over. Full outside off stump, thrashed away behind point. Wasn't too far between either of those fielders. I think that's Avinash Panda down there at backward point, but as it is, it flies away for a much needed boundary for Seaside.
Yeah, he's hits this well. He's going to play his shots, I think, Harinder Singh, and this one gets through the gap, 4 runs. And yeah, they badly needed that boundary just to get things started. It is the first of the innings as well. And Harinder Singh, from what we saw of him in the first match, I think he could be one that if he goes big here for Seaside, he can certainly get them to a good score on the board.
A good length ball, just poked away. Singh looks a very composed batsman. Not too much flamboyance or fuss in the way he goes about his game, but he's a nice timer of the ball. Good clean back lift, and seems to be capable of playing shots all around the ground. Full ball on the toes, turned away by Niaz, and it beats the fielder at square leg. It's not going to reach the boundary, but they'll be able to push through for 2. Torrid time, the fielder at square so far in this innings. Ahead of his hands. Avade Guhaka out there. Can't blame the bounce there. That one rolled straight along the carpet.
Well, that was Barry's long barrier going wrong there. He got the long barrier down, but he left the gap, and through the gap it went. 2 runs. Huge partnership, this one, I think. Yazid Mohammed.
It's a good ball from Shetty. He's actually managed to bring that one, I think, back across the face of the batsman. It looked like it was going down for a wide originally, but as it is, that's the end of the over. And Seaside, they are 12 for 2 after 2, Rico. And Helsingborg, everything's going for plan for them today.
Everything's going well at the moment. The bowling has been good. You see there, they have taken themselves off the bottom of the table with that victory over Seaside. So now Seaside, well, they're looking to get the points on the board here and see if they can put the 2-point distance between them and the Stars. But the Stars, they don't have other ideas. They've started the day well, and the way things are going, they're looking to keep their opponents on the back foot.
Looks like an interesting decision from here from Madame Prabhu. He's probably a bit worried about Krishnamurthy's bowling at the moment. He's tended to bowl on rule him out in previous games, but he's brought Dinner Karan on to finish off the power play. He drops short. Ball's just held up in the pitch, hasn't come through as quickly as Singh expected. He's missed out on pull shot, what was a pretty ordinary ball, just a loosener from Karan.
Yeah, it's just one that gets away as far as Singh will be concerned.
Short one from Karan, his big appeal.
It's certainly
He's unmoved, he's putting his hands up actually.
They're going to go and have a chat. I heard a noise. It certainly was something. I'm not going to say it was bad until I have a look at this. Let's see. Big swing. That's not conclusive enough. And, yeah, I don't see anything there. I'm not really, well, okay, it's been called a wide. I'm not really sure in that situation. I don't know how the umpire at third can help you, to be honest. I mean, if the only thing for me going to the umpire at square leg, sorry, I meant to say square leg, going to the umpire at square leg can help you with it if the ball's been caught cleanly. But in terms of a catch outside, wide outside the off stump, not really understanding the reason there. So that's been played out, and they do take a single. But yeah, there was a noise, but certainly I didn't see any ban on ball there.
You never know, he could have been consulting him on the wide, Rico, for all we know. Though difficult call to make when you're the umpire at square leg. Known a few fielders who don't mind appealing for LBWs though from square leg, so no reason an umpire shouldn't chime in as Karan comes in. Bullish ball outside off stump. Somehow Niaz Mohammed has managed to drag that and play a straight sweep for a much needed boundary. Seaside trying to keep this score ticking along. They're up to 18 for 2.
Yeah, the second boundary comes up. It was an interesting shot. Expecting this to be played out on the offside. They've got nobody that's defending or sweeping other after the man inside the circle there, but he elects to go straight. Interesting hit, but showing that he's got a fair bit of strength and a fair bit of power.
Enough power to take that ball all the way into the equestrian setup behind the cricket ground, Rico, which I became very familiar with earlier this morning, but showing that he's got the capacity to hit the ball with a fair bit of force, Niaz Mohammed. 6 off 6. Good length ball from Karan. Good response after he'd given Mohammed a little bit too much width on that previous ball. Well, the stats gun, I know we always love seeing this one pop up, Rico, and it's one of the more intriguing analyses that we have. 2021, not much difference between batting first and batting second in success rates, and batting first has slowly started to catch up to the victorious teams batting second, as that one has been pumped down the ground. Wow, Niaz Mohammed trying to do as much as he can to get another win for the team, winning the toss and batting first, so we can put the stats gun up even next game. That's a great shot, Karan, just over pitching.
Yeah, that's a top shot. That one is far better. That's the right shot selection. Gets himself into position, and you can see there, keeping his head perfectly straight and putting it away.
Karan short, wide of off stump, and we saw on the first day that Niaz Mohammed loves playing a cut shot. He loves playing it in the air even more, and he strikes it beautifully, taking it to the boundary, and that is a pretty productive over for Seaside. They are now 26 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, good shot. We just have a look at the updated power play scores for the teams, and right up there at the top is Young Shopping, and that's courtesy of well, Sami, and when he went ballistic, didn't he, in that one match. But all the others are very similar now. I think the Stars have done themselves a favour in that last match, but you can see, yeah, and they're pretty much there on, just running a little bit below where they are. So it just goes to show that the teams are starting to understand and realise the importance of getting a good power play in there.
Well, Ganesh Krishnamurthy being brought on to bowl the 4th over. He opened up today. It was a little bit wayward, but Captain Madame Prabhu deciding he wants to get rid of his 2nd over early on, particularly while the ball's still swinging, still hard. Just wide of off stump. Well, mentally this is when it starts to play on your mind, isn't it, Rico? That You almost get a little bit careful just trying to place the ball in a certain spot rather than bowling it full extension. You just get the feeling that Krishnamurthy is starting to lose confidence.
Yeah, just keep that process in your mind. Look how quickly he goes off the pitch there. And when he gets it right, he actually does follow through. That's for me where he goes wrong. See again there, look, as soon as he's bowled, you see the guidelines that are there for the protected pitch area. He's already coming off the pitch. And I think when you're that position where he is there and finishing in that shape, you're never going to get the ball going straight on the stumps.
No, if I was the skipper here, I'd come in and tell him to bowl a leg stump Yorker and just try to force his body through to the keeper a lot more. Maybe that's what he's tried. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to do because he's just been hammered for a mighty Maximo over long off. Singh has caught that one beautifully.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot from Singh. You know he's got it wrong. He's got it wrong a few times. He was out to this shot before, but this time, no mistake. He absolutely creams it, goes all the way over. 6 runs.
He's making sweet, sweet music with that bat, Singh. Nash goes on the leg stump. It's been pulled across. Good work from Gurugaka out there at square leg. He's had his problems earlier today, but that's a nice bit of fielding, keeping it to 1.
Yeah, he's done well. It's got dirty for his team, doesn't it? Stops it.
Very nice bit of work. Nash, be happy that he hasn't bowled wise these last couple of balls, but he's under pressure. Bowls a good length, gets a little bit of pop just on off stump and draws Muhammad forward. Outside edge just rolls for a single.
Yeah, and keep an eye on this one. Look where he finishes here. Do you see the difference? He's staying on the pitch, he's following through, he's still on the pitch. And that just helps that ball to go just a little bit straighter.
Oh, lovely delivery. Well, consecutive good balls. Certainly helped along by the Rico full instruction. I see Ganesh is wearing 101 on his back. He needs fast bowling 101 tutelage from the man next to me in the commentary box, showing his years of experience of coaching and playing at the highest level.
Yeah, it's a comeback way here. Well, I'm a little bit surprised, though, I have to admit, that he didn't bowl the third. I think he's the sort of bowler that once he's going, you keep him going.
Hits the pad of Muhammad going way down the leg side. Does look like he'd actually changed his line a bit there, Rico, partway through the over. That he's whether or not it's to help with the follow through, he has starting the ball on middle and leg a few times, and it seems to have actually helped his direction.
Yeah, it does well there, and not quite sure what happened, what I missed there, but back to it again. That's well bowled. It's better.
Rohit Sapru dynamically coming in from the point position. He'll keep it to just a single, and that is leaving Seaside at 39 for 1 after the end of the 4th over, Rico. And Rico, I'll go back to a bit of chat from the last game, actually. We had the man suggesting that you uncharitably might need a booster seat for these Comcam introductions, given the relative height that we are. But he's also suggested that I can maybe squat down a touch, so well, just to be a good friend, that's what we're going to do for this particular cross.
We could do that. Look, I tell you what, I had the pleasure of having Tyrone Peters with me in Romania.
I might need the booster seat next to Tyrone.
And he's a big man. And yeah, that could be, well, maybe we'll find, you know what I could do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask maybe the Stars just to give me a little bit of the Walu Prontas and see what difference that makes. So come join us in a few moments' time.
Might be growing out sideways rather than up with the Prontas coming across thick and fast.
Okay. Just going to take over for a bit. I'm going to have a munch on this. Alu Prontas, they can make things happen.
Rico full, just manoeuvring himself in the commentary box. It's amazing what a few feeds will do to a young man.
I always say,
punched out to the offside.
Alu Prontas, they can make the incredible happen. Anyway, I see you're losing a bit of hair at the top there now. What's going on over there?
What happened? So I can't really think about the height.
And Alu Prontas, you got to love them.
Are they superfood?
That's exactly what the Stars have had this morning, and that's why they got to win.
Rico climbing down from his position there. I notice you've taken one of the more sturdy seats to come up with that bit of physical comedy, Rico. I wouldn't be trying these plastic seats. I've already had one or two of them collapse around over the first couple of days as Sapru, he tries to get heaved over the leg side by Muhammad, just underneath the edge, and they'll go through for a single.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. They keep pairing me up with people a lot taller than me. I can't help it. It's all right when I've got Corey. I don't mind Corey. I can look Corey in the eyes.
You look down on Corey, don't you?
Sapru.
Hopefully the Rudders is watching the coverage. He's been doing a great job travelling around the European continent with Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu and Rico Full during the first part of this year. Full lights it up. Nicely struck down the ground from Singh, and he's timed that beautifully. Not only that, has placed it between long off and cow corner, and even a man with the athleticism of Devinder Singh can't stop it. He probably only had to move 10 or 15 metres to his right, but it was beautifully struck. Great batting from Singh.
Yeah, he looks classy. We said that when we saw him in the first innings. He looked the part. I think he's one who's out there to prove a point. And just that little, see there, that's clever. Makes that early movement. Doesn't actually commit to anything, but shows a bit of intent. And Sapro fires it wide, expecting him to be coming down the track. But there's a bit of a bluff.
That one's just turned in a touch, and Singh leaves it, hoping to get the wide call from the umpire. As it is, the umpire says no way with that little inducker from Rowett and Seaside. They managed to creep up to 46 for 2 off their 5 overs, Rico, and it certainly hasn't been an innings packed with fireworks, but they're chugging along at a reasonable rate, and they've set themselves a platform.
Yeah, look, when you think they were 12 of 2 after 2, I think these two have slightly got the momentum going now, and it's a partnership that the Stars will be wanting to break, because Niaz Mohammed, he's just starting to look sharp. He's got out to a horrendous shot in the first match. He's put that behind him. Singh, Harinder Singh that is, we know what he can do. So it's a partnership they want to break, and that's why I think that they're going back to Dina Karan to see what he can do.
Yeah, Dina Karan bowled one of his overs earlier in this game I should say, coming on for his second. It creeps down the track, and he's played an excellent cricket shot. That's beautifully fielded though down there. That is a stunning effort to stop the boundary. Claps all round from his teammates. It was a great bit of adjustment from Muhammad, who came down the track, was going to play a big shot over the top, but Gurugaka showed some pace and no shortage of athleticism.
Oh, that's wonderful, and that you know, that's the sort of thing, when you see fielding like that, it rubs off on everybody. It rubs off on your teammates. Your heads are high. You saw they were all clapped. The bowler will get a bit of confidence. Maybe he doesn't use it well on this one, but Niazi certainly starting to move around in that crease here now. And I think here, I mean, what would you do? So you're the bowler here now. You see a batter doing this. What's in your mind? What you're focusing on? He's
not wearing a helmet. It would bounce it at his head, to be honest. But leaving aside that, I think actually the move from Garan there was the right one. If a batsman starts backing away, try to put it as close to that wide line as possible. The other option he's got, particularly if he's making room for himself to the leg side, is to come in a little bit wider of the crease and spear it in almost at Yorker outside leg stump, just to try to jam in. It's actually really hard for a batsman when the weight starts going to the leg side for them to adjust to the ball that's speared in at the toes. So always a favourite technique of mine, bowling in the later overs. Question how effective it is from time to time, but
yeah, I mean, that's one option. I mean, probably what I would try and do there is maybe just get the slower ball in and just try and beat the batter with the pace.
Lovely drive from Singh, timed it well again. Suhar Shetty though, he's safe on the boundary, and Karan keeping it to 1s and 2s at the moment. A couple of boundaries from Seaside though. You get this feeling this innings could go either way, don't you, Rico? If there's a couple of big maximums coming up in the next over or two, then Seaside could be well on their way to a total in excess of 3 figures. On the other hand, wickets from Helsingborg, and there might be one here. Suhar Shetty coming in from the boundary. Don't think he's quite picked up that only got the tail end of the bat. Puts his hand up. There's no inner thigh slap celebration from him on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, that one wasn't timed. Didn't come off the middle of the bat. Right at the low end. And he's quite fortunate, really, because the angle of the bat, it sort of slips, sort of rolls in his hands. And Suashedi, if it was hit any better, would have been right onto that.
Well, Singh has shown him just what to do. That's a gorgeous shot, probably the shot of the day. Puts it wide of long off. That is magnificent batsmanship. And Seaside, they needed a couple of Maximos, and this man's ready to deliver.
Oh, that is the shot of the day. What an absolute gem of a shot that is. Beautiful, hits it hard. It's all about positioning, all about timing. Singh is looking dangerous here. Cracking shot.
All right, goes up into the block hole. Good response. Singh's looking for the two. It's not quite on offer. Muhammad was alert to it as well. It's well bowled from Dinakaran. It's the end of the over, and actually a good result for Seaside because Singh will keep control of the strike. They're 59 for 2, 4 overs to go.
Yeah, 59 for 2. And I think this is a point where I think ideally here, Seaside will want Singh to bat all the way through. He's batting well. I think maybe something you're saying to one of these batters, they're having a chat there, they're going to need to decide, right, okay, look, one of us has just got to go wild. Every ball, we're going to try and send it to the boundary. I mean, they've still got a bit of batting to come, but this is where the acceleration has to happen. I mean, they're on course maybe around the 90, and knowing that they've seen the Star score 120, they'll be feeling that really to make it a competitive game, they probably need to be looking at 110-ish.
Yeah, this is the man they need out. Singh is starting to feel it. He's just launched Sapru for a boundary. He's moving around the crease, picking his spots. This is excellent batting. And Rico, I get the feeling the Stars are under a fair bit of pressure here. They desperately need this man dismissed.
Yeah, they need to get him out. And I think this over is going to go wild. I really do. I think Sapru he's bowled intelligently and has got away with this kind of bowling to some of the batters. But with Singh in form now, even though there's not going to be any pace on the ball, I think he's going to go big. He's looking to go big. Sapru just having a bit of conversation there with the umpire. Not sure what that was about.
Another big shot over the offside. That could be the biggest moment in this game. Sachin Shetty, normally such a safe fielder. It's been hit with great power by Harinder Singh, but it was a catching opportunity, and it's come hard off his hands and been parried over the boundary for a 6. Rico, that could be huge.
Well, that sums it up, I think, from Shetty. The way he throws his cap in disgust, he's disgusted with himself. That is going to be mammoth. It really is. Sapro, can't believe that's been dropped.
Puts it onto a good length. That's a good response from Sapru. Might have been a run-out opportunity at the top. And that man, Shetty in the action again. Can't affect the run-out. And I guess the upside at least for the Helsingborg Stars is that they've managed to get Singh off strike, and if they can't get him out, they've got to minimise the number of balls he faces in this last 4 overs. Nazir hits it straight to the man at fine leg inside the 30. He's gone for the reverse. A la Abhinash Panda hasn't pulled it off quite as successfully, and the Helsingborg Stars will be wiping their brows. They've had some sweaty, pressure-filled moments of late, but that is a crucial breakthrough.
Yeah, and Sapro does it again. Well, he goes for the reverse, does Niaz Mohammed, and the only thing the reverse does, it brings him a reverse in fortunes because he gets out. He didn't need to do that, tries to get funky, and gives his wicket away. That's going to be a disappointment for Niaz Mohammed. He goes, and an over that I was predicting could be quite an expensive one has proved some productivity as well. That's a good catch that's taken. It was hit pretty well, but I think once he got himself in the right position, that was a straightforward catch, though the ball was travelling. So, end of a good partnership that these two put on together. 70 for 3.
Zapru, 2 balls to go. Smite down the ground. I think that's Kareem who's come out to join Harinder Singh at the crease. Sharp catch. I think there was Krishna Murthy, who's down there at the fine leg for a reverse sweep, but traditionally third man on the 30-metre circle. Nice grab for him, moved well to his right, took a good catch.
Singh will want to go big, moves around in his crease, and in the end he just goes for a single. He's going to run hard, probably the throw may have been better. Again at the end that Singh's running to, that was backed up really well from Hakeem.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Certainly with these two guys, they're good athletes. They'll be trying to push the singles as much as possible when the ball's not going to the boundary. Seaside 72 for 3 off 7 overs. And Rico, for those fans who we know follow us all across the world, big European cricket collective. There's so many different ways to follow us. European cricket on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, even TikToking now. And also don't forget the Telegram channel where you can keep up to date with all of the latest news. Rico, it's impossible to stay away from European cricket, even if you wanted to, which obviously we don't.
It can't be done. It can't be done. I mean, millions of people following it all around the globe. The social media has got some excellent things on there as well, a lot of fun facts as well. And remember, you can go to europeancricket.com as well if there's anything that you want to know about the teams here, and have a look at some of the stats, have a look at the squad, have a look at what's coming up later today or later in the week, and the other teams that will be playing Group B. It's all up there as the captain, Prabhu, comes on the ball.
Yeah, nice ball from Prabhu, finds that line outside off stump. Singh tries to force off the back foot. Prabhu seems to have gotten into this habit now of bowling the 8th and the 10th over. It's not a bad move. He's an experienced customer and he's got enough variety to try to blunt the big hitters down the order. Another ball outside off stump. Singh loses his shape a little bit, swinging it to the leg side. Takes it down to Devinder Singh, who comes in and keeps it to a 1.
Yeah, Singh here into the 40s now. And maybe just the last few deliveries he's faced. I think the last 3 balls he's faced have gone for singles. Hakeem. He goes big, goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shakalagya. Well, this is what you need at this stage of the innings. And I think, well, Harinder Singh is probably thinking, yeah, that's good. I've got another partner that can hit the ball big. And maybe they're still eyeing up this 110.
Well, at opposite ends of the spectrum, these batsmen, aren't they? Harinder Singh just timing the ball when he hits over the boundary. On the other hand, Kareem has put everything into that stroke and he's hit it nicely. Pressure back on Prabhu. He goes Fuller. Manages to open up the body, take it over the offside. It's a good bit of fielding out there on the cover boundary. And they managed to keep it to a 1. And to be honest, I think that probably result will be okay with Seaside. It's got Harinder Singh back onto strike.
Well, he's skipping there in the field after making that stop. There you see.
Good length from Prabhu. It's going to be an opportunity for Shetty. It's a little bit off the back foot coming in, and even worse, he's fumbled. And they've managed to scamper through for 2. It's little moments like that, Rico, can sometimes be turning points in a game. You've gotten the team's premier batsman back onto strike. Really needed to keep it to a 1.
Yeah, that was not good awareness from Shetty. I mean, the catch was never on. I think the key thing was just to keep it to 1 and get the ball back in.
Prabhu gets it up in the block hole again. Pretty good piece of bowling. Fielder once again. Fumble on the first snare. Prabhu a little bit disappointed with himself. Seaside end up 83 for 3 with still 2 overs to go. Rico, if you're Seaside, and particularly if Singh can stay there for the rest of the innings, he's on 44 off 24. What score are you looking towards?
I still think 110. They've got to be looking at 110. We've got 12 balls here to go. At the moment, predicted score there is at 104. But I think you've got 2 batters there. I mean, Singh's already shown it. And though he's not been able to hit a boundary since he's got into the 40s. And Hakeem's already shown he can hit big. Yeah, they'll want 110 here. I think we're still looking for an over that's going to probably go magical or near enough. They've got wickets in hand as well. They won't be thinking so much about the wickets in hand. It's all about you've got 2 batters in there. One is in, doing really well. The other one's come out and, well, he's blazed 1 big 6 already. So it's about staying there and batting smart. One thing they can do, they can run harder, I think. As we see the field being changed by the man who's coming in, Sachin Shetty, who dropped that chance. He dropped Singh on 32. And not only did he drop him, he parred it over for 6. So he's got to make amends for that one. Can he do it here?
Goes short. Called wide by the umpire. I don't mind the tactic though. He's trying to keep it out of the hitting zone of Harinder Singh. Got some nice pace there through to the wicket keeper, but big pressure on Shetty. Does a good job bowling at the opening stages of the innings, but it's a different kettle of fish bowling in the 9th over. Good ball right at Yorker lane. Fielder coming in for a mid-wicket. They're going to push the 2. That's excellent running. Harinder Singh, Hakeem, as Rico said, they need to push the runs between the wickets, and they've done a great job there. Get a mistimed ball that's just bunted to the edge of mid-wicket and being able to get a 2. That's great game awareness from Hakeem in particular, who was pushing the whole way.
Yeah, right on cue. That's what they've got to do here. Got to hustle. If it's not hit to the boundary, you've got to run and run hard.
Oh, Shetty's managed to bowl an outswinger with the 9-over ball. It's come back across the batsman, and that's a huge scalp in the context of this game. Harinder Singh was just short of his 50. Thought that ball was going to be able to be tucked down to fine leg, potentially for a boundary. As it was, it's come back across him a touch, and he's only got a leading edge, and it's well taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good catch. It was an interesting shot being played, but Shetty, Sachin Shetty, he dropped him 14 runs ago. So 14 have been added onto the score by Harinder Singh, but that's not too bad. It could have been a lot worse. He's got a wicket at a good time, so Shetty will certainly be a little happy about things right now. When he dropped that catch, you saw in frustration, he threw his cap after the ball. He was disgusted with himself, but he's got his man, and Singh hasn't been able to hurt him that much following that chance he had.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Sachin Shetty. Be energised after that and feel like he's got retribution for that dropped catch. That ball's pinned him on the pad. The umpire giving it a good look. The finger goes up. Sachin Shetty's on a hat-trick. Great bowling from the Helsingborg superstar.
Oh, this is well bowled. It's right up there. This is knocking middle stump out of the ground. Once again, the umpire takes his time and says, yep, you gotta go. Well bowled. This is, well, when you talk about bowling in the depth, this is what it's all about. Full, straight, Yorker length. And we've seen this appeal before. And normally, because he does bowl so straight, normally you're out. And that one is out.
Yeah, great call there, Rico. The fact that he does bowl stump to stump, he doesn't give the umpire too many excuses for refusing the LBW shouts, and particularly when he gets it pitched up. Excellent bowling from Sachin Shetty. He's just always at the batsman, and we'd seen Malik in that previous game swing a couple of balls to the boundary. He could have been a dangerous customer towards the end, but as it is, Gautam Bharti, who we saw for a few balls in game 1, he has come out to not only try to blast some boundaries in this remainder of the innings, but Sachin Shetty on a hat-trick. Good ball, just jams the bat down. Well, Rico. My finger was almost about to go up there, but he got the willow through in time.
All happens in the 9th, and this belongs to the Helsingborg Stars. Sachin Shetty, well, what a time to produce. A man who was frustrated after dropping the big gun on the boundary, but he's come back with a bang.
Short, it's gone through to the keeper, but it's spun through his gloves. Well, that could have been 3 and 4 balls for Shetty. Pramod Chandrasekharaya, he's been so good behind the stumps for the Helsingborg Stars, but his hands, or his gloves more correctly, let him down there.
Yeah, he's disappointed. The thing there is, he's protecting his head when the ball goes up in the air, and I think probably Shetty's saying, forget your head, catch it, you got another chance. But it wasn't to be. Still been a great over, hasn't it? I mean, we were talking, or I certainly was talking about 110. That doesn't look likely now. Just lets himself there lets himself down there, just going for the Yorker. That goes wrong. And Pramod making a bit of amends there behind the stumps. This is a good stop.
Yeah, it was a good stop. That one was a fair way down leg side from Shetty. Pass with decent pace, so the keeper's moved well. Keep on strike. He's batted well so far. Needs to carry the team in these later stages. Slow ball outside off stump. He's dabbed it down to third man. They'll squeeze through a single. Shetty going to back up. Well, it's an unnecessary single to give away. I guess the upside for the Stars is that it does bring Bharti back on strike for the start of the 10th over, which is probably a more appetising prospect than Mutaba Hakeem. But at the end of the 9th over, Seaside, they are 90 for 5.
Yeah, 90 for 5, trying to get to the 100. I think that, I mean, I'm 100% sure it wasn't meant to be, but that could be a clever play there to give that overthrow. It does cost them 1 run, but in the context of things, if it keeps Hakeem off strike, it just means that Bharti is the one that's got to face. It's going to be the captain to bowl the last, so Prabhu is taking responsibility to try and keep this score. If they can keep this below 100, it's certainly been a fantastic effort the last few overs. But again, I think Sachin Shetty bowled so well. It's that shot, and the fielder, well, he just coolly makes the stop. It will be a single, so Hakeem back on strike, and he's looking to go big here. He's looking to get some boundaries, back-to-back boundaries, to try and get the 100 up and see if they can surpass the 100.
Roof floats it outside off stump. Hakeem has lost his shape. Ball flies off the bottom of his bat.
Poor running.
Should have been just a 1. They're looking to take the 2. Rico, what has gone on there? About the only thing they can talk about that positively is that Hakeem might have got himself back on strike. We'll have a look at the replay because they've thought about it about 5
I think
times.
his pad is coming off. That's what it is. And then he goes down here. Well, I don't think they cross.
Neither do I. I think Hakeem should be the one heading out, and suspect this will be checked from the umpires before we finalise who is on strike here.
Yeah.
But just a comedy of errors, as you say. The pad of the non-striker just flapping around in the wind. Hakeem thought once, twice, 3 times about going for the second, and as it was, he's ended up sacrificing himself.
Yeah, I mean, that is such bad running from both the batters, really. I mean, you see there that if Hakeem gets his skates on, he's going to pass Bharti. Bharti just, I don't know what he's doing there. You've got to run hard. He doesn't run at all. And he's got to go. So
I see nothing gets past umpires Rico and Andrew, does it?
No.
The umpiring corps have finally decided, I think, that Hakeem is the man who is heading back to the pavilion. And that's another win for Helsingborg Stars. And we're talking at one stage that Seaside should be looking for something around the 110 range.
Yeah.
It's unless there is an absolute flurry in these final balls, they're not going to get there. In fact, they're fighting uphill to even get to 100.
Yeah, look, I mean, that is so poor and so disappointing, because not only should it be 2 runs, as we have a look at this, and this is called wide.
Tough call for Prabhu.
That's a close one.
He's got a little bit of late in-swing on that delivery. I thought it was a cracking ball.
I think that one just comes in, but the umpires, well, consistency is what it's all about. They think it catches a bit of the line. It's called a wide. But yeah, look, should have been 2 runs. Hakeem should be the man facing. He's out. So you got the man who hasn't been able to get bat onto ball facing. And they're not going to get that 100. These are all, every ball that goes through here is balls that would have been runs if Hakeem is there. So that bad bit of cricket is probably could have quite easily lost them, I don't know, 10, 12 runs.
Oh, it's exponential, Rico, these little micro moments. And another dot ball as we get towards the end. Rico full. He's banging his head on the, not the brick wall, close to the, it should be the inflatable cube, but it's more my shoulder at the moment. It's infuriating for him because Seaside have let themselves down in these later stages. Oh, speaking of letting yourself down, Ganesh is not going to make his skipper happy. There's one person you're trying not to misfield the ball off. Madar Prabhu, who is surely going to issue a stern stare towards his man, third man. That's an ordinary piece of fielding. But we're coming back to that point, just these things get amplified. We talked about Shetty misfielding and allowing Singh to get back onto strike, or that running between the wickets that meant that Hakeem wasn't there for the last 3 or 4 balls. That's potentially cost them a number of runs, and well, it's just cost the batsman Barty there his wicket as he's just lingered out of the crease. Not that it makes an iota of difference to the final total. Seaside, they end up 95 on the board for 7 wickets down across their 10 overs, but it's a total that really should have been much more. It's still a pretty defendable total, and Seaside will have to bowl well, and hopefully they can get some early wickets, but it could have been one that really, really put it out of the reach of the Helsingborg Stars at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, that means that they've only scored 12 runs off the last 2 overs, so a run a ball, which when you got wickets in hand, which they did have, they just didn't play smart cricket, did they? At the end of the innings. Well, this was a good start because it was the Stars getting the wicket. They got the wicket of captain, who elevated himself up the order to try and get the acceleration going. He wasn't able to do so. And this is Sachin Shetty. That's what he does so well. When he pitches the ball up, he's always dangerous at getting that LBW there, no problems. But that was when Batsman and Harvinder Singh come in. And I was saying that he's, for me, when you're batting first, maybe even when you're chasing, he's got to be the man that opens the batting. He showed class in the first innings, and he showed class in here. I think it was going really well. Then for some reason, when he got into the 40s, he just slowed down and then got himself out in 46 he was, so wasn't able to get his half century, but he did bat well, played some nice shots. But how about that? Look, when you have a look at what this score is under 100. It's under 100 because of some bad batting and bad running towards the end of the innings from Seaside, but also thanks to some really good fielding. There was some good fielding, there was some bad as well though, but there was really some really nice shots, and that was Singh there. He was on fire, hitting the ball really well. There was that little partnership, wasn't there, when those 2 wickets went early? Well, that was a catch that was dropped, and Sachin Shetty was disgusted with himself. Well, Niazi Mohammed was disgusted with himself as well when he got himself into the 20s and then played that reverse. And that reversed his fortunes because he was out. Oh, the man who was still trying to go big was Singh. And that was a good shot there from Hakeem. And Hakeem was the one then, after this catch. It was the softest missile, really, for Singh after making 46 of 25 deliveries, not able to get his half century. But this was the moment here when Hakeem had to take charge. They weren't running well. They weren't thinking, as I keep saying, smart cricket. But that was also a moment, that big moment there for Sachin Shetty to come back, because at one point he was on a hat-trick. That wasn't a hat-trick delivery, but that could have been another wicket in the over. The catch not taken that time by Pramod. And here was the running, really, really poor running here. And then you're getting Hakeem, who was the right man given out because the batters don't cross. And then the next 2 deliveries was a combination of dot, and just a couple, and then the run out there at the end. And that's why that last over only just went just for 5 runs from Prabhu. So what we're going to see is sort of 2 here at the scorecard. 2 batters made good contributions, and then Hakeem there towards the end trying to help his team get to 100 and maybe a score of about 110. That was what I think that they needed against the Stars, but it just didn't happen because Hakeem just couldn't get onto strike. So it's going to be an exciting match, this one, for me. And the Stars, they'll be feeling that they have probably done enough, but they're still going to bat well, Bruno. It's all about having that score on the board, and that is what the Seaside have done, though they will be disappointed that they don't go to the 100. And there we see that scorecard. So Niazi and Harinder Singh, they put a partnership together because the openers just weren't able to perform. And Niazi's 20 of 17. Frustrated the way he got out, playing that the reverse straight into the fielder's hands there. But a really good knock from Harinder Singh. What a good start and good contribution that he's made today. Made 23 of 9 in the first match and then 46 there. The bowlers, they all bowl well bowled to Sachin Shetty. Really did bowl well and had to be up to the mark. And Sapro, though he did take a bit of punishment, he did come back with a wicket as well. Also a wicket there from Krishnamurthy. Bowled his 2 overs. His first over though he struggled with the wides, only went for 4, then 12 off his second. So I think you'd be pretty happy with that, Prabhu. Not able to pick up a wicket here today. He was wicketless in the first, where he had just bowled that one over, wicketless in that one as well. But nice and tidy. He'd be pretty happy with where they are here. They fielded pretty well. There was 1 or 2 mistakes in there, but certainly like the energy that was shown out there with the likes of someone like Gukara. I think he was really good. And, well, you can see the win probability. The Stars just in front, 52 to 48. And I think that's just all about how that last match went. But I don't think you've got to take into account that the runs are on the board. So there's already a bit of pressure on the Stars. How will they go about it? We saw when they batted first, they were very positive this morning. And they scored quickly. Will they be positive in this chase? Will they keep it the same lineup? Will they get off to an electrifying start? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we return for the conclusion of match number 10. 96 required for the Stars if they are to do the double over the seaside. Join us in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to our global cricket audience, wherever you're watching from around the world. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sassari Akal, Ibo one to everybody that's watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And also a very big hello and warm welcome back to all of our lovely viewers that are watching via YouTube and involved in the chat as well. A nice healthy chat this morning. Hello to you all, and thank you for all the comments that are coming in as well. Thank you, of course, to all our moderators that are keeping the chat clean and healthy. What a match we have on for you here. Seaside, though, they will be kicking themselves that they weren't able to get to a score above 100. It's all their own doing, you have to say. They do, though, have a score on the board, 95, which the way that this series has gone is probably quite a competitive score. We haven't had too many scores that have gone over 100. Yon Chopping were able to score 100 in chasing one match, and the only other time we've seen 100 was in the match earlier today between these two teams when the Stars put on 124 on the board. So I think it's a competitive score. We have seen from Seaside that they can bowl well. Look, I just need to remind you about when they first played their first matches, though they did lose the first one to Yon Shopping, that blew them away, chasing 99 and doing it in style, and that was all down to Sami Ibrahim Kil when he scored that amazing 46 on 14 deliveries. In the next match, well, Yon Shopping only made 62 and they were all out of the very last ball, and Seaside getting that victory 63 for 3. So they are a team that can perform when it comes to needing to do so in the field. They're going to have to be pretty sharp in this one as well, because they've put the runs on the board, 95, but now they need to stop the Stars getting to that total. The Stars themselves, they've had a good day this morning. They registered their first victory, and they'll be looking to do the same thing that they did in that first match, and that is to go out there and really play the shots. Don't try to get yourself in a rut. It's going to be interesting to see if they can do it. And well, join me, Rico Full And also Andrew Ryan in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of this match.
Yeah, magnificent to be with you here today, Rico. Thank you very much. And I think you've set the scene perfectly. This is a critical context test in the context of this Group A. Helsingborg Stars, by virtue of their 4 losses from their first 4 games, really in desperate need of winning both contests here today. They've ticked off the first objective, winning game 1, but thanks to a pair of excellent overs to close, the 9th and the 10th in the Seaside batting innings only went for a total of 12 runs. Seaside were in a position where they really should have been pushing up to the 105, 110 mark. As it is, they've set the Helsingborg Stars a total of 96 runs. And it was a much improved batting effort from the Helsingborg Stars this morning, amplified by the excellent work of their skipper, Madan Prabhu, and in particular Avinash Panda, who found some much needed form with the bat. They scored the bulk of the runs and they had a few others to help them along. This man Suhar Shetty, he went early and he's been the backbone of most of their innings to date. And it looks like starting the bowling, Anil Gadaria, who bowled the first over in game 1 today. Left-hander pushing it across. Suhar Shetty, big swing and a miss. And mentioned in game 1, Rico, I like this matchup of the left-hander for the Seaside team against Shetty.
Yeah, he bowled good Yorker length deliveries to Shetty. Shetty played and missed at 1. 1 struck his pads and 1 went straight through and knocked the stumps over. There's going to be a good contest between them again.
Swing for the left-hander so far, pushing it across the right-handed batsman, but Shetty gets enough of it to drag it down for an easy single to get started. Madan Prabhu, he's now facing his first ball of the innings, and he was excellent in game 1 this morning. In particular, a few shots behind square that were exquisitely played. One speared across, should take a single. Both batsmen probably a little bit sluggish in getting off the mark, but fielded on the 30-metre circle, no chance for a run out.
So Shetty, we've seen the best of him so far in the field. He's been taking some good catches. So now he wants to show that he's really all about, and that's aggressive batting.
It's a good piece of bowling. Talk about what to do when batsmen start giving themselves room. And Nell's gone very wide of the crease for the left-hander. Pushed it way across to outside the wide line. That ball's got some angle on it, but pretty effective when you've got a man who's trying to drag you to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Suhar Shetty's got to just be a little bit careful here. He's got to remember how he was out last time. They're putting a slip fielder in here, so trying to put a bit of pressure on Shetty.
He is not enjoying the left armour whatsoever. Clearly it's Suhar Shetty kryptonite.
Yeah, he's not enjoying it. He's trying to go, he's moving across now. Last time he was done, it was York. And I just get the feeling if he bowls that repeat delivery again, then he'll have him. He'll play all round it.
Well, he hasn't bowled the Yorker. He's bowled a full toss. Shetty's got a nice piece of it. Manages to take it for 4, and probably just as bad news for Seaside. That's been called no ball, so he's going to get a free hit.
Yeah, good early call from the umpire there. You see there, no ball. And spot on as that bounces once and then over the boundary it goes. So free hit coming up here now. And if Shetty needed an opportunity to get back into the rhythm, well, they've just given it and served it up on a plate to him. First a full toss, which he puts away to the boundary. And now, well, he's got the room and he can go the full Monty here because it's a free hit.
Oh, Gadaraya's pulled out the in-swinging Yorker on the one ball where it's not going to do him much good. I guess the upside is that he's stopped Shetty from doing any more damage. Clean bowled off a free hit. So Shetty lives to fight another day. That's the end of the over. Helsingborg Stars 7 for none after 1.
Yeah, that comes back well, doesn't he? I think that was a delivery that he was trying to execute. The ball that ended up being the full toss. That was the one that I was saying that was going to be one that Shetty would get into trouble with. I don't think he played that any differently, knowing that it was a free hit. But, well, that free hit, so the 1 for the no ball and the 4 that came off it, that 5 certainly didn't help get that score to 7. Otherwise, it would have been an extremely good over to start with from Gadaraya.
A lot of chat around the centre of the pitch from the Seaside team as to who to bowl next. It almost feels like they're doing it by public referendum vote rather than the skipper taking charge. Looks like they've thrown Niaz Mohammed, experienced campaigner, is going to take the ball this second over. Bowling to Madan Prabhu, who hasn't seen much of the strike yet. Good ball, but Prabhu's worked it backward of square. Lovely shot, but they've got the fielder set up for it. They've seen where he did the damage in game 1. Started to adapt their fielding positions for it. Good cricket all round. Oh, that one goes on the leg stump. Not a great ball, almost top-edged into the fielder's hands, but fortunately he's got enough bat on it and it makes its way down to the fine leg boundary. Well, I don't think either team's going to be particularly happy with this start in terms of the quality of cricket, Rico. It seems to be the nerves overtaking both of them. They know what a crucial contest this is.
Yeah, and I think you're right there. You can see the nerves there from both teams. I mean, I think it's an interesting option to go with Niazi Mohammed opening up, and this one has been smashed big, and that goes into the direction of, well, the catering tent there. Big hit. And that's one that, a man that we know very well. We mentioned him already. He's the president of the Landskrona Cricket Club, Sagar Hanif, doing the fielding there. This one will be take the single.
Well, speaking of catering, if Suhar Shetty could order something off an a la carte menu, it'd be a half tracker coming from a right arm media pacer. He's dispatched that for a 6, and it's the next one for a single down to the long off. Mohammed goes outside of off stump, but Madan Prabhu has smoked him over the cover boundary for another maximum. That's an excellent cricket shot from the skipper.
This is power, isn't it? This is awesome power. He's on the back foot. He crunches this hard, and he levers it all the way over the boundary. And I'm very puzzled why Niazi Mohammed is bowling this second over in the power play. It's exactly what the Stars needed. I mean, we said it, didn't we, that neither team were happy with this start. But I'll tell you who's happy with this one. It's the Stars as the captain, brother. He goes for another boundary. Yes, he does. It's 4 more. Well, chase it they did, but stop it they couldn't. It's 4 more. And there's the captain there, Madan Prabhu. He's liking his work so far today.
Well, Helsingborg Stars, they've raced along for 29 runs for the loss of no wicket after those first 2 overs. And after a tough first over for Shetty, they have managed to punch a big one off. Yeah, that's Mohammed bowling the second over. As you say, Rico, not sure tactically that was the right call from the skipper, and it somewhat wasted the good bowling of Anil Gadaraya in the first over. And I tell you what, something else that I don't necessarily agree with here. Yeah, bringing on Sonvasi, who is very, very good bowler, bowls nice pace, but you've just had the left-hander completely blunt the effectiveness of Suhar Shetty. Yeah, castled him last ball with the first over. Bring him back for a second, particularly after you've lost momentum in over number 2. Yeah, you would think so. You're right. I mean, Sonvananchi is a good bowler, but this is the point where you need a wicket. If this ends up being an expensive over as well, you're chasing the game, and they're changing it up. But yeah, I mean, Niaz Mohammed to bowl the second in the power play when you've got a bowler like Sonvanchi who's coming on here now, and the other bowlers that bowl really well for them, that just did not make any sense at all. And now, 22 came off that last over. A bit of jump off the pitch. Vanchi's found that little spot that pops just outside off stump. Lovely piece of bowling. But go back, bring the left-hander back on. So much of T10 cricket is about these one-on-one matchups, Rico. And if the left-hander can get through 2 or 3 dot balls, frustrated Shetty in that first over, just rest back the momentum. Shetty swings it across the line, and on cue, He's taken the right-handed paceman for a 4. That's his avenue that he almost exclusively likes to drive on, swinging through mid-wicket, but he's making consistent contact. And yet another boundary in the books for the Stars.
Yeah, I don't see side. Maybe they haven't seen Shetty bat too often. He's not going to hit too many on the offside. This bowler comes back in here.
Well, once again, angled down to the leg side. He's gotten lucky, and the fielder placed expertly just behind square leg, but you are asking for a slapping bowling there to Suhar Shetty. They're lucky he didn't get that quite off the meat of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a man on the offside boundary, and he's not going to be doing anything there because this is where he's going to be hitting. Everything is going to be hit in this direction. You bowl him a ball that's going to be a wide, he's still going to try and hit it here on the onside. So they've got to get this field right, and at the moment, they're just bowling runs.
Well, Rico, if Suhar Shetty was able to order the entree of right-arm medium pace bowling a half-tracker, what he'd had for the main meal is a quicker bowler coming from wide of the crease, angling into middle and leg, and that is exactly what Somvanchi is giving him at the moment.
Somvanchi, he's got to get the ball pitched up. He's got to try and get a ball that's going to... And, well, that was a better delivery. Asking the question, at least it was at the stumps, a little bit fuller. And Shetty can't get to it. I think Shetty... But the other thing I'd say here, so Shetty, the way this over's gone so far, you don't need to be taking any risks. You know, it's been good. You've got runs off it. You've already hit 2 boundaries. And now, I think if I were him, I'd say, look, I've done the hard work. I've got the runs on the board. Now it's not about giving my wicket away.
Well, he's decided not to give his wicket away. The only thing he's done is add 6 to the total. Suhar Shetty stands still and he delivers.
Well, this one goes into the catering tent. It has a sip of coffee before it comes back out again. It is chilly here today, and all the way it goes. And there's Sajjad Hanif, the president, saying, okay, have a little bit of that, but now you're going to come back because we need you to go back out in the middle. Well, the Kookaburra has some refreshments, and I tell you what, who is somebody else who's had some refreshments is Suhar Shetty, because they'll be in bowling him runs. Remember, it all started with that full toss free hit, and once he pelted that to the boundary, he hasn't looked back, and he's raced along 30 of his 15 deliveries. These two look set here now, and well, Seaside, they need something to happen, and they need it to happen now. You've got to go back to your opener. You've got to go back to Gadaraya to try and get you a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely, Rico. Helsingborg Stars, 43 for none after 3 overs. That's another excellent power play from them. Not losing a wicket, and particularly after what was such a good start from Gadaraya, the fact that they've managed to punch boundary after boundary in the 2nd and 3rd over here. They've put themselves in pole position of chasing what is a pretty tricky target, 96. It's one of the highest scores we've seen in a first innings so far at Landskrona Cricket Club this week, but taken 22 off the over of Niaz Muhammad, and then Somvanchi goes for 14 in the 3rd. All the momentum with the Stars. They've turned to Malik to slow the pace down a touch. Maybe strategically not a bad thing, but God, get the left armour back on. I'll keep saying it until the captain does it.
Malik starts with a single. Now, what about the Stars? We knew they were struggling with the bat. They produced 38 runs in that victory in their power play, and now they've done even better than that, 43. So they're improving all the time. This could be a no ball. It will be called as well, picked up by the umpires. And once again, our men in black doing an excellent job and getting that absolutely right. And that's Rafi Ahmed and Ashish Sani working well together there. So another free hit coming up.
Yeah, they're lucky Prabhu didn't take full toll and pump that one for a maximum, but Malik under pressure. He's coming around the wicket. Clearly the plan is to try to squeeze it outside of off stump from Shetty and take it out of his wheelhouse, but wouldn't be surprised to see Shetty move across to his off stump to try to heave this over mid-wicket. Does that a little bit, and he does that a lot. Swings it for another maximum. Suhar Shetty is on fire. He is on 36 off 16 balls, and he is single-handedly taking the Stars to this total.
Hello. पटाके चाहिए सके पटाके भी मिल गए आलू परोंठे खा के Helsingborg Stars छक्के मार दे बड़े छक्के मार दे and well Suresh Shetty and his captain Madan Pruva are very happy men at the moment. They're in the middle, everything going their way.
Yeah, there's a little dance from Suhas Shetty in celebration after that shot. I'm sure he's perfected that over the Helsingborg dance floors over the last few years. As Malik comes in, bowls that one wider of off-stump fielder going back. There might be a collision, actually. It's a well-judged catch coming in off the boundary for Umar Chaudhry, and they needed that wicket. Suhas Shetty had been on fire up until that point, and as it is, pretty nice bit of bowling from Malik, just drifting the ball outside of off stump, and the opener ends up sending it down the throat of Chaudhry coming in from long on. He gets a big high five for his teammate. It looks like Avinash Panda coming in to bat number 3. Helsingborg Stars, they are 51 for 1.
Yeah, the 50 came up in that over, courtesy of that big hit from Shetty. But Shetty did the dance after hitting the ball through a big 6, but the very next ball, it was the dancing from the bowler as Umair takes the catch. So Shetty does go, but he didn't hang around. 36 of 17 deliveries. He's put his team in a very good position. And, well, what a good time it is for somebody like Panda to come out. Remember, he had to come out very early in that first match because Shetty went without scoring. And you can see there that Prabhu was just having a chat with him and say, look, come on, we just got to bat sensible. And, yeah, you see there, that's all courtesy of the new rule you saw, that the captain probably thinking he's going to be on strike. But no, it's not to be. New batter with that rule change always has to be the one on strike.
Well, the new batter is a man who batted magnificently in the first game today, Avinash Panda. Helix saying on the chat, here we go, the Panda. Let's tuck that nicely down to fine leg fielder coming in from backward square. Keep it to a single, but he looked in very good nick this morning, Panda.
Yeah, he played some lovely shots, didn't he? And I just hope that he does exactly the same as what Shetty did there. Go out there and play his shots. Don't try and think he doesn't need to play in that way. This is a bad ball, Gandhi ball, and it goes all the way through to the boundary. That's 5 more. Thank you very much, say the Stars. It's all going to pot here for the team that's come all the way from Helsingborg. And it's Seaside, and things are not going well for them.
Well, it seems the tide's going out on the chances of a Seaside win here. That's the second one that Malik's fired down the leg side. Gets that one more in the block hole and just push back to the bowler from Prabhu. I guess the upside for Seaside is that the 2 times he's fired it down the leg side, Prabhu's missed out on both occasions, but keeper not able to take it. He has taken that down the leg side. Voracious appeal. Must have come off the pad, and Prabhu lives to fight another day. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. Yeah, that's a good decision from the umpire. Just tickles the back pad, which floated out from the leg stump, and no need to send the batsman walking there. Helsingborg Stars, they're 57 for 1, only 4 overs down, and Rico, after coming today, 9 and 4, the Helsingborg Stars look like if they continue on this rate, they're going to put themselves into 2 and 4, and wouldn't say in the box seat to qualify for the finals, but certainly in a much improved position.
Yeah, I think they put them in, of course, in a better position because they know they're going to be 2 points clear of Seaside down. They're the team that's going to start to be panicking if things start to go this way. But more importantly is the way they played. I think we've always said they're a good side. We know they can perform well, and they've shown that here today with the batting, with the bowling. This one would be called another wide. So that confidence that they needed is there. And we quite often say sometimes good teams get into a rut and can't win. And they're not losing because the bad teams. They just can't find that way to change their running streak. Well, the Stars have done that, and now they're looking like a team that's going to make a habit of winning because they're certainly, the way they played this match so far, are on top. I don't think Seaside have helped themselves. I think some of the, certainly here in the selection of the bowlers and the way they've used them, has not been perfectly right. This is going to be an opportunity. Oh no, that's an absolute dolly. Got to stand another chance with the run out. That goes wrong as well. And that's one man that is not going to be wanting to look back at what's happened here. First of all, this has to be taken. Down it goes. And then he gets a second chance, but it's not a good throw.
Yeah, if I was Mahesh Navale, I would not be volunteering to be in the same car ride home as the captain, Manoj Jadvest, who is bowling this over. He's managed to get what looks like the outside edge of the Panda bat, and the umpires confirmed it. Well, after the dolliest of dolly catches was put down the previous ball, it hasn't hurt them. Jadvest has managed to pluck out the star number 3 from the Stars. And well, Rico, just some question marks coming in. Looks like Devinder Singh approaching the crease. We know that once we get down to the lower middle order of the Helsingborg Stars, it is not the quite same effective unit as they have at the top. They're 58 for 2. Still need 38 runs to take this match at a run a ball.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting partnership here. The one thing I will say is what we've seen from Singh on these double headers. If he doesn't perform in one, he does tend to perform in the other. Yesterday was an example of it. He went early. I think he went for just one. No, he went for 0, in fact, in the first match, and then he did produce a fine performance in the second. He only scored the 1 run in the first here. He was run out, but now he gets an opportunity to go out there and score runs on the board and put a good partnership together if he can with his captain and see if he can make it 2 wins out of 2 for his team. The captain, he's there. He's certainly keen that this ends up going their way.
Well, Helix on the chat, he's disappointed of not seeing the best of Panda. He said, no, not the Panda being dismissed, but certainly in the context of this game, it has changed complexion in the last couple of overs. A couple of crucial wickets going down for the Helsingborg Stars. And Rico, question mark for these two batsmen. They're both naturally attacking players. They tend to bat better when they've got someone working the singles at the other end, enabling them to keep their rhythm, keep as much strike as possible. It's going to be a bit of a different challenge for them batting with each other.
Yeah, I think so. And it's a slight delay there. I think we're just maybe just waiting for the, once again, the scores to get updated. And yeah, I mean,
the umpire's just ensuring the scores are correct here. I think obviously critically important in these T10 games, and particularly when you've got a contest like this, which very well could come down to the final couple of balls. As we've said, Helsingborg Stars still needing 38 runs, and they've just got a touch around at 6 overs to go. Couple of good balls to start this over from Manoj Jadvest. Talented young spinner. Yeah, give it a bit of flight, and Devinder Singh manages to poke it away on the offside. He's had to dive in to get his ground. I suspect we'll go to the video to check that. He was a little bit sluggish. Big man had committed to the run and wasn't backed up by the skipper.
Well, he's 100% confident he gets back, and well, I think these stumps have been broken by the gloves. I don't think the keeper has the ball in his hands. We'll have to see it again. I wonder if we can slow it down here. Yeah, I think he breaks the stumps before the ball hits them. Have a look. Keep an eye on those bails, and when those, yeah, oh, it's so close. I think he may have just broken the stumps there. That's something that the third umpire is going to have to look at very closely, and it's Ajish that's going to have to look at this again and again and again. Do those stumps get broken before the ball hits? What's your view?
Yeah, I'm with you, Rico. He certainly put some doubt into the umpire's mind. It might have been simultaneous, might have been broken by the gloves, but I thought the batsman might have been given the benefit of the doubt in that situation, but it's come back from the video umpire, and he's sent Devinder Singh packing. That is a huge call in the context of this game. Devinder's taken off with a quick single. Prabhu left him hanging, and he is dejected in his walk back to the pavilion. Rico, that is a huge call.
Yeah, that is massive. It's a tough call for me. I think the stumps are broken there. by the keeper. I reckon the gloves have just caught the stumps. It's a tough one, but I think when it's that close, I think you gotta go with the batter there. And I was pretty sure that's the way they were going to go. They've looked at it again and again and again and decided no, that the ball does strike the stumps before. So that's a huge wicket. That can certainly change the way this match goes.
Yeah, it certainly can. And hasn't the pressure heaped onto the Helsingborg Stars now? Go back to the end of the 4th over and you felt they were in control of this chase. A couple of wickets here now, including Panda and Devinder Singh. They're back in the pavilion, and all of a sudden a lot is being asked of this Helsingborg Stars middle order.
Yeah, and one of the things that you were talking about just before that happened was that you were saying that Prabha is out there. Would you send Devinder Singh out because they're very similar? And I was thinking, yeah, good shout. Maybe just have somebody there that could just stroke the ball around and put a partnership together there with the captain, Madan Prabhu. They didn't do that. And in the end, Devinder Singh does have a habit of doing that, doesn't he? He plays the ball and he goes straight away and then goes to get back. I mean, like I say, it was a casual approach for him to get back, but he didn't make it. And he's going to be very, very disappointed because I think he knows just how important his time out there was. And on this occasion, he's not able to make one of his innings count. So it's going to be a disappointing day with him with the bat.
Yeah, but very, very happy over from Manoj Jadvest. He's taken 1 for 1. And speaking of overs that can just completely swing the momentum of a game, that is a huge one from the skipper. They've still got some good bowling left. They've got the 2nd over of Anil Gadaria and another one from Sonvashi to come. Have a look at the Helsingborg Stars at batting card. Suhas Shetty doing all of the acceleration at the top of the innings. Madan Prabhu is still there. He's only faced 8 balls despite being out there for 5 overs. But there is a lot of work to do. And I like this combination a little bit more, Rico. Chandrasekhar Raya, man who's shown he's more than capable of turning the singles with regularity. He should hopefully be able to give Madan Prabhu plenty of the strike in the coming overs. But been a little bit critical of some of the bowling changes, but he's made a good one here. Gadarai being brought on with Prabhu needing a wicket. Sorry, needing a few runs quickly before he loses his wicket, and he's almost sent a return catch back to the bowler.
Yeah, almost. I think this is Jadvest after bowling that cracking over, just came for 1 run. The captain going back to his key bowler to say, right, we've got him on the rocks now. Come on, let's try and finish him off. And this is the wicket that they want. It's the one of the captain. Gets played down there to backward point. Good field setting there to the way that Prabhu bats. So now, Chandrasekhar Raya, the wicket keeper, is going to try and get a partnership going here with Prabhu. Look, they're by no means out of it, but we're just going with the depth that we know that they have in the batting and perhaps they haven't shown. And that's why you'd feel that this is where the Seaside team are on top.
I'd agree with that, Rico. I think Seaside are probably favourites from here. Good start to this over from Gadaraya, getting to bowl the new batsman if he can keep him on strike for a couple of balls. In fact, I'd be inclined to bring the field up and try to force Chandrasekhar Raya to hit over the top. He tries to do just that, but he sent it into the hands of the point fielder. Another wicket goes down for the Helsingborg Stars. They are crumbling under pressure. 4th wicket down, 59 runs on the board. Still 37 short of this total.
Yes, and it was there for the hitting, and he needed to be trying to hit this one straight. Sort of the bat, the handle rolls in the gloves, ends up slicing it. And the catch cleanly taken, so another wicket goes down. And maybe it's going to be the hero who has been the hero with the ball. And Satish, who's going to come out there and see what he can do about it. And, got a lot to do. That is Kunjir. That's the repeat of that wicket there, an easy, straightforward catch. And this is probably, a lot of people are watching this and probably saying, well, yeah, this is the Helsingborg Stars team we remember that we've seen before in the first 4 matches they played. They get themselves to a point where they look like they're favourites to win it, and then it all goes away from them. Now, can they apply themselves the way they have to? The key thing here is about just keeping, this is time now for them to just get the shape right. The advantage is they've got a good power play. The advantage is they've got plenty of runs on the board. The advantage is that rate. Look, let's talk about the rate. The rate is still under 7. So they just need a partnership. They can afford to just play a little bit safe for maybe the next 10, 12 deliveries and then try and play the big shots again. What they don't want to do is throw any more unnecessary wickets away. It's time to rebuild a little, but take the singles.
Yeah, it's an excellent call, Rico, and that's the end of the over. Helsingborg Stars now at 60 for 4 after 6, and those last 2 overs from Manoj Jadvest and Anil Gadaraya, they have gone for 1 run in the 5th and 2 runs in the 6th. The Helsingborg Stars have absolutely hit the skids.
And can I remind you, yesterday when they made a very good start as well, they were the team that lost 6 wickets for 4 runs. So they can collapse, and that's why they must rebuild. They have got the captain out there. Captain was in good form in the first match. He made a healthy contribution with 48 of 21, just falling short of the half century. So a lot is going to rely on him. But they're going for the captain to come back onto bowl. And starts with a wide. Now he only gave 1 run away in his first over at Jedvest, so he's gives 1 straight away, and he has to bowl 6 more balls. So do they go after him here?
Well, they can't afford to mess around a bit too much. Another one down the leg side, consecutive wides from him after he bowled such a tight over the last time. The heads just dropped down, and Seaside, they know every run is crucial.
Bonus runs.
It's a little bit short once again down the leg side, but it's this thigh of Satish Kunje. He's got 1 job here to try to get the skipper back on strike. He only needs the 1.
Yeah, just that was one he could have just stepped inside of, let it go past. It would have been another wide. You can see now the captain just adjusting his field slightly. Jadvest.
Goes around the wicket. He gives Satish Kunjia a bit of space, and he responds by cutting it between third man and point. Well, you add that to the 2 wides to start, and Jadvest has put himself in a little bit of a hole in this over, and that's a nice shot from Satish.
That's classy, isn't it? Classy shot. Nice to see a batter give himself space and play a ball on merit on the offside. And now you can see conversation, Harinder Singh having a chat with the captain and say, look, you need to sort that out over there.
Not sure about this bowling around the wicket option. I think you're taking that into Satish's stronger part of his game. He's far less comfortable in playing across his body to the leg side. As it is, this time's one that take a single on is the big battle. Madan Prabhu on strike. Drops it onto his leg stump. He swept it across the field. Oh, that could be the moment. He had it in his hands out there at mid-wicket, a couple of grabs, and it looks like Gautam Bharti out there in the deep mid-wicket position. Prabhu scoots through for a single. Rico, how crucial will that be? As Satish hooks it around the corner. It's only going to be a 1.
The battle of the 2 captains, and well, Jadvest sees him drop for the 2nd time of his bowling. Prabhu, and the man out there, well, Bharti has not had the best of days in the field. Well, he gets another chance.
Prabhu's not going to try to hang around bowling wide of leg stump. That's never going to be an LBW, but it's at least a dot as far as Jadvest is concerned, and that's the end of the over, and a pretty eventful one, Rico.
Yeah, eventful indeed, and well, a bit of begging going on there from Jadvest to try and get the wicket. Not with our men in black, you don't. And that also did come off the bat as well. So the score, still a pretty decent over. And we're just waiting for those scores to update. But we see here, this is what's coming up next. Now, I was very excited about these two matches this morning, but I'm very excited about these ones. Evergreen taking on Young Coppin.
Yeah, Evergreen, they're one of the favoured teams in this tournament, but we haven't seen them tested. They played the Yetabori Royals, who were down a few of their top players yesterday, so I don't think we've had a great read of them, but certainly some good batsmen at the top of their order, and I really liked Mohammed Qadir with his left-arm orthodox spin. I think they've got a nicely varied bowling attack, but Jönköping, they hit their straps yesterday, winning both games, including an absolute thriller to finish the day against the Helsingborg Stars, and feels like they are building nicely in this ECS Landskrona event. And I think it's a good call from the skipper here. Gort Sonvashia, 69 for 4 after 7 overs. Short ball. He's managed to swing it around to the leg side. It's a misfield, got enough of a hand on it so that it didn't cause too much damage, and it'll just be the one. But the pressure cooker of Landskrona Cricket Club is starting to take its toll on a few of these players.
Yeah, certainly is. Kunji unlucky because he plays that shot and then it slips down, so he's not able to come back for 2, so it's a single.
Vanchi to Prabhu. Prabhu cuts straight to the man attacking from point. That's well fielded. Odd balls at this stage. They just increase the pressure on a ball-by-ball basis on the Stars. Still needing 26 runs, 16 balls.
Vanchi, he's been a good bowler.
Vanchi short, wide again, but Prabhu can't force it through. 2 consecutive dot balls. It's been a good over from Savanchi.
Yeah, starts with 2 dots with that rate required before the start of this over at 9. So looking now really to at least get 2 boundaries here. Just plays this one out casually outside the off. Not the best bit of fielding from, or attempt from Jedvets, the captain. Get the single.
At least his partner, Satish, was alert to the possibility of a second. Prabhu just idling down the pitch. It was a little bit of a misfield, and Satish looked like he was almost willing to sacrifice his wicket to get the skipper back on strike. Goes wide of off stump, cuts over the top of it. That one shot through a little bit low, but continuing a very good over from Sonvashi. There's 1 ball left. He's only gone for 2.
This one looks like it's going to be a close one. It's going to be another one of those that looks like it's going to go into the last.
Wide of off stump, he thrashes it through cover. Wow, Satish Kunjir, he's stepping up to the plate when the Stars needed him. It was an excellent over from Sonvashi up until that point, but just gave him enough room to free his arms. It smokes it for a boundary, and a much needed one at that.
Beautiful shot, and well, just keep your eye on this. I think we are going to go into the last. Golden ball, could we have a golden ball here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground? And you see there, this year so far, we've had 5, and it's been, well, 1 win to the batting side, 4 to the bowling. In total, all time, 11 to 18, the golden ball. And if you don't know what the golden ball is, we should tell you, when the scores are tied, what we do is we go down to the 2 teams. They stay as they are. So in terms of the batting team stays out there, and then they get 1 ball. Can be bowled by any bowler. And the batters, any batter that has not been out, can be out there. And it's 1 ball, 2 required for victory. That's the golden ball if the scores are tied. And you can see there what we've had in 2020-21, and this year so far we've had the 5, and it is very much the bowling side that are on top. Interesting though, when you look at when we started with the golden ball back in 2020, everybody was saying it's too easy for the batting side, especially when the first 5 went all to the batting side. But haven't things changed around?
Yeah, it was pretty incredible, Rico. Only 6 of the last 24 going in favour of the batting side. It's pretty remarkable stuff. And We have got a game on our hands here. Still 21 needed for Helsingborg off these last two. Karim comes into bowl, puts it in the hitting zone of Karim, but he's trying, sorry, of Prabhu, but he's trying to go leg side. Really needed to open up the wrist and try to thrash that through point. There's no fielder on the boundary out at point. Got the one behind square over there, but playing with fire, Karim, but he's got Kunjir back on strike.
Hakeem is the bowler. He's only going to bowl the 1, and he's bowled in the 9th.
Out of off some with a bit of pace. Kunjir's got an edge on it, and he's walking. Karim, he started this over with, well, right in the slot outside off stump, but that was a much better delivery. A little bit more width. Difficult one for Kunjir to control, and it's well taken by the wicket keeper. So a single and a wicket off the first 2 balls, and Seaside now massive favourites for this one.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you, with that wicket going down? I mean, Kunjir, he did make a good contribution of 12. He played some nice shots, but has to depart. A good bit of work again, though, from Harinder Singh. I've liked him behind the stumps. He's looked the part. Of course, he's added so much value for Seaside with the bat as well. And now it's all about trying to get Prabhu on strike. I think Karan is the new batter. You've got to be thinking about, he's got to be thinking to get Prabhu on strike. His strike rate hasn't been brilliant, but at least he's out there and he's seen the ball well. This is well struck, and he will get on strike here. No mistakes in the field, so they'll get the 1.
Well, Prabhu's got to spot a couple of sections where he can hit a boundary. He's enjoyed that area behind square on the leg side. It's not protected on the boundary at the moment, or alternatively trying to hit over point, but he's got to face the majority of the balls to come. Karim goes full. He swung it down the ground. Might drop short of the fielder coming in from long on. He's lazily allowed that to spin past him, and it's going to end up in a 2. Well, captain's not going to be happy with that effort, and Dina Karan showing some hustle getting back for the second.
Yeah, definitely. This is a big moment. Look, I think the ball, you've got to anticipate that the ball could move either way. He doesn't, so he gets wrong-footed, and the 2 batters, good from them as well. They know they had to make 2 out of that.
Bowls full outside off stump, almost block hole length. That's pretty good bowling from Karim. Somvashi's not going to let a second to go through. And so it brings the new batsman back on strike. It's been a pretty good over from Mutaba Hakeem. He had some problems in his first over in this tournament, but he's come back. It's been impressive stuff from the young man. Was a little bit short, swung away to the leg side.
Got to push,
circling around. Thought they might look for the second, particularly with it being the last ball of the over. Try to get Prabhu on strike. As it is, they've kept it to 1, and that's a great over from Hakeem. Only going for 6 off it. And all of a sudden, Helsingborg Stars have a lot of work to do in this final over, Rico. That equation is not in their favour. 15 off 6, and Karan is on strike to start this 10th. 15 required. And, well, the only thing I will say here is they were in the same position when they were in the field yesterday, where they had to defend a high total and they weren't able to. And it wasn't against this team, it wasn't against Seaside, but could this be payback time? Well, Prabhu deciding, I don't need me lid. He just takes it off and drops it on the ground as he gets picked up by the 12th man. Well, he certainly won't need it for the first ball of the over, given they were a little bit sluggish trying to push for the second. Just a bit of game awareness needed. Getting the water run out for him. Surprisingly, Rico, you look at the ball counts. He's only faced 19 deliveries, so just a touch over the equivalent of 3 overs out of the 9 so far. Certainly wasn't an issue when Suhas Shetty was launching bomb after bomb off his bat earlier in the game, but Prabhu just hasn't been able to get any extended stay at the batting crease.
How many runs did Malik go off his first over? Wasn't it one that went over 10?
Certainly was 14.
Ooh, well, if he could go the same way, you know what we'll have? Yeah, just it's one of those scores. I mean, 15. Vinny Sandu normally says around 13 is golden ball territory. All depends what happens with his first ball.
Well, he's come up with a cracker, and Dina Karan half thinking the right thing to do was to get his skipper back on strike, but Prabhu not even moving at the non-striker's crease. Frankly, he should have been sprinting down as soon as that ball was bowled. As it is, his partner gets yorked and the keeper heads up play, runs in, affects the stumping and actually brings a new man to the crease. So just a terrible result, full stop for the Stars. And they've now only got 5 balls to score the 15 needed. And Rico, having a look at the over by over chart, they haven't hit double figures in an over since the 4th.
Yeah, and this one, look, the captain, Prabhu, this is bad from him. He's not sprinting, he should be. Then here, because he sees the ball is going to the keeper, he says, nah. He's got to get to the other end. As soon as that ball is released, he should have been sprinting. He needed to get there. This is well hit. It could go all the way. Oh, I think it does. What? It does. Wow, where does that come from? Well, Sachin Shetty comes out and smashes the first ball for 6. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagia. This game comes back alive.
Well, he's saying you all focus on Suha. Sachin can still launch the occasional blast. He's put Helsingborg back into it. Then it's a leg side wide. Oh, things collapsing for Seaside. That big 6 from Shetty might have turned the game. All of a sudden, it's 8 off 4, Rico.
Wow. How this game can change in an instant.
Oh, and he's gotten a dot ball once again. Prabhu stranded at the non-striker's end. Maybe the call there had to be Sachin gets some bat on it. Get me up the striker's end.
Yeah.
Malik gets a dot when he needs it. 8 off 3.
Ooh, well. It goes again. It's going. Arriba. Oh, it's 6 more. 6 carreras. Balle. How about this? And Sachin Shetty took 3 wickets in the innings when he was doing the bowling. Now he's hit 2 big 6s. Fantastic effort there from the fielder, but he's not able to stop it going over the boundary. Can't hold on to it. 6 more. Game is very much alive here. 2 runs required from 2 balls.
Wow, what does he do here, Shetty? Does he try to finish at this delivery? Takes a big swing, goes off the pad. Oh, he's come up with a run out.
It's going to be out.
The finger goes up. Madan Prabhu, he was sluggish getting to the other end. The keeper needed to make that play because Prabhu on strike for the final ball, only needing 1. It's almost a guaranteed win. Sprints across, picks it up one-handed, flies in the throw, and Prabhu is on his way back to the dugout. What a play, Rico.
What a play, what a big moment from Harinder Singh, but maybe he did have some prontas himself. So look at this, the way this match is poised. 2 for victory off the last ball. The thing is, you got a new bat again on strike. That is just a lose-lose situation really for the Stars, because if they didn't go to run, they still needed just 2 runs, and you got a man that's hit 2 big 6s still out there. It doesn't happen. He's stranded at the other end. Prabhu gets run out. Major piece of play from Harinder Singh, the wicketkeeper. 2 required of 1 ball.
Well, Shetty's stranded at the other end, but he is a good athlete. He should be sprinting through as soon as this ball's bowled. And to be honest, if I was Malik, I'd be looking for the man cat here, because Shetty should be sprinting down the other end. Sapru's just got to make some contact with battle pad. 2 needed off 1 ball. And he does go for the man cat. The appeal comes up. The umpire having a look. The finger goes up. That is heads-up play from Malik. He's listened to Uncle Andrew. He's heard the call from the comms box. Sachin Shetty, he was asking for a replay, but there's no way that the action had gone all the way through there whatsoever. That is sensational defensive play from Malik. He knew exactly what was in Sachin Shetty's mind, And frankly, Shetty should be walking back to the pavilion because that is out.
Yeah, it's out. Look, no question about it. You called it. We called that the umpire's kiss. You called something that happened. Look, the thing is, the contest of the match and it doesn't matter because Shetty is not going to face another ball. The only way he'll face another ball, if the ball is bowled, it's a no ball and they run one. But if that happens, the game is over because they need to. The thing they've got to do, they've got to be smart. Whoever goes out there now has got to be the quickest runner you've got on your team. And that's why I was a little bit surprised that Supro was the man that is sent out. He may be the big hitter, but he doesn't look like the quickest. This match, whatever happens, you've got to run, you get one. You get one, you get another chance because we go to the golden ball. And both the batters having a chat. And the only thing they could be saying there is, look, Yar, whatever happens, we're going to run. Dorna, and we've got to run quick. This is all about the running. Yeah, I don't know why that's taking so long. The finger goes up, you got to go. So here we go, just to remind you, 2 required from the 1 ball to come.
Yep, 1 run will take it to a golden ball. They've sent out Guragaka, who is a good mover, so he's got to be smart. He's got to hold his crease until the point that Malik gets through his action and then sprint up the other end. Sapru, he's the man under pressure. He's got to make contact. There is a big gap out there to cover, so if he can just push it out on the offside, they will score the 1. Malik bowls down, leg side, it's gone for wide.
It's a wide.
is going to be run out up the top end. Surely, the finger goes up. Oh, no, sorry, the umpire has half put the finger up. He's half gone for the video call.
Scores are tied here because the wide goes onto the board. Scores are tied. It has to be bowled again. Now, whether he makes it or not is irrelevant. All they need to make sure is another quick guy comes out. He's out. He's out by a distance. So he has to go back. We've had...
Well, I'll tell you what,
wicket.
Sapru should have been alert to this. That ball's gone down leg side. If he had have responded and run immediately, there was a chance to close the game on that delivery. As it is, poor Advaid Guragaka has done exactly what he should have done. He has been sprinting through for the 1, and Sapru's left him high and dry. So as it is, they're bringing out Ganesh Krishnamurthy. Rico, this game has had everything. I can't believe with 2 off 1 ball needed that Malik has pushed it down the leg side. What is Sapru doing holding his crease?
I have no idea what he's doing there. You've got to be running here. And just look, if you make it, you've won the game. So it's, well, okay, scores are tied. 95 to 95. A ball to go. And, well, Sapru is having his comment. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He's going to sell you down to Swanee because he ain't going to run. I'll tell you that now.
I mean, Sapru is not a small man. If he ran straight down the pitch there, legitimately the chance of the wicket keeper getting the ball to the bowler to affect the run out is very little. But as it is, he's put the game in his hands. Malik comes in. Sends one into his toes. It's come with the toe. Run, Rowett, run! He's managed to scamper through with a single. The Helsingborg Stars, they are shining brightly. They have 2 wins from 2 here today. They have pulled it out of the fire, and they can thank Sachin Shetty, who has come up with 2 Maximos in the final over to bring them victory. Rico, what a remarkable contest.
Oh, what a match this is. Incredible. There's the LBW appeal. The umpire says no way, and Supro does run. And there they are. They are
He's holding his hands up.
Absolutely delighted. They're swaying their bats around like their swords. They are victorious. It's 2 out of 2. Look at the captain, Prabhu, as he comes in there, jumping with joy. What a match that we had there. Somehow, I don't really know how, somehow they've done it. They've got the 15 that they needed off the fine over. But look, for me, I don't care what you want to look at. The player of the match is quite easily Sachin Shetty. He came out there. Those 2 big sixes that he hit were amazing. Some people watching will say there's also a little bit of karma there because the bowler does the man card, and then after that long delay, shouldn't have been a long delay, fires in the ball down the leg side for the wide ball. That tied the score, and then there right at the end, well, they lost 4 from 4 before coming here today. They ate the aloo parotas and they won 2 out of 2. I say no more.
Ah, Rico, your advice has held them in good stead. What an incredible contest. And that man at the top of the innings, Suha Shetty, wasn't he launching some absolute blasts in the early stages? They kept on feeding him so he could swing it long and swing it hard to mid-wicket, and he did it with regularity. The skipper, Prabhu, he joined in, slapping a couple of boundaries over the offside, but it was the Shetty show to begin with, and he took them a long way towards the total.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing game, wasn't it? I mean, it just had those... It swung around in roundabouts, and it didn't know which way it was going to go while Shetty was out there hitting the ball really well. But that was a really good catch. Big moment there as well. I think another big moment in this match was the dismissal of Devinder Singh. You can look at that one again and again and again. 5 wides over there. How crucial all of those are. These drop catches, there also could have been a run out here. All of these things matter when it comes to these close matches. That man behind there, well, Harvinder Singh, he had a fantastic game. Remember, he could have won it for his team with that direct throw run out. It was a match where everything happened. And there you saw Singh coming out. Well, he was very disappointed we got out. We just had to look at this again and again and again. Was he? Wasn't he? Maybe we'll never know, but it was a crucial point in this match.
Yeah, it absolutely was. So many big calls, so many big moments. That was a big bowling changing, bringing back Adil Gadaraya on, and he came up with a super over when his team needed it most. Satish Kunjir came out, and there was another huge moment with the drop on the mid-wicket boundary. But they just kept on coming, Seaside. They wouldn't give up, and you'd have to say that with 2 overs to go, they were in the prime position to win this match. It was just run out after run out, and to be honest, Rico, the skipper was to blame for a few of them, but one man who came through with the golden bat, Sachin Shetty, launching 2 sixes in the final over. And you thought that was all of the drama before ultimately this wonderful bit of fielding from the wicket-keeper Singh kept his side in it, Rico. And then the final 2.
Oh, this one. There was the man card, which was, well, you've got to go. But there was a bit of delay here, and that delay, maybe that was enough to put off Malik, because the next ball, when it finally did come, was a wide ball. Should have been a wide ball and a run. And you see, he's talking and talking, saying, whatever happens, we're going to run. Right, we're going to run. Then he says, no, don't run, go back. And he gets run out. But they did get the one for the wide that tied it. And then right at the end, the leg bar to finish it. What a game this was. What a morning we've had. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. But remember, 2 more big matches coming up, as we see there. The joyful... The stars.
Well, Rohit Sapri putting the arms up in celebration. I'm not sure his running between the wickets added too much to that victory. Even that last ball, he stops. He thinks, just run, Rohit, run. But eventually, they end up winning this game on the final ball, and it smiles all around for the Helsingborg Stars.
Oh, what a wonderful match it was. Like I say, it had the highs and the lows. Both teams had highs and lows in there. That was absolutely sensational. Well, we haven't got long to get our breath back. I can tell you that the next match is going to just run about 5 minutes later because of all of the delays there. I think quite a few in all. A lot of decisions that had to be right. The third umpire getting into play a lot of times as well. So the next match between these 2 teams, Evergreen coming back, and they made a perfect start. Then they 2 out of 2, and they're taking on Yon Shopping. It's going to be an interesting game as we leave you to have a look at those teams, and we'll go back to that scorecard here at the moment as well. But look, that's going to be an exciting match. We're excited. We're on a high here And I think the excitement levels here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground in this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden are just going to go up, up and up. What a match.
Oh, Rico, I need a cup of Horlicks and an opportunity to sit down and rest after that one. What a day for the Stars. They've come out and won the first match comfortably. Should have taken control of this second one, but a middle order meltdown before Sachin Shetty blasted 2 sixes, and then somehow, in spite of themselves on those last few balls, they have managed to reach the total of 96 for 9. Sachin Shetty very justifiably called man of the match or player of the match today. Quick look at the Seaside bowling figures.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, there were some surprises, and I think Gadaraya, he was absolutely sensational. They held him back a little bit later. I think that they should have done. Malik, he was expensive. He goes for 27. And Hakeem only gets the 1 over. I mean, again, you just got to know when to use your good bowlers. I think Somvanashi bowled pretty well there as well. But it was just one of those games. Could have gone anyway. So many incidents in both the innings, which you think, well, if that had gone differently, if that had worked out a different way, it could have been a different result. It certainly could have been. But what I can tell you, though, is the Helsingborg Stars, after 4 defeats on the spin, have done the double over Seaside.
Yep, and there's plenty more cricket action to come here from the Landskrona Cricket Club. We're back with match 3 in just a matter of minutes. It is the undefeated Evergreen Cricket Club taking on the high-flying Jönköping Cricket Club. If they provide more entertainment than we've just had, then we are in for an amazing afternoon of T10. Please come back here and join us on the European Cricket Network. Just a matter of minutes.
So after two good clashes to open day 3 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, we've now got 2 new teams coming to join us for today. It is Jönköping, who found some form yesterday, and they're playing the undefeated Evergreen Cricket Club. We'll hand over to the man with the toss. Is it Tom Cruise in cocktail? No, it's Sir Rob Kemming.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. So we are going to bat first.
Another excellent toss from Sir Rob Kemming, and Jönköping have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Pretty good move, I think, with the amount of runs that we've seen scored here today. As far as Jönköping goes, it felt like they really had found a return to form yesterday, and a few of their top players really got in the groove. It was great to see Zabiola Zadran take the field yesterday. He's a fiery pace bowler, gets really good bounce, probably bowls a little bit more short of a length than most of the bowlers on this pitch, but gets it through to the keeper nicely, and I think we'll see better from him today, not only with the ball, but he's a powerful hitter in the middle order. But the absolute star for them yesterday, Nasir Bacha, he played a very patient innings in game 2 when they had a momentous chase to get through, but he timed it beautifully, launched in the last 2 overs, and ultimately took them to victory, and they ended up with 2 wins from their games yesterday. Their opposition today, Evergreen Cricket Club, we haven't really seen them tested. They played the Göteborg Royals yesterday morning and they were too strong in both games, but I think this Jönköping's group is going to be a much sterner contest for them. They've got Umar Nawaz, who bats at the top of the order. He's an extremely strong hitter and capable of hitting all across the ground. Played a couple of excellent shots through the offside yesterday. He's going to be a difficult man to stop. But Mohammad Kadir, with his left arm orthodox spin, I think he's probably the best spinner that we've seen at this tournament thus far. And particularly in the middle overs, he's going to prove a handful for these Jönköping big hitters. This is going to be an excellent contest between, I think, probably the 2 most fancied teams in Group A. It's going to be a cracker. I'll hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box to get us started.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there. It's going to be a cracker indeed. Well, we've already had plenty of excitement in the start of this day 3 here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground. And we're based on the southern tip here in Sweden. You can probably just see the coast there in the far background. It's a lovely iconic setting. And as that drone goes over, the marquees there for the players and the tournament referees. We're just to the left of that, the far side of the field. You can see the horses there as well and their stables. Evergreen, they're looking to continue and keep that perfect start intact. Jönköping are not going to make it easy for them. They're going to be batting first here. And they'll be hoping that one man that we've only seen a slight glimpse of his talents, that Sami Ibrahimkil can really get going in this one. Riaz Khan, he's one to look out for as well. They've got a good batting lineup. I like the batting of Musa Rahman there. And Hafiz Khan can give the ball a fair whack as well as Khalid Usman. Plenty of power in their batting, and they'll be hoping again today on a day that we've seen scores of the high score put up there by the Stars, 124. Hundreds as well, as we see the expected scores. So going on form, I suppose, Evergreen are, according to the bat versus ball wall, predicted to go to 103 and win 103 to 94. Jönköping will have other ideas about that, and I think that's based on the average scores we've seen so far. Just get the feeling from what we've seen already today that high scores are on the card, as we see the 2 teams out there. Looks like it's going to be Aslam with the bowling, opening up. And, welcome to our umpires, Ajish Raja and Rafi Ahmed. This one's played out. We'll take the single, so off the mark straight away. So now we go and see if Ibrahimkil is going to be, well, what sort of form he's going to be in today. One thing you will say about Sami is that he's always going to give you something in the match. That's without fail. I mean, everybody looks to see just how destructive he's going to be with the bat, but he's a top performer. You saw him bowl well and field well the other day, even though he didn't perform with the bat. This one he gets beaten outside the off, and the keeper also gets beaten on that one. And that's Idris. Certainly was a top performer behind the stumps when they got those 2 victories the last time, the first time really, we saw Evergreen. Oh, this is wide, filthy full toss, and there's nothing that the keeper, Aris Idris, could do about this. That's going to be 5 wides. And this was a board Gandhi ball, and well, nobody's going to stop that. That's a gift, a huge gift from the bowler, Aslam. Evergreen had those 2 victories against the Royals. The Royals just didn't turn up, did they, yesterday morning? Only made 53, which would chase down with ease as this one's blasted down the offside. Is this going to be an opportunity? It is an opportunity. Not only does the opportunity go down, but so do the bodies of half of the Evergreen side. As that catch goes down, they all go down. He knew it was a big moment to get a wicket first up, and well, he just collapses on the ground. He's okay. The field has to change to the left-hander, left and right combination. Always one that causes a few issues. Aslam. This one will be hit past him, and oh, almost gets past 3 men. Gets past the bowler, gets past one of the fielders backing up, but not past the third. See that here, there's one, and just gets lucky really, doesn't he? Because he catches it with his leg, not with his hands. Up in the air, the wind will hold this one up kindly for the fielder, and it's another one that goes down. Well, Amir Ali now puts this one down, and Khan, whatever he's had this morning for breakfast or whatever prayers that he's done, yes, Khan, certainly working in his favour. He's been dropped twice, and he put catches down. They can come back and haunt you. That's well bowled. It's a good finish to the over. Good tight, sharp delivery to Ibrahim Gill, who plays this down. But they will get a single as we have a look. The highest first over scores once again. So with that one finishing on 10, you can see that Evergreen, this is the sort of score that they would normally get. Ian Shopping, it's way below what we know that they can do. It's based really on that one match. 21 was smashed, wasn't it? And it was all to do with one man, and it was quite an amazing match as well against Seaside. But Seaside did come back and beat him in the second, and that's the thing that will be disappointing with Seaside, because they weren't able to do the same against the Stars in that match earlier. What a match it was! We're still sort of there in our back of our head, as you see. Always Niam is about to come in to bowl this one, and somebody who's taken a bit of time to get over that first match is joining us back. He's normally very calm. He's a smooth operator, as this one has been dispatched before. What a cracking shot that is, and what a cracking time it is to welcome back Andrew Ryan into the commentary cube.
Yeah, couldn't have chosen a better time, Rico, getting to see Sami Ibrahim kill a thunderbolt. Talked about yesterday that he reminds me quite a bit of Lance Klusner, the South African superstar from the 90s, and the way that he hits the ball, the sort of shape that he gets when he thrashes through that offside. He's a scintillating player to watch, but yeah, I had to call my consultant psychologist to just decompress and calm down after that last contest.
Not a good delivery down the leg side there from Naeem. After seeing the first one blasted past him. The young man and learning his craft well. And no doubt that playing in a European Cricket Series like this will develop his skills further. Gets this one right. That's a good delivery. It's a good reply. He sees Ibrahim Kul looking to come down the track to him, and he pushes this one wide off him.
I've got to say I'm impressed with the first couple of balls from Naeem, but also impressed with the moustache he's carrying at the moment.
I knew you'd pick the moustache.
Well, a bit of intimidation factor for young Ibrahim Kul. So young Tyro's going at it.
Oh, this one strikes him. Where does this hit? Is this on the lid or is this just on the shoulder? This is quite a spicy delivery. Have a look. Certainly going to be smelling this one. It says, there we go. Oh, right on that grill.
Didn't back down from it though, Ibrahim Kul. He's tried to roost that over the leg side.
This time he says, you may hit me once, but I always have the last say. And that's a dodgy place to be parking your cars, especially if the bowling is going to be short to Sami Ibrahim Kul.
Well, shame on you if you fool me. If you fool me once, shame on me if you fool me twice. He's not going to take that second one lying down. Sabri Ibrahim Kul launches it over the leg side, and that's a beautiful strike.
Well, he sends this one into the car park. And I think just a few words of advice coming to the way to the young man. And I think that's the case of saying that Naeem, don't bowl it short. Short and up ball, Kenny. Yeah, don't bowl short to him. Ibrahim gets stuck in the guard, but comes back firing. That's a good ball. That seems to be the line, doesn't it? Don't put it in his arc. Don't give him the room to get the big shot in. This is a very good delivery.
Yeah, it was. Well, you mentioned advice before, Rico. Just going to the YouTube chat, and thanks for everyone joining us in there today. Helix suggested that I need an extra beer to calm myself down after that last game. I like the implication by extra, as though that I've definitely had one during the lunch break.
Oh, he gets lucky here. It's the old Chinese cut. He'll chase after it, and well, just managing to put his foot down on it before he's able to go to the other side of the boundary here. Just keep an eye on this. The ball is slowing up, puts the foot down, and yeah, it's okay. So that's the end of a fairly productive over. And the score moves on to 23. And 2 overs down. 24, pardon me. Did take 2 there. If you just have a look at those tables, so, well, what a difference a day makes for the Stars. Up in the mid part of the table, 4 points to them. And they've had a good day's work done out there today. Things have gone their way. They're going back a happy team.
Well, they may well be having a few beers this afternoon in celebration of what has been a very productive day for them. Remarkably getting a win in that second game. They almost plucked defeat from the jaws of victory halfway through that innings, but managing to conjure an escape act, largely thanks to the striking of Sachin Shetty in that last over.
This is up in the air. It's an opportunity. They have put 2 down already, but this one goes to the safe hands of the wicket-keeper. Harris Idris makes no mistake, so they do get the first wicket. Can't. Well, they couldn't the first or the second time, but the third time, yes, they can't, because he goes. And Riaz Khan, he thought it was going to be his day. They kept dropping him, but this time the safe hands of Idris says, oh, no, you don't. His third time, lucky for us. And he has to make way as the new batter trots out there. And it looks like it's going to be Nasir Bacha. Now, he was sensational yesterday.
Yeah, he was. Wonderful innings from him. Beautifully paced innings too. We did question at one stage whether he was leaving too much for himself to do in the latter stage of that innings. But he had the confidence that he could hit a succession of boundaries, and certainly did that in the latter part of that game. Well held catch there from the wicket keeper, Harris Idris. He shown himself to be very, very competent with the gloves. Never looked comfortable in that innings, Riaz Khan was moving around the crease just a little bit too much from a player who's very, very good striker of the ball.
Nice start. He's getting this ball in that corridor outside the off stump. Short of a length, not over pitching. And just a little swoosh, if you like, from Butcher to try and get back onto the ball. I think they need him to be at his best here. These two good, powerful men out there at the moment. Ibrahim Kill and 14. Looking to get a nice partnership going together. That one gets respected.
What was that, Rico? Is that a back foot defensive shot?
It was a yeah, backward defense, if you like. Just says, yeah, okay, there you go. Just watching it onto the bat.
Haven't seen one of those for a few years in ECS.
We've seen a couple of leaves, don't forget.
We
As you
have.
said in the very. Oh wow! How about this? This is absolute beauty. Comes out of the middle of the bat. What a shot this is! Well, he shows his defensive side, and now he shows his attacking ability. This is a superb shot. Absolute beauty. 1 foot in the air, says, there you go. Times it perfectly. 6 runs.
Oh, Rico, the back foot defence followed by the flick off the legs for the boundary. That's a man after my own heart. That is beautiful batting from Bacha. He's got a touch of class about him.
Then back outside the off, and it's playing a miss again. So the over comes to an end. Been a okay spell of bowling, I suppose. Just 16 off his 2 overs. Picks up the 1 wicket. We just have a look at the highest power play scores here now. And John Shopping, no surprise, right up there after that superb, super duper power play against Seaside. You see some of the other teams now are behind the Stars because they've had a good day today. 38, and that one there, 43 in their last 2 matches.
Yeah, they batted very well in the power play today in both games, the Helsingborg Stars. It was all Suhas Shetty in the second game, whereas in the first it was the Panda, Avinash Panda, ably supported by their skipper, Madan Prabhu. Not sure we'll see anyone top that Jönköping effort when Sami Ibrahimkil went absolutely ballistic a couple of days ago. Speaking of going ballistic, I suspect the crowd that's starting to swell here at the Landskrona Cricket Club will be pretty excited by this call from the captain of the Evergreen side. He's brought Ahmed Kadir, the left-arm orthodox spinner. I think he's a genuine wild card in this group, Rico, and this is a big moment in this game, actually. I think particularly against someone like Ibrahimkil, who enjoys pace coming onto the ball. I think it's a good call, and he'll be pushing it across him with the left arm.
Yeah, interesting their game with Kadir before Kiani, because we know that Kiani also, Imran Kiani, a very experienced player. He bowls superbly well as well. But I think this is a good choice here for the captain. I think he's just thinking, right, let's just take the pace right off and just see if we can get a miss hit here. The power play, of course, is done. The field has been set. It's a good start from Kadir. He's in the right area straight away. The batters come through and take the single.
Very subtle but beautiful ball there from Kadir. Just floating it across Sami Ibrahimkil. He was ready to launch over the leg side, but realised that ball was probably going to swing just outside of his preferred hitting zone. He's had to just drive it down the ground for 1. Nice cricket.
This is a thunderous strike. Wow. How about this? This is not a bad ball. This is, well, how did you describe this shot? It was just hammered. Absolutely hammered.
Yeah, 3 of the best cricketers in this group on display here. The 2 batsmen at the crease versus Ahmed Kadir. This is some really, really good one-on-one contest taking place at the moment.
Yeah, very little bat lift, but the timing and the execution of that shot, well, absolutely fabulous. So making a change here straight away. So the player deep in the offside comes in to push one more back there on the leg side boundary. And he tries to go over the top on the offside. Doesn't time it right. It could have gone anywhere, and the ball could also go anywhere. Hits the stumps, but it's been well backed up.
Yeah, going back to that previous ball, Rico, I don't think Kadir is going to be too concerned about the manner in which Nasir swung him over to mid-wicket. It was an off-balance shot, was taking his lives in his hands, swinging across the line to what was a pretty well-pitched ball. It's nice bowling from him.
Just puts the barrels back on the stumps. As Kadir gets ready to continue. See if he can get the breakthrough. And this one's up in the air. Is he going to get lucky? Oh, yes, he will. It's another one that goes down. That's 3 catches that have gone down in this innings already. And this time is Saran Aslam that puts one down. And he's put down the danger man, Chansiga. Both are Chansiga. Fielder. The catch is short of it, that. And puts it down. There's going to be expended. He's trying to look to see if he can find an excuse. I think there he's looking for the sun to say it was the sun. He realises there is no sun there, so he can't say anything about it. But, well, there we go. The next one is a wicket, and this is where the fielder is going to come back and say, well bowled to the bowler, and the bowler will probably not acknowledge him to say, look, I'm not going to rely on you guys catching it. I'll just bowl it straight. And it's a big wild swing from Ibrahim Kul, but he does go. So sometimes dropping catches and dropping the big players can be expensive. Other times, maybe not so much.
Oh, give me 100 replays of this ball, Rico. Just another gorgeous bit of left arm orthodox bowling. Bowled it a little bit flatter, a little bit more on middle stump. Induced Ibrahim Kul into the big shot, but just held the pace back a little bit. That is exquisite stuff from Mohammad Kadir. This has been a scintillating over to watch.
Yeah, it's intelligent bowling as well. And I think one thing that you said was very important is, and it sounds silly, sounds strange to say, the bowler won't mind being hit in that way, because you've got to have a plan. And I think when you're, especially when you're a spin bowler, you know that you're going to get some tonk. There are going to be those that are going to come out the middle and go a long way, especially when you've got a bat of the ability of Ibrahim Kul out there. But if you stick to your task, and if you don't get flustered, you will also get the wickets. It's another nice looking shot, and it's a diving effort from the fielder. Fielder ने बहुत अच्छी effort की थी, diving मारी, but चौका लग गया.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only ball from the over that Mohammad Kadir is going to be particularly disappointed with. Just a flat one outside off stump to the new batsman, and Teleroma, he doesn't need a second invitation to try to swing a ball to the boundary. But it's really, really a treat to get to see such a good operator in action here.
Yeah, look, it's a classy bowler, and we probably don't get the opportunity to see too many good finger spinners. And we've got a good one here in Kadir, and I think the first time we saw him yesterday, we said we're gonna see a lot more of him. He's going to take a lot more wickets. He's going to get a lot of batters in trouble, and we've seen that here already. And I'm pretty sure that his second over is going to be just as testing and challenging. And this man coming on now, Kiani, he's pretty good as well.
Yeah, he was pretty effective yesterday. Just going back to the left armour, Kadir. One of the challenges for being a left-arm spinner here, and you can see it just in the context of those 6 balls that he bowled in that over, is just having the ability to wait things out with a batsman. As you said, that you don't mind if they're hitting you to a particular part of the ground or taking a certain risk. In T10, it can just be such a hit or miss game, because you've only got 2 overs to work through, not the opportunity to go through, a 7 or 8 over spell in which you're setting a batsman up. But it's still great to watch, even in this compressed form.
Yeah, well said. As Kiani sees his first one go past the batter's swing, it sort of clonks Harris Idris, the wicketkeeper, and goes for byes.
Kiani's a bit of a different kettle of fish than they've faced so far. They've had a fair bit of pace to work with, and obviously the left-arm orthodox spinner, he tends to bowl in the early overs when he gets a bit of assistance of the ball swinging. Probably a little bit of a different kettle of fish when he's bowling the 5th, although obviously this ball's still in pretty reasonable condition. That one's popped on the batsman, tried to swing it away to square leg. A little bit uppish, but it falls safely for a single.
Yeah, they haven't got that orthodox square leg in, so they get lucky. So, one's on the board. Kiani gets that one ready to pop. It must have hit the seam hard.
Get the occasional one to bounce for someone who's not a particularly tall man, but he gets the seam in good position. Sometimes gets it to kick off the deck.
This one's been hit powerfully to the fielder, does really well. Gets down very low, and even though that ball does pop up, he's got his body well behind it. He's just giving his knee a bit of a rub there. Does well there, good bit of fielding.
Yeah, really good bit of fielding. Took an unfortunate bounce in the last collision with the turf before it got to him. Got down low though and was able to react to it well.
This one goes over the top of the infield, goes to the boundary. An agonising chase for the fielder, but chases it in vain. 4 more runs. A good shot to play. Remember, with that leg side field being stacked up there's nobody out there on the offside. And that one goes over, and Kiani straight away says, I want to change that. And he gets protection out on the off straight away.
He's a bit of an underrated batsman, Tel here, Omar. He's probably not as illustrious or technically correct as some of the other batsmen from this Jönköping team, but every time he comes out, he takes very few balls to get him into his stride, and he finds the boundary regularly.
This one will be called a wide from Kiani. And well left there. Looks to play the shot and then says, I don't need to.
Having a look at the chat here, Rico, and obviously thanks for everyone joining in for us. Mod Ashfaq has asked who is going to win this match, Vinny. I'm not sure Vinny Sandu in the middle of his flight back to Australia is going to give you too much advice, but I think this is going to be a very, very close contest. Mod, as we see Kiani just push that one a little bit wide of off stump, but it's Andrew Ryan and Rico Full here on the European Cricket Network to take you through what is the 3rd game here from the Landskrona Cricket Club today, and we very much appreciate all of your support, both on YouTube and FanCode throughout the subcontinent.
Yeah, well, who's going to win the match? It's a very easy answer to that. Stay tuned and watch it unfold, because you won't be disappointed as we see another fine shot being played out on the offside. This one should and will be stopped. Here comes the throw, but not before the batters complete 2 runs. Nice shot again.
Yeah, nicely played and good placement too. It's not a huge gap between the 2 fielders there. One at point and one probably about 15 metres to his left, but he's threaded the needle very, very well. And one thing I really like about this ground, Rico, we've talked about the fact that it's pretty hard underneath, is gives the batsman full value for their shots even when they're playing along the ground. It's not like a typical European cricket ground, not so much the grounds that we have for the ECS, but a lot of grounds around the continent where you've really got to try to hit in the air, because anything along the ground is going to pull up short.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. That's a very good observation. I mean, we've been to a lot of places where we see some really nice shots, and I find myself saying a lot of times that's a lovely shot, deserved 4, but only gets the 1 or the 2 because the outfield, for various reasons, is not quick and fast. We certainly saw a good outfield in Romania last week. That Morovalia complex is absolutely outstanding, and it's not too dissimilar to this. I mean, it's very much the same. It was a lovely, fast outfield, a nice pitch which offers a little bit of something to the batters and the bowlers, and the scenery was absolutely almost identical to this, with the greenery and the trees around. We have the horses there, we had the lake. Of course, we've got the sea that's not too far from here as well. And isn't it wonderful that see the start of this over? Oh, that could be pretty close, but just deciding that not going to go on to miss, outside pitching away outside the stumps. But yeah, isn't it great that as we do travel around and more cricket is being shown across Europe, we're finding these lovely grounds as well. And the batter there is well, we're talking about finding grounds, the batter finding the hands of the fielder, and no mistakes made. So finally a clean catch is taken by one of the fielders as opposed to the wicketkeeper, and it's Mazid Abdul makes no mistakes here.
Yeah, nice catch coming in there from the position backward of point, and that's a big wicket in the context of this game. Nasser Butcher did so much damage with the bat yesterday. Looked like he was just getting into his groove, hadn't really unleashed, but he ends up going for 12 off 10 balls, and another nice bit of bowling from Mohammed Kadir. Threw that one in a little bit short, but just gave it a little bit more of a rip. Held up on this blue pitch here at Landskrona, and the timing was all out from Butcher, and it ended up straight in the hands of the field. A nicely taken catch. That does bring Zabiola Zadran to the crease. One of my favourite cricketers in this part of the world. love the fact that he doesn't mess around with different choice of headgear either, does he, Rico? It's just those dark locks on display every single time, and he's a menace with the ball as well, and a pretty handy middle order batsman.
There's Zadran. He looked to get on with it, and gets a good delivery first up, doesn't he? I mean, Kadir, the more you see him, the more you like him. He's just got so many different options when he comes in. This time, this one is well pitched, going the other way, good length.
Not to overdo it to compliment cricketers too much, but it's smart cricket from Zadran. They know that Kadir is far and away the most dangerous bowler in this evergreen lineup. They've got a good platform here, 55 for 3, 5.5, 56 for 3, now a 5.4. You just don't need to lose another wicket, and particularly one of your premier batsmen to him. Zadran's going to have plenty of opportunities over the final 4 overs. So he's just played out. They've taken a couple of singles off Kadir, and they'll do their business against the remaining bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the plan. Hits this one hard into the ground. Really gets right on top of this one. Hits it firmly, but unfortunately for Zadran, it goes straight to the fielder. And that will be the end of another over. And I think it looks like we're having a bat change here at the end of the over. So 57, 3 overs, 3 wickets down, 6 overs complete. So looking again, well, if they go around 10 and over here, into the 90s, but they'll want to get at least past the 100 here. Shopping, but a lot will depend, I think, on this partnership. Maybe the last of the two, the last to recognise that batters are out there at the moment.
Yeah, we thought this match would be a pretty even contest. Hard to get a read on Evergreen from when they played the Yetabori Royals yesterday, but certainly we knew they were going to be tested by Yon Shopping here today, who are flying high after their 2 wins for 2 games yesterday. But it's really, really nicely positioned. We saw in the win probability graph, it's almost 50-50 at this point. And I think it's probably a fair assessment of the situation.
Yeah.
57 for 3, still 4 overs remaining. So depending on how much particularly Zadran, but also Omer get going, this could be anywhere from 90, 95 up to 110, 115.
Abdul to the attack. Yeah, gets that Yorker net delivery, but good running here, very good backing up from Zadran. He backs himself to go, calls it early, Omar responds. Well bowled, well played, good cricket all round.
Yeah, really good cricket, excellent running from Zadran. Boy, the Helsingborg Royals could take a leaf out of his book, given some of their slightly negative or disappointing running in the last game. They managed to out of it with a remarkable last ball win though, but hustling through for the quick single there. Particularly when you've got some good bowling attacks, you've got to take those singles when they present themselves. Short ball, which is just held up in the pitch. Zadran was shaping up to heave it over to the leg side. One just deviated a little bit away from him.
Yeah, deviates away, and I think he gets more height on it than he expected. You see here, he almost sort of pulls away from it at the last moment. Another one that he just respectfully plays down, and now looks like he's having a chat with the umpire to say, I think my bat's gone as well. It certainly didn't sound too healthy, I have to say. So we may have another bat that needs to be changed, and I think it looks like we will.
It's pretty incredible, Rico. We've seen some historic moments in European cricket series over the last couple of years, but 2 bat changes in the space of about 5 minutes. Not something I've seen before.
Yeah, and one of them was from the non-striker.
Got to ask the question of what's happened in the intervening balls to make a non-striker change of bat, but either way, Zadran taking a while to get in here. 1 off 5.
It's a big swing at this one, and just deciding here that after seeing the last few deliveries being dots and just a single, that he needs to try and get something to start happening here, because that predicted score of around 86, it's going the wrong way at the end of each over. They need to get a bit of oomph in the innings. This is sliced away. The fielder watches the spin, does very well, keeps it to 1. So it's been an absolute sensational over so far from Abdul. Just 2 runs from it with the ball to go.
Yeah, he's just bowling a pretty disciplined line and length at the moment. Started in with a nice in-swing Yorker and it just hit the pitch short of a length just outside off stump. And if you're going to bowl to Zabil or Zadran, that's a pretty good place to put it. Likes to hit hard, but particularly down the ground and out towards mid-wicket.
I think Homer is eyeing up a big shot here, Andrew. And he just works his away on the onside. That'll take a single. What a fine spell of bowling this is. It's the first over completed and only 3 runs. And he's just basically backing up the good bowling that we've seen from Kadir as well.
Yeah, you said it, Rico. After Kadir's over, where, as I've said, I thought they sensibly played him out the last couple of deliveries. Next over can go either way. You expect the batsman to come hard.
Yeah.
But as it was, Abdul bowled such a tight line and length in those 6 balls that he really didn't get them the chance to free their arms. And that's a great win for Evergreen. And they've managed over the course of those last 2 overs to really put a bit of a stop to the momentum that the Jönköping team had. And Rico, plenty of T10 action coming up.
Yeah, plenty indeed. I mean, we've got 4 weeks in total here in Sweden. Once Landskrona comes to an end, next week we go over to Stockholm where Vinny Sandy will join us. Then we've got Prague in the Czech Republic, Hungary, Budapest, and then Vienna. So plenty on the way. And then we, of course, got the 5 weeks ECS, the Italian summer. And that will finish with the Super Series. So that one is right up in the block hole. Good delivery, single taken. So it's all tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka style. They need the boom-boom. And Zadran, can he provide it? At the moment, he's going at quite a low strike rate. This is the 8th delivery, and he leaves that well. Wide ball. Swain into the attack.
Yeah, just having a look at the YouTube chat. Riman RFE suggesting that Zadran's probably wasting too many balls at this time of the innings. Right, we're into the 8th over now. They probably had to reduce their expectations to maybe 90 odd.
He's hit out once again. Oh well, there's another another player who needs to change his footwear, and this time it's Swain that goes down. Well, they're slipping and sliding all over the place here today. Look, as he comes, he says, "Whoa, I'm off, I'm gone. Hold on to it, don't throw it at me." Just a single, so it's more tiki-taka. Homer, can he get going? Early tries, it gets slapped high up in the air, will drop short of the fielder, and now it's another one who's sliding around. In comes to throw with a good arm, but he loses his footing as well. What's going on out there, Andrew?
Yeah, some of the fielders probably not picking appropriate footwear for this Landskrona Oval, but either way, Taylor Omar probably needed to try to get his back foot around there more, swing that more square rather than trying to swing it straight down the ground. So he got a fair bit of height off the pitch.
Fielder was going to start doing the break dancing there for a moment. Well, this one is going to go all the way over, and there's an attempted catch there from MSP. There's no point running in there and hiding. We see you. We see you put it down. Well, he's had a mixed day, MSP. We saw him go for one catch earlier, and he ended up flat on his face. Then we saw him do a good bit of fielding one-handedly, making sure he doesn't spill a bit of coffee. And that one goes down. MSP, Mark Simpson Parker. We know you. Up in the air, chance, and taken. They get the wicket, and it's Omar who has to go. He doesn't really get going, and the 2 batters will say, I think Zadran is saying, "Let me try your bat, Zadran. I wouldn't take it if I were you, because, well, it doesn't go too far off that bat either." It comes at the bottom of the bat. Safe catch taken. Well, those shades do come in handy.
Yeah, well, Imran Kiani, he's a pretty talented cricketer all round, good in the field, takes a safe catch there. Luckily, his hand's a little bit safer than Mark Simpson Parker out on the boundary line, but either way, the Evergreen side, they have come back well in the last couple of overs. Jönköping 71 for 4. They've only got 13 balls left. Shazad, who really struggled to get off strike during the latter stages of one of the matches yesterday, he's come out to bat. His job is to give Zadran as much strike as possible over these last 13 balls as Swain comes in to finish the over.
It's fairly well struck. Ball bobbles around to the fielder. No mistakes made there by Umanawaz. And it's another tidy over. That's all we can say. So you'd have to say that since the fourth over to now, it's been a really good comeback. This from Evergreen. They've just bowled tidily. They've put the shambolic start in the field behind them, where they dropped those 3 catches. Now the catches are starting to be held. The bowlers are bowling a good tight line, and they'll be thinking that from here, with 12 deliveries to go, that they should be able to keep this score below 100.
Yeah, Zadran is the key to this middle order, isn't he, Rico? When they were at their best last year at ECS Melbourne 2021, it was him who was coming in the last 3 or 4 overs and really giving the run rate a boost. He's an industrious cricketer. He can hit the ball hard when he's on, but he's just lacking a little bit of timing. Feels like he's a player who just hasn't had enough time in the middle this season so far, but he's got to get into his stride quickly.
Well bowled, and this man, it's going to be difficult to get away. Abdul, we saw him bowled a very tidy first over where he just conceded just 3 runs.
Luke Belgium on the chat, he's just observed that Evergreen Cricket Club really getting themselves into the match with their bowling here. They've done a great job in these last few overs.
Well, they've got to run hard, got to make these count, and then the ball will go to the boundary. They have taken 2. Nicely chased there by the keeper, Harris Idris.
It's a good combination as far as running between the wickets goes out there at the moment. We know that Zadran is a very, very strong and powerful runner, but he's been joined out there by Shazad, who's another good athlete. These two look to have a pretty good understanding as well, and I suspect that even if they can't find the boundary, they'll be really pushing the 1s and 2s.
And this one goes up and over, and it should go to the boundary, and does. And that's a welcome boundary. Kiani chasing after it, can't get anywhere near it. Just a little bit too short here. And he's able to get enough onto it and works it way over the top. An up and over shot, as you say, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's one way to deal with a bowler who's bowling continuously short of a length outside off stump. Charge down the wicket and then just open the bat face and hope that the pace of the ball takes it over the offside. Pretty nice shot from Shazad. Intelligent batting from the young man.
Yeah, Shazad certainly come out there and showing some intent. He's going at a good rate so far. And this is not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. A good take once again from Idris. So just starting to put a bit of pressure on, and then, well, frame the ball away. So 1 becomes 2. And 2 wides. Not very intelligent here. It was a good stop, and I think that was supposed to be a pass back to the bowler. It goes horribly wrong.
I think you're being generous there, Rico. I think he's had a crack at the stumps in such a low percentage play. Unnecessary stuff from the wicket-keeper.
And this has been thumped up in the air, and the fielder, he's lost it, and he's totally lost it. And talking about the ball, of course, nothing else. And, good opportunity. You see, oh no, they're throwing it away again. So Evergreen, after getting themselves back in this match, they're just starting to throw things away a little bit here. Look, couldn't find it, then does find it, then loses it, and then, well, that's the slowest dive I've ever seen. And as he gets up, he's saying, I can't see a thing, says Aslam.
Not seen an outfielder less likely to take a catch all week.
Tries to make room outside the off stump to get this one behind square. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the ball in an area, in an unprotected area of the ground, but not able to execute it as well as he'd like to get the single.
Yeah, good hustling from these two. I think actually Zadran's a little bit disappointed that Shazad didn't run that first one hard, because it blooped into difficult position for the fielders there. Certainly they could have pushed the 2, and it would have only taken a slightly slow bit of fielding, and they would have had it. There was 1 ball left, and Zadran's on strike.
Yeah, the boundary here would be good. It sets them up well for the final over to push for the 100. Hits it firmly, chase on for the fielder, and does really well. Really good bit of fielding once more from Umar Nawaz. He's been sensational out there. They'll get 2. So the finish on 86 at the end of the 9th over, and eyeing up the 100. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah,
really
good cricket all round that over, actually, Rico. They've ended up with 14 runs off, and it was only the one boundary. That came from very determined and proactive running from these two. They're both good young athletes, and we said earlier they'll be trying to push the ones and twos wherever they come up. As you say, Emmanuel has come up with a great bit of fielding there. We've seen how much the balls skip off this hard surface at Landskrona Cricket Club. And Zadran clubbed that, and it was an excellent bit of fielding preventing the boundary. Had to stick the left hand out in an awkward position, but well done from him. Up at long off, and we've got the experience of Kiani coming on to close out with the 10th.
Yeah, Kiani. We'll be hoping he doesn't bowl too short. That could be the one drawback to his bowling. Starts full. It's nicely struck. Niazi, we know his hands are safe behind there. Keeps it to the single.
Zadran's got to pick his spot here. I suspect Kiani will probably drop it a little bit short of a length wide of off stump. He's got the two fielders over there. They've got a fairly square cover man on the boundary, but nothing else. Zadran's just got to be patient.
Hits this out onto the onside. They'll take one. They should be pushing for two. That was a very good arm from the fielder. And, they do make the two. So does fumble, picking it up, but makes up for it with a good strong arm. But the dive gets Zadran home.
Well, Zadran had to dive. He almost had to climb on all fours to get to the crease. Runs off hard for the first, as does Shazad. I think about it for a second as Zadran says, I'm coming back. Has to make an adjustment as his partner is running straight for him.
More running here. Well, maybe not. This one does go to the boundary. That will certainly help matters. This is not the best of deliveries from Kiani. And Zadran gets enough onto it. Over it goes. This time the ball stays hit and goes past and over that rope. 4 runs.
Zadran's showing that even if you're a little bit out of form with the bat, you can still manufacture a good innings at a run of ball. He really hasn't timed too many so far, even that one just coming high off the bat. But he's picked up a couple of boundaries and he's run hard.
This one will drop short of the fielder. Take one. Kiani just kept the pace off that one. Clever bit of bowling from him after the loose one the ball before. So a couple of deliveries to come. 94. Still pushing to try and get to the 100. That certainly will help. This is not a good ball, and good running again between these two. Their running has been very good, actually. Shazad and Zadran, and before Shazad came out, the running between Omar and Zadran, that certainly has picked them up a lot of valuable runs.
Yeah, Rico, we constantly say that there's so many runs left out there in ECS cricket by players just not really being alert to singles that can come from slight fumbles or keepers taking the balls wide down the leg side.
Hits this pretty hard. It goes a long way up in the air, and they'll go back for 2. As Niazi has to deal with an awkward bounce, and they're looking to go again. They've got to go here. But they're still, well, this is, well, it was just complimenting their running, and as always happens, then it goes all to pot, and we do see a run out here. The 2 they got, and then as soon as this one goes past the bowler, you've got to be looking to go for the 3rd. You've got to try things. We are in the last over. And see this one again here, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a tough call, this one, Rico. I think Zadran had made up his mind that he wanted to face the last ball, and in fairness, he's probably the more likely of the 2 to hit a boundary. So I could somewhat understand why he didn't want to push and get Shazad back on to face this last one from Kiani. But now that he's run his partner out, he's got to make the most of this last ball.
Firmly struck, and catch isn't taken. I think this was an opportunity as a fielder. But he's not disguising the fact that he didn't get hands to it. He definitely got hands to it. He doesn't take it, but what he does do, he makes a stop. That's Amir Ali. They'll get a single off the last, and then that takes the score to 99. So it will be 100 required for victory.
Yeah, good finish to the innings. It was a really industrious partnership by Zadran and Shazad. They didn't find the boundary particularly regularly, but just so much hustling between the wickets. 2 good young athletes showing what you can do if you're being alert to opportunities as they present themselves. It was really, really well done. But interesting innings all round. It started off a little bit messy, 5 wides. Certainly helped the target get started, and admittedly Evergreen didn't exactly cover themselves in glory with their catching. Too many chances went down, and if they lose this match, Rico, I think they'll look back at not taking those opportunities when they presented themselves as to a reason why they lose this contest. But as it is, they've managed to bowl pretty well, plenty of good straight bowling, a lot of the right arm paces bowling, some good short of a length stuff, just keeping it to singles as much as possible. That was another comical error.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the first 5 overs, things didn't go right for them, and that's probably why the score was 55 for 2. It could have been more like 30 odd before, but the bowlers came back strong, and this is where it all changed. The bowling of Kadir, when he bowled that over number 6, only 2 runs came from it, and he picked up the wicket as well. Then Basit Abdul bowled a fantastic 7th over, and that went for 3. So only 5 overs in 2 overs, and that I think is what kept this score to under the 100, and also from going to 110 what at the halfway point it looked like it could be. But the second part belonged to Evergreen. They did start to get the catching back together. There's Kiani there, no mistakes. Zedran was out there, wasn't really hitting the ball cleanly. He tried many a times. And this one was a nice shot from Omar. Omar and Zedran put a good partnership together. This one will be one that the fielder doesn't want to watch again. Sahan Aslam made a complete meal of it. And that's the way you got to do it. You're going to throw yourself at the ball, Omar Nawaz. And this was where the 2 batters almost got themselves in a bit of a muddle. But that's what they needed to do. They needed to hustle. They needed to throw themselves around because the boundaries weren't coming. Kiani bowls this one short and down the leg side, and Zedran does make that one count. Doesn't hit it cleanly, but it does go to the boundary. And this was the run out there. Zedran deciding, no, it's better that I stay there. So it was an unfortunate end to Shazad. But they did hustle. They did get into the 90s. 99, so just falling short of 100. But what that does mean is that 100 will be required for a victory for Evergreen. As we have a look at the Yon Shopping innings there. I think you see there Ibrahim Hill made 19 there. Bacha also was in double figures, as well as did Omar. Omar batted really well. Good partnership between him and Zedran. But I think that they'll be disappointed that not one of those 4 batters that got into double figures wasn't able to go onto a bigger score. Bacha, he was done beautifully by Kadir. Kadir again, outstanding. We'll probably see that as we see the bowling figures come up. Abdul bowled a very good first over as well, just went for 3. Second one was a bit more expensive, but that's when the big push was coming on from the Yon Shopping batters. And here we go, and no surprises there. Mohammad Kedar, the pick of the bowlers for me once more, 2 for 16. Well bowled also there from Swain as well, and I mentioned Abdul already. Wasn't able to get in the wickets, but he was tidy, especially when you think, as I said, that 6th over of his only just went for 3 runs. And Kiani, a little bit more expensive than what he normally is. Just bowled perhaps the odd ball a little bit too short and down the legs up. But they still will be pretty happy with their display. They've kept the score, kept a big team to a low score. That's the best way to put it, because Yon Shopping, as we know, they can go big. Percentage-wise, with the runs on the board, Yon Shopping are pipped to 59%. To 41% to go on to win this, the win probability at the moment. But of course, it all depends on how good a start that Evergreen make. So it's going to be an interesting one as we leave you with the mid-innings summary. Just to recap, that Yon Shopping batting first, 99 for 5. And good bowling from Kadir there, and also from Swain and Abdul. And Sahan Aslam also picking up 1 for 16. So 100 required by Evergreen if they are to register a win and keep their 100% record in track. Join me, Rico Full, and also Andrew Ryan, the smooth operator, as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 11.
Welcome back, European cricket fans, for the second innings of this third game here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is the European Cricket Series from Landskrona. We're in the south of Sweden for this week and next week. It's the Skåne region. Beautiful seaside town is Landskrona, not too far from the major city centre of Helsingborg. And speaking of Helsingborg, we had a happy Helsingborg Stars team earlier today. They got their tournament back on track with a pair of wins against the Seaside Cricket Club from Vasta Götaland. They've got a much tougher drive home. Will be a little bit disappointed, in particular, losing the second game today, where they've got themselves into an ascendant position before a magnificent last over of batting by Sachin Shetty, hitting 2 straight sixes, getting his team across the line after some amazing moments in the final couple of balls. But apart from that, we have a very good contest on show here for Game 3. It is Jönköping Cricket Club, who have set a target of 100 for Evergreen Cricket Club to chase. It's the first time we've seen Evergreen Cricket Club put under pressure. The tournament today, they're 2-0. Jönköping 3-1 so far. Chat from Riman El Rafi in YouTube. He's not backing Evergreen to chase this score. Certainly if they're going to be successful, they'd love some early runs of the power play. Zadran gets an edge, flying down to third man. First ball, his hands covering his head in disappointment. Khalid coming in, it was a tough catch. Probably one that he really should have taken. Got to the ball in time, was reasonably well balanced when he did, but just shelled the catch. And unfortunately, one run on the board for Evergreen Cricket Club, but it could have been so much better for Jönköping. Zadran, quite a menace with the new ball. Loves to pitch a ball in short. It's up against Nawaz, one of the best batsmen on show here this week. He's taking a big swing to the leg side. Doesn't make contact. A little bit of jag back off the pitch from Zadran. We saw Nawaz hit a couple of beautiful shots over the leg side yesterday, just manipulating his wrist to take the ball away from the fielding corps. Talented player with the willow in hand. It's going to be quite a challenge for him though, sending it down somewhat quicker than the bowlers that he was facing from the Göteborg Royals, their first set of games. Ball speared into the leg side. Doesn't need a second invitation, and that is beautifully played from Nawaz. Thought he might have turned his wrists a bit too much on it to take it over the boundary, but as it was, he's timed it nicely. Good elevation. That's the first Maximo of the innings. Precious now turns back on Zadran. And thankfully coming in to relieve a bit of pressure on my side in the commentary box, it is Rico Fall. Rico, that's a good start from Nawaz.
It's a good start. It's a very good shot. It just goes to show that when he plays his shots and relies on his timing rather than brute force, he's a much better player.
Speared in again by Zadran, but he's too middle on leg and he's dispatched over the boundary for a second consecutive Maximo. This is not the start that Jönköping wanted. Oh, by Rob Kemming just walking back into the pavilion. He's seen enough.
Yeah, he's this one is following old Robbo. Sir Rob Kemming there. We know where he's up to. He's after some more snacks. You're not allowed to eat those chocolates, Robbo. You know that. He caught you on camera now. Get back out of here.
My worry is that Rob's going to go past a mirror soon and he'll see Val Kilmer staring back at him. Wearing the big shades this afternoon as Zadran, another 4-ball that's well fielded. He gets the hand on it.
It's not going to go to the boundary, surely not. Oh, would you believe it? Oh, what's happened here in front of us? Well, that's a red card. Ibrahim Akil, you're off. Red card, off you go. We're not having these 2-foot challenges here. It would have been an outstanding stop. He does so well with the dive. Deflects it the other way. It still goes to the boundary, but watch out, watch out. Here comes Sammy. Oh, wow. Look at this. There's a bit of action for you. That could have ended up nasty. And I think they're going to have to sort that rope out again.
Tell you what, I can't remember the last ball that Sammy chased after on this field, Rico, and he actually managed to keep his feet. But as it is, we'll go back. 17 for none, 1 ball to go. length ball from Zadran. He's been swung over to mid-wicket. That's an excellent catch from Shazad. The young man made great ground coming through from cow corner position. Zadran could have been on his way to being zacked again, but as it is, he shakes the hand of the batsman as he goes walking back to the pavilion. This was nicely struck, but a super catch, Rico.
That is sensational. It is. He's taken it on the run side on, and it's such a massive wicket as well. And that's Musa Rahman. And, well, Nawaz, you've been moosed. You got to go. He couldn't have hit this harder. What a good catch it is. And it's the first wicket. It's 17 for 1.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And my apologies to Musa. I thought that was young Shazad scooting around the boundary, but that's a superb catch. And look at the twinkle toes just inside the boundary rope. That's an excellent bit of fielding to close the first over. Evergreen 17 for 1.
Well, what a bit of action that is. The ball before, a superb effort from the fielder, diving, gets one hand to it, but only able to divert it to the boundary despite the diving efforts of the fielders. And then the next ball, terrific catch.
And Shazad is coming in, the wicket keeper, wrong-footed Riaz Khan. He's a good young athlete. I would have expected him to at least make a play on that ball. Shazad unexpectedly getting the outside edge. Boy, it's all happening here, Rico.
Well, it's happening thick and fast, the action at the moment. Yeah, not the way you need to try and be stopping it. But, maybe he's just standing a little bit too far back here. This is not a good delivery. And,
I guess what's probably happened with the wicketkeeper there, Rico, I think that one might have got a tickle through. But Shazad does come pretty wide of the crease, and I think Riaz Khan's probably got his weight shifting to his left foot, almost preempting the fact that Shazad tends to angle it down the leg side. And as he's got the outside edge, he just couldn't transfer that weight quickly enough. Shazad's switched to bowling around the wicket now. Good length ball, just pushed out. It should be a pretty comfortable single. Throw comes in.
oh no.
Backed up by our boy Sami Ibrahim Kill.
The ball's still moving. Hasn't stopped. It does now. Yeah, big shy at the stumps. It's one thing that we know that John Chumping will do. They will have a go. We saw that in their play yesterday. They're very keen to have a go at the stumps. Normally pretty good backing up. Well, this ball, it's got a life of its own at the moment. Just doesn't want to go where the fielders want it to go. Let's try again. And it's still on the move.
Shazad admonishing his fielding corps for some fairly ordinary backing up or throwing at times. Just can't even keep a hold of it himself. The young man's got to compose himself. He's bowled a good over so far.
Ali plays a nice shot, gives himself plenty of room, punches his hand on the offside, and he will get the boundary. Kasim gives it some chase, the captain, but not able to catch up with it. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played, and it's the downside of coming around the wicket for the right-hander. If you start the ball on or about off stump, then the batsman's pretty sure that they're going to have space to play it. Ali's just leaned into that shot, played it through the gap on the offside. Good batting. Drops it short, top edge. Well, it wasn't a bad response from Shazad, but that's what happens in T10 cricket. Ali swinging hard, top edge goes flying over the keeper's head, and it's consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, as we say, fortune favours the brave, and he swung hard at it and gets a stroke of luck. Hay poquito de suerte ahí. Is a 4 carreras más.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. Shazad's got to get through this final ball.
And it's down the leg side, and it's been flicked away, and that is just done effortlessly as it goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. What a beautifully timed shot this is.
Yeah, wonderfully timed. It looked like he only made up his mind to play it at the last microsecond. Just casually swung the bat to the leg side, but he's got plenty of it. And Evergreen, they race up to 33 for 1 after 2 overs. Look at the standings for Group A. A quick flash there that Jönköping sitting on top, but might not be the case for too much longer if the Evergreen Cricket Club can continue at this rate. The run rate in particular, Rico, they're going at 16.5 runs and over, and that is more than enough to win this game. Early change of Nasir Butcher being brought into the bowling attack. Not going with Zadran's second over. They'll presumably keep him to try to close.
There's another one that goes up in the air. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Boom! And out of the ground it goes. Quality batting, quality hitting. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot, beautifully timed. Showing a capability of hitting big. Saran Aslam. It's a nice timer of the ball. Kept his shape well.
This time it's going right across the line. And the umpire, quick shake of the head. What's the sound on this? Does this catch any of the bat? And yeah, bit of bat on it. Otherwise,
Possibly it was would have been a pretty close shout. Probably swung a little bit in more than I suspected to begin with.
yes, just played out. This is good batting between these two. They've already shown that they're both capable of hitting the ball pretty hard and to the boundary, but also prepared to take those singles, rotate the strike. That's good. Just seeing that wind has certainly picked up. And one thing you will find that if the batters hit straight, the wind is going to assist their shots, because that wind has become pretty strong all of a sudden, blowing right in our direction. Oh, edge. And once again, the wicket keeper just not moving as freely as he should. Here's Khan. I do believe he's standing too far back. And this one, I do believe he needs to at least attempt. He needs to take this. That's a keeper's catch.
Some chat around the traps that he was carrying a bit of a hamstring complaint, Riaz Khan, and he hasn't moved particularly well to his right for either of the outside edges. I have to say, for a good quality keeper, they were both gettable opportunities. Nasir, he's extracted the edge. He's entitled to expect that they would have been gloved.
This one's only going one place, and that's to the boundary. And the body language that we're starting to see here from Yun Shopping is not good. It won't be helped with these catches that are not being taken. This is short, it's wide, it's Gundy, it's put away, it's 4.
Yeah, how often do we see this, Rico, that after a bowler's been let down by their fielding group, all of a sudden the next ball gets hit to the boundary, and that is the 9th boundary in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And we've been looking at teams' power plays, and this one is in the same zone, and it's the same result. It's 4 more. This is a cracking shot from Ali. Well, we're seeing a batter that is strong on the offside. Not really do we see it. This is a great shot. And you've got to get your field right. I mean, you can see that's where he's looking to play the shots. You've got to give him some protection out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Although for an experienced and good quality cricketer, that's not great bowling from Nasir Butcher. I know he's disappointed by not getting the catch earlier in the over, but as it is, Evergreen, they've raced along to 52 for 1 after their 3 overs. Great power play for them, and they are in control of this chase.
They certainly are. I mean, we were looking at those highest power plays, and we know that the team that the Evergreen are up against, Yun Shopping, have the best at the moment, but that's got to be the second best, 52. We've certainly seen, or today, whereas yesterday was a low-scoring day and a day to do all about the bowlers, today has been all about the batters and power play.
Yeah, the ball's been flowing freely. Feels like there's probably been a little bit less sideways movement today, Rico. I don't know if it's the switch of the wind blowing towards.
Are you talking about the bowling or the hair of the bowler that's about to come on?
It's great sideways movement from this man, Hafiz Khan.
And he's been put away. That's gone. And it goes all the way as well. Ginna Sona. Ginna. But Shaka Lagya. Well, there he is. He's Bazza saying, I'm trying to have a siesta. You know I come from Spain. Leave me alone for a minute, will you? I just need a little bit of time to have a snooze. Bang. Wake up, Bazza. Out you come. Come and change your face. And he's saying, what's happened? What's up? What's going on?
Oh, Bazza throwing out some dance moves to celebrate that. Maximo nonchalantly striding around the boundary. As Hafiz Khan doing anything but nonchalantly steaming into the crease.
Firmly hit out to long off and gets the shine, and that's good. It's good alertness there also from Riaz Khan as that one gets fired in.
Yeah, their line hasn't been particularly good today, Rico. They've been doing one of two things. Either they've been short and wide outside off stump, or they've been drifting onto middle and leg too frequently. That last ball from a fee is one of the few that they've got their line right.
It's full outside the off. Decide not to take the single on that occasion. Surprised by that.
Fees was pretty hungry to make sure they didn't get a run off his bowling. Equation very much in favour of Evergreen Cricket Club, 41 off 39.
He's gone. Can he get a breakthrough? They need a breakthrough. Goes for the short one. It's been hit hard, but it's straight to the fielder, who makes a mess of it. The catch goes down, and I suspect it may go all the way. Does it? No. Well, I suppose that's the only thing that Baba has been able to do there. Patel has stopped the ball going for 6. All right, it was hit. It was hit like a rocket. He's travelling, but he does all the hard work, you see, and then the ball smashes into his fingers, and one bounce as it goes over the boundary. 4 runs, and the bowler is dejected. Hafiz Khan, he can't believe it.
Yeah, it's not the first time the Bhavias Patel dropped one down in that position.
For the delivery, this time they'll take the single. It's the two fielders. They attack this, and then comes a throw. It's not a good one, but Hafiz Khan is able to stop it.
Yeah, he's had a tough time. It's not an easy position to field down a square leg, particularly when the wind's going in that direction. That ball was hit hard and flat, but Bhavias Patel, his hands have let him down on a couple of occasions in that square leg spot. They really needed that wicket.
This time, he's saying, I know what your game is. Ali says to Aslam, you won all the strike. I ain't coming. End of the over.
Yeah, Evergreen Cricket Club well on the way to chasing this down. 4 overs. Great to have you with us on the European Cricket Network. But Rico, going to show today actually how important outfielding is, and you've really got to have your best fielders in those key spots on the boundary, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you've got to know which guys are going to take the catches for you. And a good example, and we have seen that, haven't we? We saw that from the Stars. The Stars, they know that it's going to be Shetty on one side, and then it's got to be Devinder Singh on the other, and they take those catches. And I think we've seen from these two teams, probably not the same. Too many catches going down. Catches do win matches. You've got to take those important catches.
Yeah, well, catches do lose matches when they're dropped as well, in particular if you keep on dropping them over the boundary rope as Bhavya Patel comes into the attack, try to redeem himself.
Good start. Played out on the off. They'll have a go, and it was worth having a go. 2 men backing up. And this one would have been pretty close. It's a good pickup, a good throw. The do padders, they do go straight away, and that's good understanding. And just how close was this? Well, it was going to be very, very close.
Interesting one. They haven't really pushed too many quick singles to date.
And this one's chipped up in the air. Another opportunity, and this time it's been smothered. And that's the one they needed. They needed a breakthrough. They needed to see the end of this partnership, and they do get it. So finally we see a catch that has been taken, and reward for the bowler Patel. He does redeem himself slightly, and they get a well-earned break. Well, the bowlers do, but the fielders as well. Catch taken. And, that was, I think, just who the catcher was. It will come up on your screens there at the moment.
I think it was Shazad.
Shazad, yeah, Sahar Shazad.
Good reward. We mentioned a couple of overs ago the fact that they'd been a little bit either too wide of off stump or a bit too much on middle and leg and being pumped to both sides of the wicket. Bhavya Patel, his first 2 balls in this over, he's been right on off stump, and he's been rewarded for just forcing the batsman to play out of their comfort zone a little bit. One more wicket from Yon Shoping here, and they could be right back in this match. We know that the quality of the Evergreen batting lineup does drop away quite a bit when they get into the middle order.
That is correct, yeah. And that is why I think Ali is the man they need to see the back off now. Yeah, that's when it's played cautiously. Think about getting the run. And of course, Ali, Amir Ali, at the non-strikers in at the moment. He's not going to take any risky singles now.
He's probably going to be the man to guide them home in this chase. He's been going at a fantastic rate so far. 34 runs on the board. He's been joined by the wicketkeeper Idris. Patel charging in. Another good ball just outside off stump. A little bit of interest from the third man fielder. Thought there might have been a feather edge. It's been a good over from him so far. 4 balls down, only 1 run and 1 wicket. It's a good piece of bowling. If you're going to go wide of off stump, be that full length. Give the chance for the ball to swing late.
It's nicely played. He's worked that away. More work to be done by the fielders. They do get the stop in this time. I think they're sensing, aren't they, that Jon Shopping, that if they are to get back in this game, if they are to take this game deep, they need to, this period of play is important, this bath, they need to get this wicket, they need to get Ali out, and then they've got an opportunity.
It only takes 2 good overs, Rico, and this is certainly one of them. Patel only gone for 2 so far.
Ooh, it's another one that comes off the edge. This one I don't think was catchable. It's a question of whether it was stoppable. And it just goes to show that if you are carrying an injury, as Riaz Khan clearly is, that it is going to affect you no matter where you are. It's a difficult one. He throws his hand out at it, but I just don't think he's moving freely sideways as you'd expect him to be.
No, probably not. Evergreen, they're 70 for 2, although I suspect even if he was Vinny Sandhu with the gloves there, I'm not sure he would have taken that one. That was a flying underneath edge. Pretty unlucky as far as Bhavya Patel is concerned as well. That inside edge goes onto the stumps. It'll be 2 wickets for 2 runs off that over, and all of a sudden you're into the teeth, the middle order. As it is, Evergreen 70 for 2. They've still got 30 runs to get, but they've got 30 balls to play with. Nasir coming back for his second.
Yeah, Nasir. Archer charges in and strays it down the leg side, and it's more work to be done there by the keeper, Riaz Khan. Yeah, word coming in, Riaz Khan, he does have an injury, and for that next match, I think there'll be a change behind the stumps. In fact, there will be a change, so he won't be behind the stumps anymore. This is another one he's got to deal with down the leg side, and of course, look, when you're getting yourself probably back in the match, the last thing you want to be doing is giving extras away.
Yeah, very charitable bowling from Nasir. Needs to get that outswinger working again if he can. Those last couple have just drifted down leg, the natural breeze.
This one may be too wide outside the off. The umpire has a quick look at it.
Good work from Khan there. We've been a little bit critical of his work behind the stumps, but got the body right in front of a ball that really just skidded through. Didn't really hop off the pitch at all.
Yeah, he gets his body right behind that. A difficult one for the keeper. Slower delivery.
Nice change of pace too. Well, this guy's slower ball.
Yeah, he's come back well, hasn't he? After those 2 wides, he's got 2 dot balls in. This one was a nice slower one. He does draw the shot from the batter, but it's a swing and a miss. This one's being cracked hard. It's a fielder out there. Doesn't take it cleanly, but it will just stay to 1. So Idris gets the single, and I think this is the key now here. Look, just have a look. It's very similar to a match we were talking about earlier. That Ali has not had too much of the strike, has he?
Certainly hasn't. Ruiz manages to rock the single on the last ball.
This will be more work for that man doing the sweeping out on the offside. It's another single, so just starting to eradicate the boundaries, keeping it to singles, getting the odd dot ball in here as well. So it's that phase of the match which is interesting. And like I say, you get that wicket of Ali, everything can change, but it needs to happen sooner than later. It's nicely flicked away, and it's more poor fielding. And, that one shouldn't be nothing, but a mistake from Khan means they will take the single.
I think if you're a fielder wearing your hat backwards, your chances of misfielding exponentially increase. She's looking slightly ridiculous, but final ball of this over. It hasn't been a bad one aside from the wides for Butcher.
Goes for that slower delivery again, and He gets it through against about to finish as well. He has gone for 24, but his second over, that was a good one. And it's another play and a miss there from Ali. So does him with the slow ball once more. So 75 on the board, 6 overs gone. Just starting to get themselves back in this. Just have a look at the rate. The rate is not too high, but you just feel a wicket, another tied over. Take that rate to about 8 to 9, and they're back in this game.
Yeah, it could be. They need a couple of really, really low overs, Jönköping, don't they? Evergreen's playing this pretty intelligently. They know the batting lineup is not as strong. If they lose another wicket, they could be in a few stressful moments, but they realise they only need to run a ball. Bhavya Patel coming back onto bowl. Probably exhibiting one of the issues with the Jönköping team as we see Patel charge in for his first.
Oh, that's well bowled, and they go up.
I was just about to say, Rico, one of the issues with this Jönköping attack is that it's all very much right arm fast, fast medium. They haven't got a left-hander or an off-spinner to just mix it up a little bit. And at this time, when you just want to change things up a little bit, there's really no one to turn to that's going to present a different angle or a different style of bowling.
Yeah, that's a good call. Well, this one, it just hoiked up in the air. The wind will catch it and stop it from going to those fielders. In comes the throw. It wasn't the best of shots.
Geez, he's got a rocket arm though, Musa, hasn't he? And flying in off the boundary. Took a great catch earlier in the game, but we sure as hell wouldn't be looking for a 2 on that arm.
Patel. This is the wicket. This is the partnership. They need to break. He just plays this pretty well. Work to be done by the fielders, and they can do nothing about it. And I'm liking the dive there from the field. The ball has already gone past the boundary, but he thinks, I'll still get the dive in, says Qasim Mohammed, the captain. And here we go. Look, ball goes over the boundary. He says, okay, I'll get the drive in here. Now it looks good on camera. And he nearly gets trampled on by Khalid. That wouldn't have gone well.
Shows you though why Rico just working those singles when you're under a ball is such a sensible play. It really doesn't take much on an outfield like this to find the boundary with a low risk shot. Just played that nicely between point and third man.
Yeah,
it's just no risk cricket. It's just sensible batting. These two really got their heads screwed on at the moment. Still 3.5 overs to go. Only 19 runs required.
Early call, and both the batters respond to it. That's the way to do it. And Zedran there is probably already thinking about the next match. I mean, they haven't gone back to Zedran. It's probably because his first over, he went for 17. But there is a change of personnel out there now at the moment. I think the man that really went after him is no longer there. I think when you've got a good player like that inside, you need something to happen. You have to go for it. This goes up in the air, and it goes a long way up. And he's not able to get hold of it. And two batters are just, well, they're like statues, just watching it happen, but not running. See this here. It goes up in the air. They run the first one, not particularly quickly. Both are looking at the ball. Both can see the fielder hasn't picked it up cleanly, but not interested in taking the second.
No, they weren't. Looked like a bit of Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline at the end. The two hands going up. Touching hands, touching me, touching you, but we're in touching distance of the final game today. Easy dashboard for Evergreen Cricket Club against Jönköping. Not too many changes from the two teams that are playing in this game. Plenty of options there for your fantasy side. And tell you what, for both these teams, or particularly Jönköping, it's unpredictable contributors each time. We've seen Sami Ibrahim start with the bat. We've seen Riaz Khan start with the bat. Teleroma's got some good contributions. Zedran working into his tournament a little bit. Speaking of Zedran, charging in for his second over.
It shows a lot of energy, and this one is going to be a chase for the fielder. Gets there and come back for the 2. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Where for some reason when Zedran comes into bowl, they decide that they don't need that man on the boundary on the offside sweeping. I'm not sure why that is, and they think that is more important to have the 3 on the leg side. I'm quite surprised by it, really, because he does. Well, here we go. So, yeah, he's heard us. One of those men now has come in, so he does get the protection out on the off. Yeah, this is a far better field. Well bowled. It's good delivery.
Yeah, great delivery. Just popped off just short of a length. It's like it tailed back in at the last moment, actually, when it went past the batsman. But generates some good pace, Zadran. He's got one of those actions where really engages the torso and the whole upper body thrashes through to generate some whiplash pace.
I mean, we're looking at that fantasy dashboard. The one thing that surprises me slightly as the Zadran steams in once more. And that's a good delivery again. Good movement. Not the best of shots from Ali. Ali's on 43, and I just get the feeling, especially the way they didn't run that 2 at the end of that last over, that would have taken him off strike for the start of this one. He just senses that this is an opportunity to play some big shots and finish in style. Maybe bring up his 50 in style, but well, that's 2 dot balls there, and he's just putting, well, I wouldn't say pressure, but he's just taking himself out of form. Go back to what he's been doing, taking the singles as well. See, he still wants to go for the big shot. This will end up just be a single. You go back to my point. Somebody who batted pretty well the first time we saw them.
Oh, well. Sorry to interrupt there, but they just managed to get Ali off strike with a single. I was about to interject and say, actually, that was a pretty reasonable result from Zadran. Throws come in. Zadran's lazily reached down. Admittedly, pretty ordinary work from the fielder in actually creating such a danger play in the first place, and Ali's back on strike.
Yeah, and if this goes to the boundary, it's, well, again, as the saying goes, you just start to rub salt into the wounds. Zadran. It's hard, could be a catch, and it's been dropped. And it hurts, yeah, and it hurts even more when you drop him. Sorry, Shazad has not had a good day in the field. He may have, no, the fingers are all there. It just hurts. I mean, it is pretty cold out there with this wind, so if you get it wrong, if it catches the wrong part of your hand, it's going to sting for a while. Goes back to something we talked about before. You've got to have the right players in the right positions. Your best fielders have to be straight, because that's where a lot of these shots are going to go. The old free spray comes out there. Well, I'm not sure if that's going to make him feel much better. If this one comes his way, what do you think he's going to do?
Tell you one thing that shouldn't happen is the bloke with the free spray just running behind the bowler as he's coming in. I think the batsman had every right to step away there. As it is, he's ended up with a wide. But no, I mean, it's a tough catch from Shazad. Those ones where they hit flat and hard, never easy. But to be honest, it was his own fault that Ali was back on strike for that ball in the first place.
Yeah, that is true. And yeah, going back to what I was saying, I'm surprised that the man who's taken a brilliant catch here today, Musa, why hasn't he gone back up the order? When I've seen him bat that one time, it's another one, another opportunity, and this time no mistakes made, and Patel takes the catch. He wasn't successful on the other side of the field, but this time he does. So they do get the breakthrough, but it's not the one they want. It's Idris going for the big shot. He's probably decided there, the wicket-keeper batter, that, well, I might as well try and score the runs while I'm on strike, because Amir Ali is probably not intending to give me too many opportunities. So they do get a breakthrough there. So, yeah, I mean, Musa, we saw him, I think, twice up the order. And he's batted pretty well. He's scored runs on the ball. It's not a batter that hits the ball hard, and he's not an out and right attacking batter, but he rotates the strike, gets the scoreboard ticking, and all of a sudden I think he finds himself at about number 7 or 8. Don't really get that.
Yeah, he seems to be a victim of Zadran coming back into the team. The way he just pushed him down out of that upper order. I think you're right, Rico. He's a pretty quality all-round cricketer. Took a lovely catch out of the boundary at mid-wicket earlier today. Well, Rico, we talked about the need for a little bit of variety in the bowling attack. I think we're about to get it. Sami Ibrahimkil coming on with his left armers. He bowled occasionally in ECS Melbourne back in 2021. A little bit of licorice all sorts from him on occasion. It's a little bit like his batting. It can veer from from brilliant to all over the place at times. But well, if you're going to try something, not a bad time to do it. Full toss called, no ball. Left arm coming around the wicket. Bowling slow spin. It's possibly a tough call, but in fairness, it was close enough.
Yeah, I think it's a good call there. I think the batter's inside his crease. It is pretty high. The umpires have been good and consistent on that, so there's the call.
Didn't need to give away a free hit at this stage, especially to this man Ali. 46 off 23. Doesn't need any assistance from the bowling team.
A big opportunity to get your 50 off this next delivery. Certainly hits it hard enough. Just inches away from Sammy's. You're getting excited there. It was a free hit.
I know it was a free hit, but geez, it would have been a good grab though, nonetheless. And show how hard that Ali hit it. I think Sammy actually got a pretty decent bit of hand on that ball, and it still flew down to Nasir here at the long off boundary.
Kiani is the new batter. Flicks this away. To the onside, they're looking to come to. Kiani's running to the danger end. He's just running himself into trouble. He'll be gone. And he's done this before, Kiani. And I just wonder what headgear he's got on under his helmet this time. And
maybe he's got the camel double parked, Rico, and he's desperate to get back there before he cops a fine.
Yeah, he's got to put some more euros in the meter, perhaps. Kiani. That wasn't very clever. And there he is. You see, Kiani. We said yesterday, well, where's the camel being parked? And he's probably thinking, look, let me in there, Skip. I got to get in, I got to get out, because I got to put a few more krona, if you like, into the meter there. And that's disappointing for him, because he didn't have to do that.
Well, he'll certainly have the hump after that run out, but in particular, not sure what they needed to press through for the second. He'd gotten Ali onto strike, which was really his primary objective. He's turned and he's short of the ground by about a metre. Nice bit of fielding though. Affect the run out. Riaz Khan, he'll be happy to get a dismissal with the keeper's gloves on, but it's not, you wouldn't say they're putting themselves under a huge amount of pressure, but if you're Sami Ibrahim Kill, you've got a new batsman on strike, one of the almost lower order now. If you can just squeeze a few dot balls out of here and get Ali off strike on the first ball of the next over, it's not out of the bounds of possibility for yawn shopping.
Yeah, certainly not. So Naeem, here's the batter. Oh, this is a shorter delivery, but short and quick. In comes the throw, and this time they make it. Sami Ibrahim Kill is a little bit disappointed. They were able to take a single there.
Well, I've got to ask, why is Patel standing almost back on the 30-metre circle for the new batsman? Fielders needed to squeeze in there, needed to keep him on strike for as long as possible. Helix on the YouTube chat, he's calling for the golden ball. Need a few dots from Sammy. Just poked out, oh, it's caught at third man. Well, Helix, you might get your wish. Sami Ibrahim Kill has given a full ball outside off stump. Ali's tried to open the bat face and a sharp catch down there at third man. Look at this, just fly off the bat. Good grab above his head, and Khalid almost trod on one of his teammates earlier today, but he takes a snare when it was most needed.
Oh, Khalid takes the catch, and Ali has to depart, and he wanted to stick around to not only just see the victory but get his 50. You can see that was on his mind, and then he just guides that one into the hands of the fielder. Khalid makes no mistakes, and now, would you believe, this match we're looking at maybe it could be another golden ball, because now we've got two new batters out there. This is certainly golden ball territory. I mean, this over, if Ibrahim Khalil can finish it off well, who knows? I think, okay, what do you do here? New batter, you come in. I think he's got to go for it. I think he's going to go take him on. I really do. It's Abdullah Muhammad, left-hander.
4 balls gone in this over, so there's 8 balls left, and their target's 100, so it's almost at a run a ball from here on in. Down to the number 6 and number 7 batsman.
For him, he's going to come in between the the umpire, and the stumps. Can he get the line right to the left-hander? It's been hit pretty hard. It goes all the way. Balle. Well, they only need run a ball, but well, 6 of 1 will certainly help. And he's put everything into that shot, Abdullah Mohammed, and he absolutely nails it. Up go the arms of the umpire. 6 runs.
It's a pretty fair shot for your first ball coming out in a pressure situation. Sami Ibrahimkil doesn't put a bad ball in there. He's managed to drift it sort of just on and around off stump, but Abdullah Mohammed has absolutely cracked a glorious stroke.
Scores tied. And the two batters just having a chat. I don't really know what there is to chat about here, but here we go. Are we going to go into the last at all? He's hit a ball that probably would have been a wide. In comes the throw, and they've done it. So, victory completed with 6 balls to go. And Evergreen, a little scare, maybe a mini scare, but other than that, really, you'd have to say, apart from that wicket going early, right at the beginning, when it was Amir Ali went, caught by, it wasn't Umar Ali, apologies, when that wicket, the key wicket of Nawazi went early. Musa was the one who took the catch. We thought that could have been the changing point, but Ali kept going, and all the way to the end. But when he got out there just for the moment, we thought maybe if those 2 balls could have been completed without too many runs coming off them from Sami, but with the new batter hitting the first one for 6, it basically meant just a run was required, and it was achieved with 6 balls to go. So the Evergreen, they're the first team that have won the first 3 matches on the spin, and they're looking to keep their unbeaten record intact in the next match between the same 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty comprehensive win in the end for the Evergreen team. They managed that chase pretty well after a flying start from the top order. No shortage of effort in the field, and this was a great catch from Musa Rahman. It wasn't he pumped, and we thought that could have been a big turning point, but as it was, Ali was at the crease, and for so long as he was cracking boundaries all over the place, Evergreen were always in control of this chase. He and Saran Aslam played some lovely shots at the top of the order, and it was just a regular flurry of boundaries, particularly in the first 5 overs, Rico.
Yeah, it was. There were a couple of chances, weren't there? And some of them involved the wicketkeeper, and who we know. Well, look, that's one that we're talking about. We know that Riaz Khan is injured. He will play the next match, but he won't be behind the stumps. But if those chances are taken, who knows? Well, we saw that Tent attacked a few times, and his bats are coming out. He's saying, "What's going on here today, lads? All I want is a few moments." And this one, that goes down. Not only is it a drop catch, it's also 4 runs that go onto the board. And those little things make all the difference. We learned that in that very close match last time we saw when the Stars overcame Seaside, and it's the same here. Little moments, little things, little errors, they come back to haunt you. And Khalid there, he's going to be in the action again because he shows that he can take catches. And this one going down as well at a crucial stage. But you put all of those together, and if those opportunities were taken, this certainly would have gone into the last, and also it could have gone in their favour.
Yeah, absolutely. They probably did enough with the bat, Jon Shopping, to win this game. A total of hundreds, pretty reasonable chase to set, but as it was, just a couple of missed catches, particularly off the top batsman from the Evergreen side. But full credit to Evergreen. They were hard striking in the power play overs. They managed the chase well. They worked the singles in the latter half of the innings. It was only a little bit of shakiness in the 8th of the 9th over, but that man, Abdullah Mohammed, comes out and first ball annihilates one of Sabri Ibrahimkil's left-handers for a mighty Maximo, and then they squeeze a single out to take victory in this game. Evergreen, they move to 3-0 and to the top of the table with a very, very healthy net run rate as well.
Yeah, look, one thing we're going to say, we mentioned this earlier, or you brought it up, is about having that, being able to change things up, having options available to you. I mean, Sami Ibrahimkil, they used him right towards the end. You just wondered if they tried him in the middle, if things could have been different.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe they left that variation too late, and it didn't happen early enough. And if they used him early enough, he picked up a wicket or two there. Maybe he could have got the wicket of Ali earlier, and then things would have been different.
Yeah, I think he's probably got to work on his consistency, Ibrahim Kill, before he becomes a regular part of the bowling rotation. But you're right, Rico, the bowling attack of Jönköping, they've got some good bowlers, but it's just a lot of the same thing. Medium, fast, right armers. It's probably only Zadran who brings that extra bit of pace, and even then he hasn't quite his line right over these first couple of games. But he should be working his way into the tournament now after his third stint at the crease. As it is, we have got a return matchup against these two teams coming up. That will be taking place in approximately 14 minutes time, so you can see these two in action again. It should be interesting to see what adjustments they make. And Evergreen's batting lineup, there's pretty good chase, Rico, and led by Amar Ali at the top with 47 off 25.
Yeah, he batted really well. It looked like he was set to go all the way, set to be the third batter to get a 50 to his name. Wasn't to be, because he guided the ball straight to Khalid. There was good knocks there from Nawazi and also to Aslan. One thing they will be wanting to work on, Evergreen, is to get a better partnership together and get one of those two batters not to give their wickets away so early, because they certainly don't have the depth that maybe one or two of the other teams do have. With the bowling front, I think Zadran, we know he likes to steam in. He gave it everything for his side, picked up 2 wickets for 23. Wicket apiece for Patel, and Sami Ibrahim there also getting a wicket there. But nobody really bowled badly. It's I think the catching and the fielding could have let them down.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've got a bit to think about, Jönköping. It wouldn't take too much more of an improvement from them before they can sort of win those close games. But if they're looking to take down a side with the good quality of Evergreen, it feels like at the moment Evergreen's best players are at the top of their game. Jönköping still looking for a bit of consistency from theirs, but we'll see what happens in this final contest. We're moving into Game 4 here on Day 3 of the European Cricket Series at Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. Come and join us on the European Cricket Network, whether it's on YouTube or FanCode across the Indian subcontinent. We look forward to your company for Game 4, Evergreen versus Jönköping, coming up in just over 10 minutes' time.
So we've saved the best to last for Game 4 of Day 3 here at the ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. It is the rematch between Jönköping and their opponents from Game 3, the Evergreen Cricket Club. Two very evenly matched teams. Will hand over for the toss with that maverick of cricket umpires. It is Sir Rob Kemming.
Head.
Heads called. It is heads.
We're gonna ball first.
We're gonna bowl first.
So for Game 4, Evergreen, they've won the toss and their skipper has elected to bowl first, looking to unleash that excellent bowling lineup with particular my favourite left arm spinner, Mohammed Kadir. He's going to be a really crucial component as they try to restrict Jönköping to hopefully an easier total than they had in the first game. Jönköping setting them 100. Let's see what that brutally explosive batting lineup can do this time around. I'll hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rhino, as we get ready for the start of the final match here today on Day 3. What a beautiful picture that is on the drone there. Loving all the colours, all the greenery. And you can see there to the left, look at the horses there, the horses stables. And lovely to be in nature once more as we focus into that green, the blue pitch surrounded by that beautiful green outfield. And these two teams are hoping to provide us with another mouth-watering match, and we've had some good matches here today from all the teams. And the morning was the battle between a team looking to win their first match in this series. That was the Stars against Seaside, and they won both. And the second match there was a nail-biting finish, but the first one between these two came pretty close as well. Evergreen now 3 out of 3, but this is what the bat versus wall chart tells us. Evergreen, they're expecting him to score at around 105, and the Jönköping are a full 10 runs short, so that's what the expected score is. Only a prediction, of course. And, we'll see how it goes. So Jönköping are going to be batting. Looking here to, I think again, I mean, you saw there 105 to 95. We will be hoping to make a change, and they need the opening partnership to go well. I think it's as simple as that. Get a good start. That's certainly one thing that we've seen today, isn't it? Get a good start, even if you have that little blip where wickets fall quickly, you can always bring it back. The openness. Ready for the first. It's going to be Riaz once more, and Sami. Riaz won't be behind the stump, so he's obviously got some injury. Let's wait for the thumbs up from the clock. Ashish Thani and Ajish Raja on the men in black for this one. There we go, the first ball will be a wide. We waited a while for that ball, and when it comes, it's the wide delivery. Slipping play there. Interesting to see. Bottom of Aslam. In the air, chance. Taken. Good catch. And they got a wicket straight away. Man, this one is almost taking line down. Might as well give him a pillow. And they get the breakthrough. So Khan, he's not able to give his team the start they needed. And it's Mohammed Kadir, man that we'll see in the action with the ball once more, taking the catch. And it's not the best of days, has it been for Riaz Khan. It goes without troubling the scorer. And you know what that means? That means it's one of those. One of what, you say? I'll tell you what, one of these. And not the best end of the day from Riaz Khan. He'll be hoping that things can go better when he's back out there again. But that's a really good catch from Kadir, and he's already shown that he's a talented player. This wicket goes down, and it's 1 for 1. Bennett comes in. Nice looking shot. Should be thinking about 2. And here comes the throw. It's launched. Well, where's this one going to end up? Oh, it's still going. Oh, my word. What's this going to be? It is going to be, oh, it's 4 overthrows. And have they completed the second here? Is that 5 or 6? Well, it will come up in a minute. Do they complete the 2 runs? Have a look at this. They've completed the 1. And I think that will be, I think it may just be 5 actually. I don't know if they've completed the second. This is one that's for the scorers to sort out. And well, the bounce was incredible. Look at the bounce on this when the throw comes through. It was a wild throw. I mean, why you go at the bowler's end was interesting. Why you go for the bowler's end, I have no idea. But the bounces over the fielder, backing up, goes all the way to the boundary. So we're just going to have to wait to see what is given here. And no, you can't signal a 6. The umpire went to signal 6 there. But I think what he's trying to say is that's a 2 and a 4. And yeah, keep those hands down. I like telling the umpires to put your hands up in the air like you just don't care, but don't do it. But so I think that's 6. 6. Well, maybe. We'll just have to wait and see what comes out score. This one's gone straight to the fielder. Well, what a start to this match. You see a wicket early and then that bit of play. And all happens in the European Cricket Network, as we say. I think that one has been given as 6, but the score on 7. And this one is taking the aerial route. Will be 1 bounce and 4. 4 carreras. Izquierda, derecha, la mano izquierda y derecha. 4 carreras. Nice looking shot. Just holds the pose there as well. There is Bacha that's out there. After the first wicket we saw go down off Riaz Khan. But he is a player that can go big. I think he's a player that is due to go big. Islam into the body, but not able to really make a clean hit as he tries to negotiate this round. A bit of bumper cars there from the 2 fielders. The smaller of the 2 winning the battle. Just a single. Once more, a very, very huge thank you to everybody on the chat and everybody that's been watching wherever you've tuned in from around the world. We really do appreciate all your comments and all your contributions as well. So thank you. And I know that you're very helpful and a wealth of information for any new people that are coming in and watching the cricket. There's a lot of questions, of course, if you're new to the game. And you guys on the chat are being superb. Ball to go in this, the first over from Aslam. Sami Ibrahim Keel just plays this one out. I think he's due a big score, isn't he? He is definitely due a big score. And it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this innings. End of the first over. 12 on the board, the 1 wicket, and that was the wicket of Riaz Khan. He went for a first ball golden. And fine time, good opportunity to welcome back into this quite a chilly, well, they call it the ice cube. I know why they call it the ice cube, because it's chilly in here today. Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, Rico, we're in a bit of a wind tunnel here, copping the root of the Landskrona sea breeze. It's still got a bit of chill, but being kept warm by all of your well wishes and great chat on the YouTube chat. In particular, shout out to Lily Panda. She's asked a question that she always asks Vinny Sandu as well. She said, Andrew, what do you think of the food out there in Sweden? Well, it's certainly being looked after very, very nicely by the Swedish Cricket Federation here at Landskrona. But noticed in reply, actually, James Stewart referenced that he was a big lover of reindeer meat with herb spicing as well. And I've got to admit, as a frequent traveller up to Scandinavia, I am very partial to a bit of reindeer, or probably more in Sweden. It's elk meat that's particularly popular as well, as Kiani comes in and Drops one short of a length. He might get away with it. Oh my God, that's just been popped up to the man coming back from cover position. He's taken a well-judged catch, but a man of Nasir Butcher's quality cannot afford to give his wicket away like that. Just caught it on the end of the bat, floated up, and a very nice catch taken by Amir Ali running back, showing he's not just a batting superstar. That is an unfortunate second wicket in the book for Jönköping, and the man who's been their best with the Willows so far, Nasir Butcher, he's back in the sheds.
Yeah, that's disappointment, and I think the body language of Butcher says it all. It's out there to be hit, and rather than trying to hit it, he just sort of, I don't know how do you describe that shot? You see it here again. He just sort of lifted it up in the air. It's still a really good catch. Look, we've seen some catches go down here today because it can be quite difficult in these windy conditions. But Amir Ali makes no mistake. That's 2 wickets down already, and Kiani gets a wicket from a delivery that was wide and should have been smashed to the boundary. It's 12 for 2.
Yeah, well, Rico, if you were looking for one word to describe that shot, I'll defer to Ivan B on the YouTube chat, who's called it terrible, which it's pretty hard to disagree with, particularly for a man of the Batcher's quality. He's put his team under some level of pressure now.
Yep.
Kiani, wicket off his first ball, and certainly not his best. This one's shifted around the corner for single to the man just behind square, brings Sami Ibrahim kill on strike, but Talaroma in to the game much earlier than would be part of the plan for Jönköping, and after they've dropped a game that they were really in a good with a chance of winning that first one this afternoon, all of a sudden 13 for 2, 2 balls into the second over here in the return matchup. If there's ever a time for Sami Ibrahim Kill to stand up with the bat, it is now.
Yeah, I think you've taken those words right out of my mouth. It's time for him to perform because you've already got 2 good batters back in the dugout.
Playing with fire, putting the 2 fields out of the leg side, but he's fallen for the trap. Ali underneath it takes another catch. The 3rd wicket down for Jönköping, and Ibrahim Kill goes for a duck. Just needed to settle down and pick his spots. They're in the power play. There's so much space on the offside, but he's fallen for Kiani's trick. He's come in from wide of the crease, floated it outside off stump, and he's tried to heave it to the leg side boundary. Only succeeds in popping it up, and Ali takes a nice catch.
Look, I think out there, only Ali is going to take this catch because it goes such a long way up. But he just stays so cool. Look at the way he keeps his eye on the ball, gets right under it, and takes a really good catch. Excellent handwork, excellent positioning. And that then brings out Musa. Now, we were talking about Musa.
I'll tell you what, there's an adjustment in the batting order. There's a fair bit of adjustment going into Musa's trousers at the moment. He's clearly not had the protector placed safely and securely before he's entered the playing arena. But you were calling to see more of him in the batting lineup, Rico. I'm not sure that was the more that you were asking for, but he'll certainly get plenty of balls this afternoon.
Well, he does get out there.
That was unfortunate. That was not an intentional use of... Anyway, Musa is on strike.
It is the last match, and I think we're probably allowed to be a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for, spicy? Who knows? But yeah, he's out there. Look, Kiani, he's all smiles, and why shouldn't he be? He's picked up 2 wickets, and 2 big wickets. Jönköping, how do they get themselves out of this hole?
Comes in. Nice ball outside off stump. Just dabbed down by Musa. As you mentioned in the last game, Rico, he's not a big power player, but he's got some nice shots, manipulates the balls into the gaps well. Probably would have liked to have an athlete like Ibrahim Kill or Zadran at the other end so that he could get the singles moving. Talarama probably not the most willing runner in the side.
Yeah, I think this is a good shot when you consider the situation. Well, when I say you consider the situation, I think he's certainly worth putting up the order anyway because he can work well around the big hitters you got.
Oh, he's flashed outside off stump. That ball's ricocheted off the man who does a pretty good job at third man. Saqib Latif keeps it to a single.
Yeah,
he gets out the other end. He'll face the first ball of the third over. Jönköping 14 for 3.
Yeah, he does well there. He saves 3 runs, I think, with that stop. It's time for us to have a look at this this stat. We know that in 2021 it was even Stevens between the team winning first, whether they bat first or chase. And what we're seeing here in 22 is that winning batting second, it's slightly better odds than batting first. And you'd probably say that looking at the way things are going here at the moment, that that might be another one to batting second. But still, there's a long way to go here. And the batter, who is still trying to adjust things down below, is going to make things more complicated because he's going to try to have to adjust things up and below.
I'm going to
You
start
see,
calling.
look, whenever he runs, watch here, in a minute, you're going to see that adjustment because as he runs, something slides down where it shouldn't be.
I'm going to start calling him the submarine with the amount of manoeuvres that are going on down below. Musa, he's certainly jiggling and jaggling, but he's now facing the pace bowling of Aslam, who's coming in for his second over. He's bowled nicely so far.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't got one of those devices to keep things in the right place.
What a pair of underpants. Not sure what he's holding everything together down there, but hopefully he's got himself under control now.
I think we'll have to rename him instead of him being. Well, let's see this delivery first. He just pads this out. Yeah.
No run there. They're bowling a nice line, Aslam.
I think we've got to forget MR for his initials and just call him MJ because he's doing a little bit of the MJ, isn't he?
If only we had Comcam running at that time, Rico.
Don't encourage him because Andis, I know, is always watching. Andis, don't be naughty.
Well, Moose has even backed away to give the production team time enough to put the quick replay of Comcam up there. Aslam steaming in. Another good length ball. Hits the keeper's gloves with some pace. That's a nice delivery. And Musa just unable to keep up with the pace there. It looked like he was trying to swing that away to mid-wicket. There's some space over there. You can't blame him for looking in that direction. 2 outfielders down at third man and long off, very much reflecting the line that Aslam is bowling. Well, he does look in that direction and finally makes contact, channeling his inner Suhas Shetty. That's a much-needed boundary for Rahan. He was 1 off 6 before that ball. Finally smokes one to the boundary.
Yeah, well hit, and that one's been moosed. 4 runs. That's what they've got to do. I think the key thing here is I know that it's about you've lost 3 wickets. Partnership is required. Can't take too many risks, but at the same time, you've got to play your shots. If the ball's there, you've got to put it away. If not, take the singles.
Well, he's not taking the singles anymore. He's launched it high. It's going to skip off this hard Landskrona turf. And that's consecutive boundaries for the Musa. And he's finding his range.
Yeah, he hits this well, going over Kiani. Kiani running backwards, almost falls over, and then turns and shifts into forward mode. But not able to catch up with it, so back-to-back boundaries. That's what you've got to do here. Take the opportunities when they're there. Then just plays this one out nicely. That's good batting. That's what he's got to do here. To play your shots, be confident, be positive.
It's the end of the over as we see plenty more action from the centre of the field today. Jönköping, they're 23 for 3. Not the greatest power play from them. Certainly a runs column. Not extravagant, but the more worrying thing, the 3 wickets down. Look at the win probability graph. Hasn't that added to the quality of our coverage this week?
25% at the moment, Jönköping. And for them to improve that, I think these two, we know that we saw Omar bat pretty well in the first one. He put a good partnerships together, didn't he? With Ali, first up with. Looking to do the same here again. So can he get this partnership?
Our favourite Mohammed Kadir coming in with his left arm orthodox. He's been tremendous in this tournament so far. Provides quite a challenge. Just drops a little bit short. Rehan swings him across to deep mid wicket, and it's just going to be the single.
Yeah, a little bit short with the first delivery, but I'm sure he'll get that right pretty quickly. He's been outstanding.
This ball just a little bit quicker, a little bit of jump off the pitch. You can just see the fingers punting a bit more overspin with that ball. Jumped up to the midsection of Tyler Omer. He's a man who likes to free his arms, so I think this is actually a pretty good line from Kadir.
Yeah, I mean, with somebody like Kadir's bowling, this one's been hit pretty well, fielder. And, well, I think he's got to make up his mind here, doesn't he? Does he commit to the catch or try and stop the ball? I don't think the catch was always on there. I mean, he is a good fielder. He's done a lot of good work out there, as always, Naeem. But a bit undecided what he needs to do. I think the main thing here was to try and stop the boundary. And well, he overcomplicates things himself. So more welcome runs there. And this time off the bat of Omar.
Good adjustment from Omer too. He's picked the leg stump line that Kadir was bowling him. Flies that one wide. Manages to get a good hold of it. Beats the fast bowler Aslam, who made a big dive, but that's a Maximo, and Omer has done very well. There was a nice piece of bowling from Kadir. I think he saw Omer approaching down the pitch to put it wide of off stump, but credit to the batsman. He's gotten a good piece of it.
He's absolutely smashed it, hasn't he? Hit it hard, and despite the efforts of the fielder trying to get any fingers to it. I'm probably pretty glad, and so will he be, that he doesn't, because that would have left some damage.
Nice ball again from Kadeem, but Omer is taking a liking to the left arm orthodox, but that's a superb bit of outfielding. Umar Nawaz diving to his right hand side, saving the boundary. Nicely struck shot again. Thought Kadir might have been in with a chance for the return catch. He was probably a little bit slow in reacting, but a man who was not slow at all was Nawaz.
That's world class. Nawaz has done fielding here in front of us today in both the matches, which have been world class. He really is a sensational fielder. We've seen him take catches, make stops, and that stop, well, that's amongst one of the best bit of ground fielding you'll see.
Well, it's the end of the fourth over. Yonshopping 35 for 3, and that last over, surprisingly, given how much they've struggled in the first three in the power play, they've got the left armer Kadir, who you expect to come on and turn the screws and probably even take a wicket. They've actually dealt with him very well.
They dealt with him well. The question that I wanted to ask, didn't get the opportunity while he was bowling, so much action happening, is do you think the wind is going to affect the bowler like Kadir? Because, I mean, he's not trying to force the ball through. He's just trying to get a good sort of loop into that, and with it being quite windy and the wind blowing in the direction it is, that's got to affect him a little bit. I wonder if that's why he was just a little bit shorter in that over.
Yeah, possibly. As you say, Rico, it depends for a left-arm orthodox spinner. Sometimes they quite like bowling with the wind coming into their face, so the ball just holds up a bit. But I think in these T10 games, because they're tending to push it through a little bit more, if anything, it's helping the batsman, because if they get the ball up in the air, they're hitting with the breeze, and these 50-metre boundaries, they're not particularly hard to clear if you get to the pitch of it. Nice ball from Abdul, who's been pretty impressive with the ball throughout this tournament. He's been given some of the middle overs and has responded well to his captain giving him the kookaburra. Being 35 for 3, one ball into this fifth over.
You talk about responding well. I think both these batters have responded well as well. Remember, they were 1 for 1, 12 for 2, 13 for 3.
Oh, outside edge. Well, it could have been 35 for 4. Keeper injuries just reacted a little bit late. The ball's missed his right glove, and Taylor Omer's fortunate to get away with a boundary. Wasn't a bad effort for him. Idris, he threw himself to his right. Yeah,
that's raced away, though, isn't it? It's a sensational effort, I think, with the one-hand dive. But this is what they've done, Omer and Rehan. They came together under pressure. There were literally two new batters out there. But they've played their shots. What they haven't done is they haven't got bogged down. It's the one thing that we've been saying all the way through, and we were saying this yesterday, and it happened a lot yesterday. Doesn't matter what the match situation is. In this format, you just got to get out there, be positive, play your shots, and if one of you or both of you get lucky, you get yourself out of a hole. But just blocking the ball out and playing cautiously won't help. and these two have done just that. And at the moment, though they've had a bit of luck, they're showing that there is value to playing that way. At this score, well, certainly the rate looks pretty good, and all of a sudden you think if they put another 20 odd runs on together and the score becomes around 60 for 3 wickets down, that doesn't look that bad at all. Good recovery.
Certainly giving themselves a platform. Homer gets some width outside off stump. He's found the gap. That's going to race away to the boundary. This is good batting and an excellent partnership from these two. Talaroma thrashing it to the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Too much whip this time, and it has to be put away, and it does. Abdul, he was also quite tidy. It's the same as the Kadir in the first match. The two bowlers who really did impress with their first overs in match 1 between these two. Well, they've been taken a liking to by Omar and Rehan at the moment.
Better ball in the block hole, and Omar's played all around it. Nice little in-swinging Yorker from Abdul. And that's a great comeback from the right arm paceman. He sends Talaroma packing, and Jönköping now 43 for 4.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. This is the Boogie Oogie Woogie Kookaburra Fireball. Knocking the stumps over. The castle goes down. It's been a resilient effort from Omar. He's got his team going again. He's up the tempo with the score, but he finds his stumps shattered by a really good delivery. He was just a little bit too wide earlier, wasn't he, the bowler, Abdul? But he comes back with the ball right on the money, knocking him out. Good response from him.
Yeah, wonderful bit of bowling. Said that he's been pretty impressive when given the opportunity at the bowling crease so far. Abdul, and see a promotion for Shazad here. Would have expected Zadran to come in, although possibly a reflection of him just struggling with the bat with his first couple of appearances for Jönköping. But after a nice little partnership between those two, there was a much needed wicket for Evergreen. As you said, Rico, they were starting to lay a nice platform. As it is, they'll be short of 50 halfway through the innings, no matter what happens here. Abdul, oh, he's repeated the dose. That's even better than the last one. A searing in-swinging Yorker. Shazad had no hope of keeping that out. Jönköping lose their 5th at the end of the 5th. They are 43 for 5.
Well, superb delivery. And remember that the next time he bowls, the first ball will be a hat-trick ball. This is sensational bowling. And when you get a new batter in, and I say don't waste the first delivery, that is what I'm talking about. It's got to be right up there. You don't waste it. You get it on the stumps. You get every opportunity to get another. That is a good ball, and that would have got many a batter out.
Yes, beautiful bowling. Abdul, after going for a few, remember it was only a couple of balls ago that he dropped one short, and Talaroma has cracked him to the point boundary, but he's produced a couple of pearlers at that point, and he's turned this game on its head just as Jönköping was starting to work their way back into the contest. All of a sudden, we're down to the lower middle order, and they're going to face an uphill battle to probably set about 90 odd at best, unless these two can really start thrashing the bat. Rico, Jönköping, they put themselves under pressure with the loss of some top order wickets.
They certainly have, and that recovery when they were 13 for 2, well, that's sort of come to an end again with 2 quick wickets again, but they need to do the same thing. I mean, Musa Rehan is still there, and he'll be hoping that the man who's come out to join him out there can put a bit of partnership together with him. It looks like it's the captain that comes out, Kasim. He hasn't really shown us anything as yet, but I am surprised that we're not seeing Zadran. I mean, I hope they're not going to leave him too late when he could possibly run out of partners.
Yeah, it's a tough call, isn't it, Rico? The question, do you put him out there now and give him the opportunity just to spend a couple of overs just working the singles, but as it is, seems come out to join Musa. He's played and missed at one just outside off stump. Rajiv Swain celebrating a dot ball like I haven't seen for a long time.
This was a sensational, look, he's bowled it. Look at this, watch the bowler. Look, there he goes. Well, I think it's all the case of, he says, I can't believe it, but then he also puts his arms up in the air like he's taken the wicket. This is played away nicely to the man at third, gets a single. So again, these two just want to rebuild a little. Can't afford too much time to rebuild. Just get them get things steady again and start going.
I've got to say, I'd love to see a lot more celebrations of dot balls in cricket, Rico. I think it's excellent to see.
Especially in T10. Gold dust.
Surely, absolutely needed. As Musa takes on the fielder from cover. Well, squeeze through for comfortable single. This total is only inching its way up at the moment. 45 for 5. Way through the 6th over.
Swain. Oh, he's got him. There goes another. And he's knocked him over. Good bowling from Swain. And, well, now he has got reason to celebrate. He bowls really well. And Qasim Mohammed, it's a short innings for him as well. Totally plays down the wrong line here. Look where he is. Look where he's heading. Look where the ball is. He's going the wrong direction. His feet are going the wrong direction. And he has to go. And now he's got to go the wrong direction as well as he makes his way back into the dugout. And surely now, yeah, I can see from the corner of my eye, it is a Adran that goes out. This is a big moment. These two need to put a big partnership together.
Yeah, not sure if Qasim was in the same postcode as the ball. That particular shot, big heave over to the leg side. Ball trickles into his off stump. Nice bit of bowling from Swain. See him finally have something to get celebratory about. And the arms go up, and look at that. He's probably leading this competition in exuberant celebrations at the moment, but it's great to see as he comes in to finish off his over, short and wide. Well, Zadran, a man who has failed to really set the scoreboard alight. He gets a boundary first ball, and boy, did Jönköping need that. They finally get to the 50 mark at the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, it's a good sign, isn't it? Because Zadran, the last time we've seen him, probably not just the last time, last couple of times we've seen him, he's made shaky starts. He hasn't hit the ball cleanly. And when he hits the first ball clean for a boundary, you think, hello, maybe we're going to see the best of him. So the 50 does come up, but there's still a lot of work to be done. As we see that win probability at the moment, it's all about the evergreen, 77% to 23. And we shall see how that changes as the conclusion of this innings comes together. 50 on the board, 6 wickets down, 6 overs down.
6 overs down, and Bazat Abdul, he's on a hat-trick from last over. Let's see what the young man can do. Floats that one a little bit wide for his swinging Yorker. It's just driven away. They'll comfortably make 2. Upside for Jönköping, they've at least got 2 athletes at the crease. Certainly Musa Rahman would be moving more freely. He wasn't having to worry about his protective equipment every time he takes off for a single. Door bowls nice and full, and just to squeeze that nicely down to long on for a single. Got to ask him when he gets off the field, Rico, has he gone out there in a pair of boxer shorts and he's waiting for it all to drop out at some point?
He could just have an itch.
Maybe.
There could be more than one reason. Who knows? But
maybe it's superstitious. We just don't know. As the drone goes down the pitch, defends, pushes it down to the offside, and they'll take the 1.
Yeah, take the 1. There he is again, see, making the adjustment. The thing is, though, you see, and this is it. I mean, he's probably not aware of it, so I think we should have a chat with him later, and then when he goes back and watches, he might be just a little bit embarrassed. Who knows? But at the moment, he's just got to focus on his batting, and he's doing it pretty well, is he? Oh, it's another opportunity, and it's that man again. He's in the action, doing the diving. He does a great dive, but all he's able to do is parry this like a goalkeeper does and not be able to take the catch. Hit pretty hard. Good bit of action. Down it goes, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, Wais Nassim made good ground. Probably was entitled to catch that, but Mustachioed superstar from Evergreen puts it down, and then the bowler next ball spears a wide. Musa just feels like he's getting into his work nicely here. He's 20 off 16. With that last ball, he actually, if anything, caught it in front of himself a little bit, pushed it in front of square. Better next time, just rocking back a little bit further. There's plenty of acreage behind square on the leg side. Well, he's decided to go dead straight. The ball could kick off the hard ground. Fortunately for Evergreen, Saran Islam swoops in, keeps it to 1, but Rehan looking more and more comfortable with every ball that he faces. And Zadran has launched that into orbit. That has gone a long, long, long way into the Landskrona day sky. And we have been waiting for this man to exhibit his power, and he has certainly done it there. What a stroke. Jönköping 66 for 6.
This was huge, wasn't it? Absolute massive monster hit. Goes a long way, and Zadran, well, he's saying, Rehan, it's me and you, mate, me and you. We're going to get us to a decent score here. And if the two of them continue the way they are, I wouldn't put it against them. As we have a look at the schedule for tomorrow, with Seaside, they come back after a disappointing morning. And, well, things aren't going to get easy for them because they're up against Evergreen. Evergreen, we've seen the best of them in the last match, and we're wondering how this one will go. But they so far are the unbeaten team. So for Seaside, the team sitting at the bottom, things aren't going to be easy. And this one should be out, and it is out. So Rehan finally does go, and it's well bowled from, well, you know who. Comes into the attack and does the damage straight away. Just have a look at the gloves of the keeper. I'd be interested to see this. Yeah, look, he doesn't get it in his gloves, ball bounces, picks it up, it does the work. It's not the best bit of work you've seen behind the stumps, but Idris does do it in the end. Another wicket goes down, a partnership, they needed a break.
Yeah, Jönköping now 66 for 7, still 2 overs and 5 balls to go. They could have done without losing that wicket, but a lovely bit of left arm orthodox bowling, bit of flight, just drawing Musa Rahman forward, and unfortunately he is dismissed. Coming in to join Zadran is Khalid. Look at that ball. Talked about earlier in the innings, Rico, about the fact that spinners, particularly finger spinners, quite enjoy bowling with the breeze pushing back at them, just getting the ball to hold up in the air, and great example of it, that from Ahmed Kadir, just giving it a little bit of extra flight, drawing the batsman forward, beat him with the spin off the pitch, floated another one up, and that's nicely driven down the ground. It's just going to be single off the bat of Khalid Usman.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to say, I mean, I mentioned him towards the end of the last match, that was Rehan. We'd like to see him with the bat because he has shown us he can bat. This was up in the air. This is almost a repeat of how things started in this innings. That's like we're watching the highlight package. Ball skied up in the air, and that one, Ali, running to one side, taking the catch. And that's 3 catches he's taken so far in the innings.
Yeah, he's got a great set of hands, and another reward for a good bit of bowling from Kadir. Knows that Zadran wants to swing to the leg side. He's given it some flight. It's about a foot outside, off stump. Probably only one result that's coming from that, and Ali completes the catch. It's a nice bit of fielding. Jönköping 67 for 8, and they could have done without the loss of wickets in this over. Hafiz Khan comes to the crease.
Yeah, it's Khalid Usman is out there now, and he's being joined by Khan. This one is still going. They're coming back and forward, so that's going to be 3. And that'll help. 3 wides, and that ball will have to be bowled again.
Certainly helpful. Kadir's going to be frustrated with himself. Bowled an excellent over up until that point. He's Khan taking a very, very wide mid-wicket stance. Goes across to the leg side. I'm not sure what that shot was, but it had nothing to do with the delivery from Mohammad Kadir. Continues his good bowling spell.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing shot, really. So he gets a bit of advice from Khan, who himself is not off the mark. He does the same thing again. This time he hits it out onto the onside. Here comes the throw. They'll take the single.
Nicely fielded out there by Kiani. He's a good athlete to have on the boundary. Mohammad Kadir love to pick up a wicket before he finishes his spell here. Khalid on strike. Does swing across the leg side, but he gets a great piece of it. Hits a Maximo to finish the over. That's probably the most expensive analysis we'll see from Kadir all tournament. He finishes with 2 for 23. And Jönköping just keeping themselves in it. They're now 77 for 8, 2 overs to go.
Yeah, it's been an interesting innings, isn't it? They seem to lose a couple of wickets, then put a bit of some score together, courtesy of a partnership. Then again, the wickets come quickly, 2 or 3 quickly, and then there's another partnership, and the same sort of pattern here. They lost Zadran pretty quickly, and they also lost Kasim and Shazad, and now these two looking to get that little partnership together again to sort of get them, if they can, what do you think, to at least 90 maybe, and, at this rate that they're going currently. So yeah, get sort of the 95, 96.
Got Rajiv Swain coming on for his second over. We got skipped off that card showing tomorrow's games, Rico, and I've got to say, when I saw Seaside versus Evergreen as the first couple of matches, it sounds like 2 retirement homes taking each other on in a game of lawn bowls as opposed to an ECS cricket series.
Seaside versus Evergreen, yeah, I'm with you there.
Hafiz Khan gets the outside edge, flies down to third man, safely fielded, and they're just going to get through for the single.
Yeah, I think that's a good result for Khan and Usman. The way Khalid Usman cracked that that 6 of Qadir in the last over. I mean that probably he's the one who's more likely to get a bit of firepower in the shots. Hits this firmly and watch the bounce it does, and that man there was, he's not going to get beaten as he's been outstanding in the field. Nawaz.
You love his fielding, don't you, Rico?
I
suggest you're romantically linked to Nawaz's fielding.
I just like to see guys who are prepared to throw themselves around for the team no matter what the match situation.
Swain drifts onto the leg stump, heaved around by Hafiz. It's only going to be the single. I'd like to see him run that first one a little bit quicker, though. The fielder coming in from square leg, it's a difficult spot. Just needs one small fumble and you can push the 2. Swain doing a pretty good job in this final over. Khalid moves to the offside. It's a nice bit of bowling. Called his bluff. Held it back a bit outside off stump.
Look, the reason this won't be given a wide, he moves before the ball is bowled. He moves a long way, so even that ball is outside that guided line, the umpire will say, well, the line has moved with you. Good call.
Yeah, excellent umpiring, Rico. Great one to pull out to explain to the fans what's going on. Good bowling from Swain too.
Yeah. Good vital dot ball.
Well, not so good ball that one. That's gone about a metre down the leg side. Keeper does well to stop it for any extra runs.
Yeah, he's let himself down there a little bit, hasn't he? After bowling the dot ball, he then gives the wide away, so that will have to be bowled again still. 2 balls to go in the over. We're into the 80s, as Vinny will say at the moment. We're in the Grady 80s.
Full ball outside off stump. Khalid's got right underneath it. Ali's not going to drop this. That's his 3rd catch for the innings.
3rd or 4th?
3rd or 4th?
We'll have to check. I think it might be his 4th. The 2 skiers. Then we saw the one that went over his shoulder. Well, we'll just double check that, but that's his 4th. And top of my head, I think the record in ECS maybe 5. So he could be on to equal the record.
Yeah, Shafat Saeed Ali take a bunch earlier in this tournament as well, but he's got a safe pair of hands in that cover position. Ali and Yonshiping in danger of being bowled out here. Not that it's going to matter a huge amount. I don't feel there's a great deal of runs coming from their lower order, but they've got to try to squeeze out what they can from the remaining deliveries. Still 1 left in this 9th over. They're at 81 for 9. So a disappointing ball from Swain. You've got number 11 batter coming on strike, and you shift one down the leg side.
Yeah, 4 catches from Ali Amir. That's absolutely brilliant. Still trying to finish this over off.
Good full ball, but it's swung out to the leg side. Kiani, I thought he'd taken a very good catch, but just fumbled it on the 3rd attempt. He's holding his wrist, might have copped it on a hard part of the hand, but it's pretty nicely struck from the new batsman. That's Sajjad who's come in. Fumbled by Kalani at the last moment. End up only with a single. Hafiz Khan.
Where's the other batter?
2.
Where's the other batter? Was he already on his way back or something? He's run so wide there. And over comes to an end. So 83. They only run one there. They did, didn't they?
Well, I think Hafiz Khan just about ran 2, or he just about ran 3. Unfortunately, his partner was too busy looking at what was happening with the catch. Jonsping, they're 83 for 9 with 9 overs down. Kiani coming on to bowl. These two have at least got to try to eke out 8 or 10 runs off this last over, and if they do that, they've at least got a defendable total.
Yeah, I think more important is the other point. He's got to bat the 10, haven't they? Got to bat all these deliveries. If you see a wicket going off the 6, fair enough. See, that's the dot ball. Kiani's
definitely not going to blast through them, but he's probably going to bowl that irritating line for a tail-ender batsman that's about a foot outside off stump.
There we go. Did Kiani not take that catch because he wants again another wicket?
Very possibly, Rico. He's sitting at 2 for 2 off 1.1 overs. Great way to improve your bowling figures. Get a couple of deliveries at the number 11. Well, he might be regretting that decision as he's been heaved to the leg side for a single. It's well played from Sajjad.
Yeah, all of these runs are valuable runs here at the moment. He always tends to bowl one which is slightly shorter, Kiani, and I'm just wondering if, well, if he's Khan, maybe if he can just get hold of one. Khan just needs to stay still from me. He moves around too much in his crease. Just to wait for the delivery. Kiani takes his time like he always does before he bowls.
Well, pitches at full. It's heaved up. Swain runs in field. He's made 1 grab. He's made 2 grabs, and he's punched it over the boundary for a much-needed 4. That's generous fielding. Not sure there was any aspect of that fielding from Swain that he'll like to review. He's sprinted in. He hasn't quite tracked the flight of the ball particularly well. It's almost gotten behind him. He's gotten a hand on it the first time. The second time, buries it over the boundary. Kiani, well, Khan's played a lovely shot through the covers, and he's not saying I want just 6 off this over. He's just doing it in boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good shot. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch, and smashes that through extra cover. What a fantastic shot that is. After he saw the ball before, it was almost like the fielder thought he was playing volleyball as he hit it over the boundary rope. But that's back-to-back boundaries. We're in the 90s now, so this was always sort of for a long time the predicted score around 90 to 95. I think the highest point we got to 96, so they're almost there. Still 2 deliveries to come. And he's going to dance down the track. What's Kiani going to do about it?
Well, Kiani's going to bowl what probably should be a wide. I think irrespective of Khan moving a step to the right, that ball has ended up a long way outside the wide line. So tight. I think that's still fair to call. That is a fair way over on the offside. Kiani's going to have to re-bowl it.
Yeah, the umpire's taking a long time to make the decision.
Well, Khan's come a long way down the track. The keeper probably had a couple of opportunities to stump. He's called another wide on Kiani. We'll have a look at this replay. The umpire's having plenty of work to do in the latter part of this innings.
Oh, that's not a wide for me. To me, that's not a wide. That's a tough call. Kiani getting 2 tough calls here. And that score just keeps going up. This one probably is.
Well, the cheers coming from the Jönköping team. They are ecstatic at this succession of wides. Kiani desperately trying to keep the ball outside off stump. This one's just tailed away. It was a much easier call for the umpire. Hafiz Khan, he's messing with his line and length here. He's moving all around the crease, and outside of bowling Kiani in the 10th that he hasn't got the pace to really make adjustments up and down. The pace register, it's just the same delivery again and again.
Oh, we're going to see the 100 come up here. 1 big hit and 100's up. Still 2 balls to come as well.
Oh, Hafiz hasn't quite launched it. Surprised in a way he didn't just stay at the crease, try to give himself a chance to hit a 4 off the last ball, but as it is, I guess they're scrapping for every run possible. He gets up the non-strikers in, and Sajjad's going to face the final ball.
Yeah, well, get ready to run. That's what I say here. The score moves on to 96 for 9.
Oh, Sajjad, he swings big. They should be pushing hard. It's going to skip off the ground. It's a 4. Sajjad is celebrating. remarkably, they've made it to a higher score than they scored in the previous game. Jönköping, they end up at 3 figures, 100 for 9. Sajjad being chaired off the field as though he's just won it on the final ball. Fortunately for Jönköping, they've got to come out and bowl to the batting lineup for Evergreen, so still plenty of work to do, but they have picked themselves up off the canvas in a great display. Sajjad, well, he can always clip that video and send it to friends and family, suggesting that he was the hero winning the match. Teammates have given him plenty of congratulatory hugs, but Rico, that's a pretty good effort from Jönköping in the end.
That's a superb effort. It follows the pattern I was talking about. Wickets falling. As you see here, Kadir taking a really good catch. Then a partnership coming together. More wickets to fall partnership. That last over, if my memory serves me right, went for around 17, which is absolutely amazing because Kiani is one of their top bowlers. It just goes to show just what can happen if you believe. And that was the number 11 and number 9 batter out there. So that was quite amazing. Well, what was also amazing was the catching of that man there, Amir Ali, and he's going to be the one who's going to be looking to get the runs as well. This one went a long way up. A good catch from him. So he was in the zone. But Musa, well, he was in the zone as well. There are a couple of bits that weren't in the zone. You have to keep shifting him around, but he was shifty. But he was shifty out there as well as he played some nice shots. Good innings from him. Look, if this match becomes close, his innings and then that partnership there between those two batters towards the end is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Musa, he was shifting things around like I do at the end of a packet of Doritos, fumbling for the last chip, but didn't seem to hinder his batting whatsoever. He was the backbone of this innings and did very well with Talia Omer, but this was the over in the middle that really turned things around. Abdul been hit for a 4 earlier in the over by Omer, but then cleaned up 2 batters in successive deliveries with a pair of searing Yorkers. And at that point, you just felt that Jönköping was really up against it to get up to 3 figures. But as it was, despite the fact that the skipper came and went very, very quickly, they gutsed it out in the lower order. And Zadran came out. He managed to hit a 4 off his first ball. They got a bit of help from the outfielders, particularly on the leg side. You'd certainly see the boys on the offside would be having a look at the boys on the leg side and saying, if only you displayed the same catching security that we did. Khalid came out to join Zadran before there was yet another ball ending up in the hands of Ali, but it wasn't enough to prevent Jönköping from getting to the 3 figures mark. Khalid, he swung a big one over to mid-wicket before his shot ended up right in the big hands of Ali. But Rico, this man, Kajid, he finished things off.
Certainly did. I mean, Kiani had the opportunity, didn't he, to take the catch there. And we thought, well, maybe he's just looking after his bowling figures, as this one was volleyballed over the boundary for 4. Nothing was going right at that point. And, well, you just think if Kiani had taken that catch, it would have been 17 runs less on the board. How important is that going to be? And look at that, there's celebrations there like they won the match. They haven't. There's still another innings to go. And it was all happening out there. They do end up on 100. And that was a fantastic effort, really. It was a topsy-turvy sort of innings. And when you look at that scorecard, look, the first 2 batters, key batsmen, making ducks. And then Bacha, he got himself out. But there's that partnership, Omar and Rehan. Rehan held things together there. But key not there from Hanif Khan there towards the end. And also a valid contribution from Khalid Usman.
Yeah, absolutely. Khalid Usman and Ahmed Sajjad, number 11, coming out and hitting 6 runs off only 4 balls. That's a valuable innings indeed. And Rico, I go back to, we were joking about the fact that Kiani dropped the catch in the outfield just so he could have a crack at the number 11 batsman. Well, if that was the case, then it has completely come back to punch him in the guts. He's gone for 17, I think, off that second over. Finishes with figures of 2 for 19. Still 2 wickets, and it's a pretty all-round solid bowling performance. Even Basit Adul, who came up with those 2 Yorkers in succession, he went for 24 off his 2 overs. Rajiv Swain, pretty economical. He took 2 for 13. All round, Not a bad bowling performance and pretty good performance in the field for the most part by Evergreen. But as it is, Jönköping scrapped together a decent target, and Evergreen's going to be pushed to chase down this 101.
Yeah, look, it was. I think when you say that a team has got to, no matter what the match situation is, and in that case, losing 2 wickets really early, had just got to go out there and just fire, go out there and believe in yourself and play your shots. I think that's what we saw there from Jönköping. They just went out there, they believed no matter what number you're going in, they've got a bat in my hand, I'm going to try and use it, and they did well. They've got to 100, and I think that's a remarkable achievement. They've got the runs on the board, and it's the 3 figures, it's 100. It's going to be interesting to see how Evergreen come out for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke Belgium in the chat on YouTube noting that not many teams have chased 100 plus successfully, so they've just got to scrape to the 101 to get this. There's plenty of action going in the chat house. We've got Luke Belgium, James Stewart, Cricket Meyer, and many, many more. Our old friend Lily Panda, who's always with us on the ECS coverage. Please continue to join us, whether it's on YouTube or FanCode across the Indian subcontinent. We still have got the second innings of this final match here from the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. I'm Andrew Ryan, joined here in the commentary box by Rico Fool, and we'll be back here in a matter of moments to take you through the second innings.
Welcome back to this, the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden. We're in Landskrona, and I always say that it's all about action-packed entertainment and a bit of drama. Well, we've certainly had that here today in day 3. There's been plenty of action. There's been a frenzy of action. Now, this match is going to go in exactly the same way. I think that innings that we saw there from Jönköping sort of sums up what we've seen here all day. Just things going one way and another. It's been a little bit like a roller coaster ride, and that innings was quite amazing. And they had all sorts of problems all the way through that innings, but they still managed to get 100, courtesy of that good final over there. And so Evergreen, they need to put some of those hiccups behind them here, and it's going to be a big ask. I always think that when you've got the runs on the board and it's the 3 figures, that you've got to bat ever so well to get there. They need the top batters to fire. Chases the wide ball here. I think this one probably would have been called a wide from Zadran. He went out there as well, Zadran, and though he didn't score big runs, he didn't waste any time when he hit the couple of boundaries that he did. And all the batters contributing. The man contributed well in the field. He's out there now with the bat. Amir Ali took 4 catches, and Umar Nawaz fielded very well as well. And now it's all about what they can do with the bat. Zadran gets this one through. Rico Full here, and alongside me It's Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Rico. An interesting stage in this game, and certainly there's been a good start to the bowling innings for the most part from Zadran. He's got a big job to try to nab out one of these two openers this first over if he can. He's a good man, had the ball in his hands. I don't think we've seen the best from him with the ball, but he will get better and better as this tournament goes on. Facing up, a couple of dots to start with. See it into leg stump, outside edge, flying down off the pace of Zadran, and unfortunately Khalid can't stop it from going over the boundary. That's unlucky. It's a nice piece of bowling.
This is hugely unlucky. If you're the bowler and this happens to you, you can't believe it. That's looking like it's going to shatter the stumps, and gets a big thick edge on it. Excellent effort from the fielder there, diving. Khalid gets a thumb part of his hand to it, but can't stop it. That's gone pretty quickly.
Great piece of bowling from Zadran too. I was a bit critical in the last game that he was drifting on to middle and leg stump, but he's been right on off stump. That was a super ball. Once again, well, he's on off stump there, but it's been launched straight back over his head. That's a magnificent strike from Ali. And Zadran's got to be frustrated. He got outside edged last ball, but that one has hit nothing but the middle of the bat.
Well, this is huge, and watch out. The man in the tower with the camera, this is coming your way. I think that might be Richards up there. What a huge hit that is. And watch out, wherever you are. It's coming your way. That's Karina actually up there. Karina, you okay? Give us a nod with the camera if you're all right.
So notice if that main camera doesn't start getting directed. What a comeback from Zadran. He's gotten the big in-swinger. He's cut Ali in half, but it's gone straight through the keeper's gloves and down to the boundary. Well, this over's had everything, Rico.
Oh, wow, that is a super delivery. It really is, and goes to the boundary as buys, but he's unlucky here, really unlucky. He absolutely beats Amir Ali. Not for the first time. Could have had him twice here. Seymour's runs coming off the over. So
I can't believe this over's gone for 14, Rico. He hasn't done much wrong, to be fair. He's done a lot right, Zadran, but Ali, just everything going his way. Well, that one's gone to the leg side. That's the first poor ball from Zadran. It's been flicked off the pads for a boundary, and 18 off the first over. That's the last thing that they needed. Zadran just coming from wider on the crease, trying to spear it in, but Ali makes the adjustment, and that is a cracking first over from Evergreen, 18 for none.
yeah, super first over. Plays that really well. If you start having a look at the score for the highest first overs, and you can see that Evergreen did pretty well in the last match. But this time they've gone one better than that as well. That's gone to 18. And there's still Jan Koppin, 21, and is the highest so far in this series. And you see that the other three teams have the perfect 10. That was a nicely timed shot though, wasn't it, from Ali, showing that he's a class player, even though he was under pressure from Zadran. When he got the loose delivery, he put it away.
See coming on to bowl, second over. Some level of pressure on him. Unfortunately, Zadran's been expensive in the first over in both of the games this afternoon. This one is in the hitting zone, and it's been sent packing for another Maximo. They are trying to make short work of this chase, and Nawaz, first ball, smokes a 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is boom, shaka lugge. It wasn't a bad delivery, but you see they're attacking the stumps, and both these batters are showing that they're prepared to use their feet and turn these balls into half volleys. It's a better reply. The Yorker length delivery. That's the danger, I think. When you've got two batters that can hit the ball straight really well, if you're pitching it up to them, they're going to get onto it quickly. I think you've got to start adjusting your line pretty quickly. Maybe put a sweeper out on the off and start to target a ball outside the off stump, just short of a length.
Yeah, he's a bit guilty of drifting onto the stumps, and particularly with a man like Nawaz with power on the leg side. That's a much better ball, slightly short of a length, outside off stump. That's the recipe for success against this Evergreen batting lineup. Haven't got much room for error as a right arm paceman, but Nasir's got it right on the spot.
Yeah, that's the line. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But got to make sure you've got the feel to it as well, though.
Well, that one's been hammered over the leg side. Another Maximo this over. Nasir drops onto leg stump and it's been launched.
Yeah, this is launch control. Absolutely sent packing. That one's gone a long way. Well, you might as well send out a search party for that one. And that one may not be coming back. What a big hit that is. And Nawaz and Ali, they're so destructive. And it's only a matter of time, Andrew, that these two, if they both get going at the same time, they're going to pile huge runs on together. That score has raced on to 30 already.
See, he's decided to go off stump this time. Good change of strategy from him, a little bit shorter. I think he's frustrated. Being heaved over the fence on the leg side twice.
Yeah, that one, I'm not sure it has been called as one for the over. Should be. Certainly over the shoulder, but good reply. But now he's got to just keep it out there.
Jams it into the midsection of the batsman. He's playing with fire there, but a little bit of extra oomph in the delivery, but nonetheless, Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 30 for none after 2 overs. 71 needed off 48 balls.
Yeah, just have a look at these tables as we come to the closure of the day. You can see why this match is so important. Evergreen, if they can get another victory here, they'll go well clear there at the top over Jönköping. And then Jönköping, well, it's going to be not easy for them because those are the teams who have the opportunity to catch up with them. Seaside at the bottom at the moment. They've got 2 tough matches coming up because they will be taking on this very powerful Evergreen side. And certainly if they maintain their unbeaten record here, Seaside, they're going to have a difficult day tomorrow. As we see the bowling change, it's going to be Hafiz Khan coming into the action.
Nicely fielded.
This goes back to the point that we mentioned. You see here, you see what's happening. I know we're still in the power play, but this is where you need that variation in your bowling. This is where you need to be saying to yourself, okay, the paces are working. Okay, they're going after the pace, they're timing the ball well. Let's take the pace off. But they haven't really got that option.
Full ball from Hafiz. It's just dragged across. Duran charging in from mid-on. Can't prevent the single. Not sure about the plan that they're trying to bowl to here either, Rico. They've got the man down at third man, which suggests that Hafiz is going to try to bowl fullish and wide of off stump, but they've also got a fielder out at square leg on the boundary, which suggests that he's going to bowl a little bit short of a length and on the stumps. It's not a bit of a schizophrenic plan with batsmen of this quality. You've almost got to pick your poison. Well, he's dragged that one short and wide outside off stump, which is about the only thing that he doesn't have cover for.
Yeah.
Called wide.
Yeah, when you look, I mean, I'm having a look at this field, and this field, okay, I get it. It's quite attacking out on that offside because they do want to pick up these wickets. But when I'm looking at those bodies, I'm just thinking they're too close together.
Well, that's been hit very, very high. It doesn't matter where you put the fielders. If you're going to clear the boundary by about 20 metres, that's a beautiful shot from Nawaz.
This is beautiful. Boom. Shaka lagya. And I'm loving the sound of that willow as well. It sort of echoes around this ground when he hits it out of the middle. You sort of know from the sound that he's not coming back. And more treatment for the pace bowlers. They've got to change it up here. And, well, I'd even go as far as to say, okay, Sammy, you're bowling the next over. If that's the only option you got to change it up, you got to use it.
These guys falling outside off stump, big appeal. He's got the wicket and the aeroplane comes out in celebration. It's Big Hair Airways, and that was a much needed wicket. Evergreen Cricket Club had raced to 38 for none, but finally see the back of Nawaz and a nice piece of bowling, full outside off stump. Keeper takes the edge well, and he goes flying.
Yeah, I mean, this one is one of those, we could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? Could have gone flying past because the keeper, could have gone to the boundary. And we would have been saying the same thing. They've got to change it up. They need something to happen. Well, something has happened because Umar Nawaz has found the edge of that bat and Kazim takes the catch. So Hafif Khan, after going for 8 runs off the earlier deliveries, comes back and takes a wicket. And that's what they need, wickets, and they need them quickly, especially the way Evergreen, or the opening batters bat. They score runs quickly. They still need to take 1 or 2 more because one dangerous batter goes and another comes out.
Yeah, there's still plenty of firepower in this Evergreen lineup, but it was a good piece of bowling from Hafiz. See if he can snare another one before the power play's out. Short and at the body. And that's just asking to be hit. Pretty poor response after getting the wicket on the previous ball. New batsman is Saran Aslam, and he's too good a player to miss out.
Yeah, Aslam just says, thank you very much. Puts it away. And that's a nice gift. And you don't want to be gifting a batter to get into form. You want to make them work for their runs. That one had to be a full-length Yorker kind of delivery to try and get the batter to play straight. That gives him a free hit, more or less. Better.
Good Yorker, but just driven down the ground. They might have tried to skip through for a single, but actually Hafiz got a good piece of it. So end of the power play, and Evergreen Cricket Club, they are on 42 for 1 after 3 overs, and they've got this run rate in control. We'll have a look at the highest power play score from each side of this FanCode ECS event from Landskrona. Evergreen, 52's their highest, and not shockingly far from that at the moment. Jönköping helped with that brutalisation by Sabi Ibrahim Kill, but he's barely troubled the scorers from that point on. And the other 3 lingering a little bit behind, but still in the evidence today, Rico. Would you say these 2 are still probably the top 2 teams in this group?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I do like the comeback from the Stars. So the Stars will be right up there. But yeah, I mean, these 2. And bearing in mind, I think we haven't seen the best of all the players as well, especially this man who is coming on the bowl. I think this is a good call. You've got to do it even though you've picked up that wicket. Yeah, Sami Ibrahim Kill, as you said, we haven't seen the best of him with the bat other than that one big performance. Yeah, top 2 out here at the moment, certainly. And the question is, who are going to be the other 2 that are going to make it into the quarterfinals? And this is, it's a wide delivery. It doesn't even pitch. So that's the loosener out the way. Remember, this is Group A. And starting on Saturday, we'll see the start of Group B. We'll see 4 teams in action. Another wide? Does he get a touch on this?
Jeez, he's coming from wide. He must have just scraped inside the line. Look at Sami Ibrahim Kill's run up. He comes from quite an angle. He's probably the closest thing we've seen to the protractor from Hungary. That one's just pitched a little bit wide outside off stump. And, well, when you're defending 3 figures against Evergreen, you cannot afford to allow balls to just escape through like that. Ahmad Sajed, he batted well at the bottom of the order in the batting innings, but not stuck the hands out whatsoever, and it's gone through for a most unnecessary boundary.
Yeah, he's almost just walked over this and just let it go through. What Sammy needs to do, just watching his bowling, I mean, I know he's not religiously a normal bowler for them, but if he just takes some of the pace off this, just slows it up slightly, I think he's probably bowling a little bit fast for what they need him to do.
Gee, that's good placement, Rico. Ali's just timed that to the leg side. The 2 fielders converge from deep square and deep mid-wicket, but he's pinned it between the both of them and it's reached the boundary. Outstanding batting.
Yeah, it's a good shot, and it's a risky one though, isn't it? I mean, that's pretty full. If that hits the pads, you're certainly going up for it. But he's literally taken that off middle peg and played it away. And, we've just seen this man, Amir Ali. He just looks classier and classier every time he comes out.
Yeah, he's a good batsman. I don't think he thinks about missing the ball too often to worry about LBs, Rico, although he's played and missed on that occasion as Ibrahim Kill gets a better line. If you're coming from that wide of the stumps as a left-hander, then you've got to start at a fair way outside off, so you're not drifting onto the pads. He's got one more ball to go to try to get out of this over. That's nicely bowled. Sammy comes up with some magic. finally got the line right, and it's gone straight through Ali. What a huge scalp, and perhaps that's the inspiration that Jönköping need. They're all smiles. And Ibrahim Kill, well, he hasn't contributed with the bat too much the last few games, but that is a huge wicket.
Yeah, that's well bowled. And I was saying that that Sami is certainly causing him issues. I mean, he played one shot right off the middle peg, and he went all the way to the boundary. That's a good delivery. Gets through, gets a wicket. And, you know, when you get Ali out, anything can happen. And they've still got plenty of batting. But this game is wide open again.
Yeah, absolutely, Rico, and showing the benefit there of a bit of variety in the bowling attack. We were calling for it last game. Jönköping, they're just too stacked with right arm medium pace, right arm medium fast. They need something to mix it up. And Ibrahim Kill, he's pretty unpredictable. He's virtually impossible to set a field to, because I'm not quite sure he knows where the ball's going all the time. But that's what happens when you give the batsman a bit of a different
variation. You need your variations, and this time they used him earlier, and he's provided a wicket with them earlier, and pretty sure that this time he's going to get his second over as well. And who knows, anything can happen. You just got to vary things around a little bit. If you're bowling the same all the time, good batters are going to get used to it, and they're just going to be playing their shots with ease. And Riaz Khan is coming on the bowl. Well, he wasn't behind the wickets because we thought he had an injury. And maybe he's not behind the wicket because he's thinking, well, you need me to do some bowling because I can add a bit more variation into the bowling attack. Starts with a good one right up there.
Actually, I've got to say, I like this, Rico. I actually like Riaz as part of the bowling attack. I know he's right arm, but he's really skiddy because he's not particularly tall. He gets it up in the block hole. Most of the time, it's a big appeal. A very, very big shout. The umpire nods his head. It goes through for a leg by. Another wicket there. That could have been huge. It hit Kiani on the back pad. Maybe a bit of doubt about it going down the leg side. Riaz Khan coming from pretty wide on the crease, but that was a huge shout.
Yeah, massive. Seen him given. We've seen it here again. He goes very wide, but I think having a look at the angle again, I think it's umpire shot, good shot, and that's a good follow-up delivery as well. So asking the questions now, it's Riaz Khan.
Yeah, Riaz Khan, because once again, not to harp on his size, but that height, he's rarely ever bouncing over the stumps. He's always there or thereabouts in the block hole, so he brings the LBW and the clean bowl into play. He's a good attacking bowler. Well, big if not getting any bounce. It's small man on small man in the Midget World Cup. Kiani cops one in the chest as he tries to come forward to a short of a length ball. In fact, might have just hit his glove rather than his chest, but either way, that's brutal stuff from Riaz.
Yeah, I mean, he has no idea where this is. And it's not the best of shots because he gets low, gets right behind the ball and takes his head away from it. So Kiani sort of elevated a bit up the order, but he's totally going across the line, and sooner or later he's going to find himself in trouble. He's either going to miss it or he's going to be right in front because his head is nowhere when he's playing these shots.
I'm not sure why he's trying to swing across the line, given he should just be playing dead straight to Riaz. Riaz has been saved on that occasion. I think better batsman would have just clipped that off the toes down to the boundary for 4. As it is, he's only gone for 2 off his first 5 balls. Can he take a wicket to finish off this first 5? A good ball in the block hole. Kiani's dug it out, driven it down, shy at the stumps. He was a little bit sluggish, running between the wickets, but direct hit might have had him in trouble. As it is, the end of 5 overs, Evergreen, 55 on the board.
Yeah, I think you're right. Direct hit would have had him in trouble. It was a bit of a wild throw. Interesting thing here is that the other man out there, Saran Aslam, is seeing it all happen from the other end. He's only just faced 4 deliveries. And, he's probably thinking, okay, I need to get on with this because you got Kiani there. And just having a look down that batting order. I mean, Mohamed Kadir, or maybe then move him up the order a little bit, who knows. But at the moment here, 55 on the board, 5 overs gone. It certainly looks like it's going to be another one that's going to go all the way to the wire. And it is Sami who comes on to bowl again. And
Well, Sammy Ibrahim plays with his heart on his sleeve, doesn't it? He's furious at himself for not picking that up cleanly. I'm not sure a shy at the stumps would have been a great idea, because it would have been almost an inevitable overthrow, and they just need to build up the dots here. It's a good start from him. Kiani plays a sweep from about a metre outside off stump. He's done a good job to get some bat on it. Turns it around for a single.
Yeah, he's the sort of batter where you know that there's not going to be too many that's going to go out on the offside. So I think when he comes in the bat, you might as well have those fielders deep in the off come inside and maybe get one or two more on the onside just to stop him getting off the mark, because he's not going to hit too many the way he's trying to play these shots at the moment.
Nice ball from Ibrahim Kill. Just drawing the batsman forward. I think it's a great shout from Eureka. Koryani, he's not going to hit too many boundaries. You can keep him on strike for 4 balls and over, and keep Aslam off strike as much as possible. This run rate will start to build up. Aslam might be looking to hit a boundary here to create some of the relaxation of pressure, and he's done exactly that. Squeezed one out through the offside. Not much protection over there, considering that Ibrahim Kill's starting every ball wide of off stump. It's a nice shot though. Yeah,
he plays this really well, doesn't he? Through the covers to the boundary. Nice shot. Kept his shape pretty well as well. Just latches on to a ball that's slightly shorter and wider. Ibrahim Kill will no doubt come back with a fuller one. Trying to get him playing on the back foot again, perhaps.
Well, he bowled it up in the block hole. It's intelligent bowling. It's been a pretty good over for him so far, and question in the last over whether he was completely sure where most of these deliveries were going. Actually, he's exhibited really, really good control. 1 ball to go. Get a dot here, get County on strike for the start of the next over. Well, he does exactly that. The keeper goes up for a stumping chance. No interest from the umpire. In fact, they won't even refer it for being checked. Take a look to see if Aslam dragged at any stage. No, the foot completely down as the keeper fumbles it elegantly onto the stumps, but no chance of a dismissal there. And Evergreen, they are 60 for 2 after 6 overs, needing 41 off this final 4. So this game evenly poised, and the win probability is sitting in favour of Evergreen Cricket Club, but got to say, if they can get Aslam back in the pavilion, then suggest that probability starts going in favour of Jönköping. So Ibrahim Kill with a pretty useful 2 overs ends up with figures of 1 for 14. He's certainly done his job. And I like the move from the skipper here, bringing Riaz on for his 2nd over.
Yeah, I think it's got to be done. He bowled a very good first one.
Kiani swings around to the leg side. Riaz Khan does the one thing that he shouldn't do. He's drifted short onto Kiani's pads, and he's swung it around for a 4. That's going to relax a bit of pressure.
Yeah, it is, but yeah, it was a shorter delivery. Just have to look at the field. Like we're saying, he's not going to play too many shots out in the offside. So what you need to be doing here is bringing the man in that's on the boundary on the offside on point, bring him into the circle, move one across on the leg side. So you've got 3 men on the leg side. Have your square leg out there on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, and long on. And then maybe get an extra man in there inside a circle, also on the mid-wicket side. It doesn't look like they're looking to do that here at the moment. Basically, you want a fielder where Diana Oro's is, taking the photographs.
Maybe they're expecting that Diana's going to help them out with a bit of fielding. Khan comes charging in. That's a much better ball in the block hole. Well, Aslam charging through. Oh, the shot from side onto the stumps. Kiani looking for the 2nd. Aslam says, absolutely no way I'm taking charge here. That was a chance. Well bowled from Khan. Fieldsman back on the heels a little bit. Kiani tentative going through for the single. He'd given up, but shot from side on. Tough gig for the fielder.
Yes, and well, Zajan, we saw him get a run out from this same position yesterday. On this occasion, he's not able to hit the stumps. Now, there is a bit of a field change here, so they have got those 3 men now out on the boundary. But, this one's going to be a wide.
Not a bad bit of bowling from Riaz, though. Desperately trying not to drift on decent length onto the stumps as Diana, the 12th person in the team, patrolling that area just behind square leg. She's not really looking at the ball at the moment, though.
Diana Oro's the ECM photographer. Takes some fantastic shots off the action. And you see those on the social media, on Instagram and Facebook. And right, let's see if they get this field right here now. So, no, they don't. You see, they don't put, for some reason, to Kiani, who plays all these shots out on that side, they don't put the extra man back. Strange. And this has been carved away, and it will go to the boundary. So, well, he gets one. That's probably the first shot we've seen him play out there, and he does play this one. Nicely done, 4 runs. So there's a little bit too much width, though, isn't there, being from this in this over from Riaz Khan. Hasn't kept it close enough, hasn't kept it full enough.
First over was good. It was all up in the block hole, right on the stumps. A couple of times here, he's given Kiani the capacity to swing to the leg side, and then he's given him a lot of width off the offside. Doesn't need a second invitation. In fact, he's changing up his line now. This around the wicket.
Ooh, not sure about this.
Oh, Kiani, he's played it back on his stumps, and the reverse commentators curse. Rico Full and I both questioning the move. Riaz Khan gets a wicket immediately after switching, and Evergreen Cricket Club lose their third. They're 71 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he would normally be bowling, as he is, right into the arc of where Kiani wants to hit this, but he misses it. And he has to go, and off he tracks. It's a wicket, and so Riaz Khan gets the breakthrough. You see, just not looking at where the ball is at all. That's the thing there. Head was nowhere. Ball hits the bat and goes onto the stumps. So it's a valuable breakthrough, 71 for 3. And the next batter coming in. Who's coming in here now? And I'll tell you who I'd like to see. I'd like to see Abdullah Mohammed, because the left-hander, when he came in, if you remember the first match, wasted no time going for the big shots, but maybe they're just keeping him back at the moment. There's that wicket again.
Maybe he's just a final over specialist. Abdullah as Khan finally gets one into the block hole against Haris Idris, his new batsman. Finishes that over with a wicket and a dot, so Evergreen 71 for 3 after 7. They're keeping up with the run rate. Having a look at tomorrow, it's day 4 of 12, so getting to the concluding stages of Group A, we have the Retirement Home Cup in match 13 and 14, Seaside versus Evergreen. That isn't a pair of names of somewhere where you'd send Grandma and Grandpa when they get to the elderly stages, and I don't know what is. And before we get into match 15 and 16, it's the Yetabori Royals taking on Yon Shopping. That's going to be a big clash, and the Royals certainly need their couple of pace bowlers, Chandra and Chandu, back in action tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be some exciting games, and maybe you're going to see, I mean, the Royals, they've got to try and come back strong as well. They were very disappointed, weren't they, when they took on Evergreens. I wonder what side we're going to have come back here. This is hit firmly, and it will be a chase on, and they're not going to get their 4 runs. And I did say that's when you need your fielder, exactly where Diana Oro's is. They're not listening to me. And Diana, she just amazes me. Even when this ball is coming in a direction, she never doesn't flinch. There's no worries. You just stay still, Diana. Don't worry. Just take those photos.
Is it bravery or a lack of awareness of just how hard a cricket ball is?
I know, she knows all right. She just says, that's what she'd say. She's hard. Diana Oro is.
Yeah, he's got a hard job in front of him. 4 first ball. Aslam has timed that very nicely, and he's starting to take control of this innings. Giving himself a half volley just on or outside off stump, and he takes full toll. Actually, to be fair, he's taken that off middle stump and driven it wide of long off. That's a superb shot.
It's a fantastic shot. One of these, look, what the likes of Ali, Umar Nawaz, and now we're seeing the same from the number 3 batter, Sawan Aslam. What they've shown is if you bowl at the stumps to them, they're strong.
Well, he's gone down the leg side. Field has missed it. That's going to be 3 boundaries on the trot, and just as Jönköping had crawled their way back into this game. 12 runs off the first 3 balls of what is the 8th over of the innings, and all of a sudden Evergreen are well on their way.
Yeah, he lets that go through his legs, and that's not good. Not good feeling at all from Sajid.
Well, that one's gone for a 4th consecutive boundary. He decides to mix it up, play it one-handed, and he's lofted it over backward square for a Maximo.
Yeah, this is not good bowling. He's down the leg side again. Look at that. Takes one hand off the bat and just dispatches this effortlessly. 6 more. And now they're absolutely motoring along. Just to recap my point, you've got to know where to bowl to these batters. You bowl anything on the stumps, on the legs, they're going to put you away. It's got to be that corridor outside the off. If it's not, they're going to punish you. And that's exactly what we've seen. Aslam now, he's on fire. 29 off 13.
That's a much better ball, but as it is, he's just rocked onto the back foot and eased it behind point. That is 5 consecutive boundaries, 4 fours and a Maximo, and he is rocking them to victory.
Perfect timing, isn't it? Absolute timing. We've seen the power, we've seen the placement, and we've seen the finesse from Aslam, who, well, he was there a while, wasn't he? Wasn't getting too much of the strike, and as soon as he gets on strike, well, he looks destructive. What an over this is.
Just blocks it away. That's intelligent cricket. Taking the one, he won't come back for the second there, irrespective of what could have been an overthrow. Gets himself back on strike, and he will have control at the start of the 9th over. Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 94 for 3, and they only require 7 runs off the last 2 overs. Fortunately, 35 runs coming off the 2 overs of Nasir Bacha after an outstanding conclusion to yesterday. He's had a tougher day today, particularly with the ball.
Yeah, 12 off his first, and then that one gone magical, courtesy of some fine shots from Aslam and some wayward line as well on the leg side. He's back on strike, 34-15, and they go back to Zadran.
Oh, nice ball from Zadran. He's got the chip up. It's going to go into space, and they'll end up with just the one. But looking back on what might have been for Jönköping, Nasir had a bowled a much tighter over in the last one. Could have given Zadran, 18 or 20 runs to play with here.
Yeah.
Then he could have created a really, really good situation coming into the 10th.
Yeah, definitely. And this will be interesting because Idris has only just faced the one delivery. Zadran will make him play for sure. He'll get the ball right up there.
Zadran charging in. Second ball of the over. Spears in a full one. It's driven down the ground. Nicely played from Idris. His job is to just get Aslam back onto strike. Throw comes in. It's backed up, so there won't be the second, and irrespective. Aslam taking control of this innings.
Would he attack the stumps here? I mean, because I think Aslam, that's where he's at his strength. He likes the ball coming onto the stumps. Or will he try and get that ball sort of outside the off or shorter? Maybe a shorter one outside the off.
Well, he's taking your advice, Rico. A little bit short of a length outside off. Didn't really pop off the pitch too much, but Aslam certainly looks more comfortable when he's getting onto the front foot than he does playing square of the wicket.
Yeah, Ali, Nawaz and Aslam have all played good shots when the bowler attacks the stumps. Anything on the stumps, they're very quick to dispatch it, and they have played some clinical shots. But I think that's one thing that a lot of the other teams and captains will be watching when it comes to playing them. Seaside definitely need to be watching. They're up against them tomorrow.
Nice length ball popped up. It's well timed for an economy of movement. He's got a lovely style, Aslam, actually, doesn't he? He's clearly a very, very well coached, talented young batsman. Very compact in his movement and times the ball nicely.
Yeah, and that's the key. That's the difference, I think, between him and maybe some of the other batters that we've seen. Well, certainly he and Ali, their timers of the ball, they're not big hitters. Sometimes they'll be guilty of getting out when you're trying to time the ball rather than hit it. But most of the time, they're effective.
It's cut away from Idris. The fielder coming around from the point boundary. He'll keep it to a 1. Evergreen just doing it in singles towards the total. 1 ball to go, still in this 9th over. Evergreen needing 3 ones for the victory. I think there's in too much danger of not winning this match unless Zadran can start a mighty collapse with the final ball of this 9th over.
Yeah, shouldn't they all be in here? They've got to all be. Yeah, hang on a minute. There's a lot of running happening behind the bowlers coming in. Got to be in to try and stop the single. Well, it's not going to give me a single. It's short, it's wide, it's outside the off. It gets plumped away, and that's the boundary, and that's the match.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid win from Evergreen. They've had a pair of good chasers. They've been put under pressure at various times by Yon Shopping, but they've shown themselves to be clearly the superior team out of these two, and they will be very pleased going forward with a record of 4 wins from 4 games across the first part of this tournament. That's a pretty impressive display from them today, Rico.
They've been strong, haven't they? We saw, when we first saw them, we thought, okay, liking the look of this side, they totally destroyed the Royals, didn't they? And then here today, they've just been so good. The Seaside, and here been so good here today as well. We were expecting this to be a tough match against Yon Shopping, and well, the first one was close, but when you do look at it again though on paper, you just see it, like the first one was done with 6 balls to go, and they've done this one practically in exactly the same style at 6 balls to go. So it's emphatic. They've looked good, they've looked the part, but I think we've got probably the 3 better batters in their lineup. The top 3, they all look quite funky, don't they? They time the ball well, they hit the ball well, and if one of them gets in, then well, with the scores around the 100 mark, they're going to go on and win it.
Yeah, it's funny, that first over in this game, or at least in this second innings, Rico, from Zadran, he bowled an excellent over, but as a result of an unfortunate outside edge, as a result of one going through the keeper, it actually turned into a pretty expensive one. It was very hard for Jönköping to wrest back the momentum after that. Hafiz Khan, the long-haired Lothario from Jönköping, he tried his best to bowl a pretty good over, as did Sami Ibrahimkil, and I like the fact they've introduced him to the bowling attack, just creating some variety, giving the batsman a bit of a different look, bit of a different angle, and it paid dividends in this game. He bowled a couple of good overs, but the boundaries just kept on coming off the batting. It's probably the power of that top 3, Rico, that's really making the difference.
Yeah, it is. The top 3 make a difference, and the other batters, they know that. They go out there and they play good supporting role. Idris, you saw, did that there towards the end in that partnership with Aslam. And Kiani, well, he's pretty suspect. You know where he's going to play most of his shots, but if he gets going, he can be effective. Maybe he's a little bit like Suresh Shetty. He's only going to play shots in one area, but if you bowl badly to him, he's going to punish you. You bowl well to him, you can get him early. But they just got a good combination. I think they were good in the field as well. You've got good players out there that take your catches. The bowling was quite tidy as well. I think they've got the really one out and right spinner in their side as well. That makes all the difference. So yeah, a well-balanced side. They're looking good. They're going to take some beating, and they're going to give Seaside a very tough time tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. They're probably the most complete side that we've seen in this Group A. As for Jönköping, they weren't too far away in either of those 2 contests, and I think they can take some heart from the fact that they actually didn't play particularly well in either game. I think there's a lot they can go back and look at their bowling. The right armers with their line were just too much on middle and leg stump, just getting too many boundaries hit away backward of square and a square leg. They've still got plenty of room for improvement, and we'll see that they can bring to the table against the Yitabori Royals in the last 2 matches tomorrow. Seaside and Evergreen getting us kicked off, Rico. That'll be an interesting concept. Seaside looked pretty good at times against the Royals this morning. Sorry, against the Helsingborg Stars, but dropped both games. Yeah,
I mean, it's Seaside, though. I think the thing with them is that they've had some match practice here today. They know what they've got, the areas that they've got to improve in. We've seen some good players from them. We've seen, they still, when you look at the scores, they got into the 90s, didn't they? Trying to chase 124, 94 for 6. Then they scored 95 in that. Well, what a match it was against the start. It went down right to the wire. It's another one they quite easily could have won. Just go back to the man-cad and then the wide ball that followed that. There were little things there that if they had done differently, they could have been on the winning side. So they'll certainly come back with the belief that they are able to do it. Evergreen, look, what about the only thing I'd say about Evergreen, maybe tomorrow in one of those two fixtures, they might just change it around a bit, especially if they know that they're already going to be qualifying into the quarterfinals. So they might just make some changes which give Seaside the opportunity to take the match. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible. And the Royals, they've got to come back strong, because remember, they were blown away, weren't they, by the Evergreen side. So they've got to come back strong after coming back into the equation following those two defeats. So in that match, in the later two matches there, I think Yon Shopping probably will fancy themselves to pick up, if not two, maybe all four of those points, and put themselves in a good position going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, very possibly. This group's still looking very unpredictable aside from Evergreen at the top. Jönköping's been up and down. And as far as the Royals and the Stars go, they will be very much hoping that Seaside drops both of those games against Evergreen so that they will stay in the race for one of the final couple of positions in Group A. We'll have a look at the batting card for Evergreen. It's a pretty good one. Saran Aslam, he's looking like one of the class batsmen of this Group A of the ECS Landskrona event. He batted very nicely and paced his innings well, scoring 40 off 19, undefeated, given some good support at the top. Amir Ali was looking in good form again before he was surprised by Sami Ibrahim kill. Nawaz, he was taken by the keeper, Qasim Muhammad, for 18 off the bowling of Hafiz Khan, but in the end they chased down the 101-run target relatively comfortably, getting it off 9 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about timing your run chase well, and they've been able to do that, haven't they? They've done really well, and it's been a top performance from them. Just having a look at those bowling figures there, I think Sami, he's the one man that's impressed in the field. Unfortunately, not able to impress us with the bat, though. And Riaz Khan, he bowled pretty well as well. Both of those identical figures. 1 wicket for 14, but I think Bacha, his second over was very expensive. They went after him there. And Zedran there shows a lot of good pace. Maybe he's a bowler that just attacks the stumps perhaps too much. Just needs to perhaps trying to get that ball outside the off-stump corridors where he needs to work on, because when he does go for it, he ends up being the short one like it was to end the innings there.
Yeah, absolutely. Jönköping, I think they'll be disappointed with the 2 losses today, but plenty of room for improvement from them, and they'll certainly be looking to pick things up if they face the Evergreen side in the latter stages of this tournament. But apart from that, Rico, we've had a great day of cricket today. Who can forget the last ball win from the Helsingborg Stars? And the Stars, they absolutely desperately needed to win both their games this morning, and they responded when the pressure was on.
They responded, and when we saw them yesterday as they left at this time, we know they were quite despondent. When we saw them this morning, they were keen to make a winning start, and they tried everything. And the one thing they tried this morning was those aloo parantas, and it did the job for them, because not only did they have the rub of the green, they had a little bit of luck that they needed, but they finished the job well. What they did is, in the previous matches, they got themselves to winning positions, but weren't able to complete the task. Today, they managed to complete the task. Once again, they did need a bit of luck, but they did it. And it just goes to show, I think, that the same could apply to all of the teams in this group. I mean, things haven't gone well for Jönköping here today, but I think tomorrow, it's another day. If they play the cards right, they could be the team that gets those 2 victories.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell you what, I'm actually looking forward to the Helsingborg Stars taking on Evergreen. I know some would say they're at opposite ends of the table at the moment, but the Helsingborg Stars have a really, really aggressive and a bit of variety in their bowling attack.
Yeah.
I think they'll actually provide quite a good contest for Evergreen, and that'll be a really interesting match once we get to Friday.
Yeah, look, just an opportunity for us to thank. I know that they all go back and look. So thanks to all the players that took part today. I think the performances were good. They gave 100% out there. We saw some fantastic catching. We saw some good hitting. We saw some good bowling as well. But more importantly, we saw some good team spirit. All the teams playing their matches in really good spirit. And I think the community of cricket here in Sweden and in this area, Landskrona, has been absolutely fantastic. And that's all that we ask for. Go out there, play competitively. But at the end of the day, it's all community spirit. They're all one big family, growing all the time. New teams coming in all the time. It's just great to see.
Yeah, well, certainly the Stars will be growing all the time if they keep up that healthy dose of Perota before the match. But they were certainly happy to get some advice from Rico, their nutritional consultant, and it's paid off for them with 2 wins today. Another 2 wins for Evergreen. They're sitting very, very pretty at the top of the table and look like they're very likely to qualify as the number 1 team coming out of this Group A. Plenty of good cricket coming up tomorrow, Rico. I think we've got another excellent 4 matches coming up. We're about to kick off day 4 tomorrow for the ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. Thank you to everyone who joined us on YouTube, engaged on the YouTube chat, or was with us through FanCode throughout the Indian subcontinent. I think it's time for us to head back to the hotel and maybe even a cheeky sauna on the Helsingborg Sea tonight. Rico, what are your plans?
Well, I think some of the people on the chat were saying about the Swedish cuisine. I think I'm pretty keen to try something new, something different. I'm not so sure if I want to go for the reindeer quite now, because Christmas will never be the same. But all I'll say, it's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you all. Of course, thank you to everybody that's been involved in the YouTube chat. You are the best. You are the best viewers that any sporting event can ever have, and we're delighted to have you here with us. And it's just our time to say good night. We wish you well. Thank you very much for joining us again. Take care. Esta mañana. Quiero mucho. Un abrazo muy fuerte. Adiós.